Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by GryffindGuy24 on AO3. Now, let's start. He was unimpressed. Izuku twirled his mechanical pencil in his hand. Quirk history class wasn't what he expected, but then again, what did he expect from high school history? They were just repeating the same thing he had read, heard about, and had been lectured about for years. The cause of the appearance of quirks is unknown, other than that it started 200 years ago. His green eyes glazed over as the teacher regurgitated the same stuff that society had been talking about for over a century. His interest in the subject quirks and the emergence of heroes was the only thing that kept him going. But hearing the same info so many times made him slightly cynical about the start of the era. As amazing as it would have been during the time when quirks were rare, nowadays, quirk bearers formed 80% of the population. They were common, so made the whole topic desperately mundane. The cause of it all no longer mattered to him. Quirks themselves, on the other hand, those were still interesting. His eyes drifted to the explosion of blonde hair in front of him. His childhood friend. Or was she an ex-childhood friend at this point? His pencil stopped twirling as abruptly as his thoughts. An idea. He flipped open his journal, Heroics for the Future, Concepts number 5, and found an empty page before starting to draw her out. Sharp chin, lean but heavily muscular body, he knew how strong she was under that baggy school uniform from experience. He rubbed a sore spot in his ribs. The gentle curves of femininity, nothing extravagant. He chuckled to himself. She's almost aerodynamic. His mind stopped drifting as he looked down on the writing and small sketches in front of Hi, Midoriya. His attention shot back to his teacher, who was looking down at him with slight annoyance. She huffed. I know you probably know all this stuff already, but could you at least not mutter? He looked sheepishly around. Not again. Katsumi had leaned back in her chair and was glaring at him, the livid glint in her crimson eyes shining brightly, the one that hadn't left her eyes since what they were for. He could barely remember her not looking at him with such malice. Honestly, he missed when she didn't look at him like that. She looked prettier without it. Shaking his head, he apologized profusely, still blushing madly at the small thought that floated through his stream of consciousness. The attention of the class gradually moved back to the teacher, although some girls were still casting him weird looks. They were something between being impressed and creeped out. Then again, those were the looks men got. Ever since quirks became a thing, a pattern became apparent. As rapidly the number of quirk bearers increased in women, the number of men dropped with them, and now they only made up 20% of the total population. Seeing one nowadays had a kind of novelty to it, and creeped some people out. But honestly, he couldn't blame them. With the rare exception of full families, most families were now just a single mother getting impregnated by donated SPM. His own mom was in the same situation and he doubted any of his classmates had ever even seen their dad, let alone been in the same room with a man other than himself. He began twirling his pencil again. It was automatic, no conscious effort was given to it, but he found that it suppressed his muttering. Maybe it kept his subconscious busy enough so his mouth remained shut. He took a quick break to jot down the note in his journal as quickly as possible before beginning to twirl it again. Maybe this was his quirk. Overactive subconscious. He smiled a sad smile. Yeah, right. Men don't have quirks. The bell rang, derailing his train of thought. The class was over and so was the day. The teacher bid farewell and left the classroom. He took a deep breath, and was quickly covered in smoke and ash as his desk sprouted a miniature mushroom cloud. Deku. Katsumi seethed. She was mad at him. Again. Why yes, Kaken. He grimaced. Why did he keep letting that nickname fly through his lips? Katsumi's eyes shined even brighter with anger. What the F were you murmuring about back here? Her tone was calmer than what he had expected and what was used to. If her hand wasn't sizzling on his desk with enough heat to leave a mark and her eyes didn't have that glow, he might have thought she was actually relatively calm. But did she look terrifying? And nothing. Smooth, real smooth, Deku, he chided himself as Katsumi lifted up her hand and took his journal 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. She cut him off. Oh really? 'Cause I could have sworn that you were writing something down on this. She started flipping through pages and pages of concepts, of how pro-heroes could use their powers, possible support gear for them and even some for her classmates, and oh there it is. She flipped to the most recent page. The one about her. An analysis of her quirk along with support gear, with a picture of her for reference. I still can't believe you are making these. Especially when they are not going to work for a man like you. She looked up to see his reaction. She paled when she saw the raw determination in his eyes. Damn it. It's still there. I'll find a use for them. His stutter was gone. When I become a hero. Some of the remaining classmates tried hiding their giggles, some outright laughed at him. Katsumi only wordlessly stared at him for a good couple of seconds. Then his journal in her hands exploded. Not again. She let the remains of the journal drop back to his desk. You are never going to become a hero. He looked down on the sad remains of his journal and felt someone pat his head. The hand brushed through his curly hair and landed on his shoulder. The delicate gesture would be appreciated if the hand didn't start to sizzle against his shoulder painfully. He hoped that the heat would disappear, and only began to breathe again once it started to dissipate. So be a good boy. He looked up to catch Katsumi smiling down at him. His breath hitched. And give up. Katsumi started walking away from him after that. And stop drawing me, you creep, she huffed and exited the classroom, hand still smoking. No one noticed Izuku's increased heart rate, and no one truly knew why he had a full body blush. He can still look at me like that. She hissed in aggravation, clutching the page she stole from his notebook, the page with his newest sketch of her. Goddamn it. He kicked a pebble across the road, trying his best to ignore the looks he got from children during his trek back home. Sighing, he took a turn leading to a more isolated route. He didn't want to see the wonder in the little girl's eyes right now, it hurt to see them. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the manhole cover shudder as he walked over it. He didn't have time to react when it flew off and his whole world suddenly turned a sickly neon green. Far, his captor bellowed as her slimy body wrapped around him in a dangerously affectionate hug. Such a nice catch, she giggled as he grasped at her, trying to force her off of him, only for his hands to flow through her harmlessly. I would love to tease you more, but I have someone to hide from. Izuku felt his mouth get forced open, and her body start to slither in. So let me borrow your body. She tasted like lime against his throat. So this is it, here. This is how I die. He closed his eyes, the pain of her forcing her way through his throat making his eyes water. Wait, she felt like water. And she was in his thrower. Come on, stop struggling, it'll only hurt for a moment. She suddenly felt his throat tighten immensely around her tendril, enough to shear the tip off. What the hell? Izuku heaved as the tendril bubbled back out and he managed to cough out the rest, taking deep erratic breaths. His whole throat was burning and aching, but she was out, for now. He forced his legs to move under her slimy grasp until his muscles finally budged and started to move. It felt was like he was walking through cement, but he only needed to move a couple more meters. Gotta get somewhere public, then she'll be forced to run away. My, you are a feisty one, aren't you? He could hear her mockingly compassionate tone against his neck. Too bad you're gonna die. He could feel her pushing against his lips again, trying to get back in. He couldn't pull what he did last time again, his throat was already too tired. So if she got in, it would be the end. Do not fear. His eyes snapped open as his whole body twisted with shock to look at the manhole. For I am here. Before he knew what was happening, the slime villain was blown off him. He felt his insides rattle from a shockwave. She did that with just the air pressure of her punch. His internal gyroscope won over the imbalance caused by the punch and he managed to land on his feet, skidding to a halt. He slowly looked up and saw her, standing proud with her signature grin. His idol, the #1 hero. All Might, he squeaked out before promptly falling on his but unconscious. He woke up to a calloused, but slender hand slapping him softly and repeatedly. Young one, are you okay? His eyes snapped open and saw All Might looking down on him, her golden hair flowing free with two bangs in that signature gravity-defying V shape. She is gorgeous up close, wait, up close. With an undignified yelp, he scooted back away from the hero with a blush on his face. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽. You saved me. He tore his eyes away from the larger-than-life stature of All Might, tall and muscular. He looked around trying to find his bag as his inner fanboy kicked in. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽. He saw her holding up the backpack he was looking for. She tossed it to him with her usual gallant smile, and he was awestruck to find his notebook inside. You already signed it. Thank you. He began to bow rapidly. She nodded in response and patted the bottles in her pocket, where he could see green slime flowing within them. She had caught the villain. Take it as an apology for letting her dash. Her smile faltered only an increment. Izuku barely managed to catch it. Get to you. Izuku bowed down once more. It's really no problem. Why you don't need to apologize. She looked him over and saw the redness on his throat. If that mark dash, she pointed at his throat, causing him to reach up and touch it reflexively and wince a little as he felt his throat ache again. Got on you. That's on me, so, Midoriya. Izuku answered the unspoken question. So, I am sorry, young Midoriya. The number one hero felt her time limit make itself known in the back of her head. But with that I must take my leave, more people to save. She crouched down and got ready to jump. Suddenly, Izuku's body reared back to life. Wait, All Might. Seeing her start to unleash the potential energy in her legs to jump, he reacted. And grabbed onto her leg. All Might felt off, even more than she usually did as her body broke down on her. It felt like one of her legs was heavier. But that didn't make sense. She looked down. Midoriya. What are you doing? Let go. He looked back at her with watery eyes and flappy lips as they soared through the air. Oh. Right. After a graceful landing on an abandoned rooftop, All Might looked back at her unexpected passenger. Look kid, I'm worried about you, but don't overstep it. She turned her back and started to prep up for another jump. Izuku managed to shake off his near-death experience and blurted his question out, looking down. Can a man be a hero? All Might halted and then felt her limit break. Steam started billowing from her frame as she shrank. Her muscular form ebbed away, and her skin tightened around her skeleton as her muscles deflated. Can a man save people with a fearless smile on their face, like you? It's just. Even before I could speak, I wanted to be a hero, to save people just like Y-. He looked up and saw a skeletal imposter where his hero used to be. Oh you. His mouth slammed shut. Impostoed, he raised an accusatory finger only to be silenced by said imposter raising her hand up. It's me, Midoriya. She was interrupted by blood spewing from her mouth. I am All Might. A shape-shifting villain. No, then why would she save me? A shape-shifting hero. Why would she fake being All Might? Then all the credit would go to her. Midoriya. A shape-shifting vigilante. That's possible. Midoriya. Izuku found himself standing salute. Yes, All Might, he yelled before he caught himself. That person isn't All Might, she couldn't be. Look, kid, it's me, and since you have seen this much. Her sunken blue eyes pierced his green ones as she pulled up her shirt. He immediately covered them and started blushing. Not that you, just look over here. He peeked through his fingers to see a savage scar on her side. The smile is hollow, she stated, much like the facade I need to keep after I got this wound 5 years ago. He shuddered looking at the scar. If it's half as deep as it was wide, then how is she even alive? Wait, 5 years ago. Was it in the battle with Toxic Chainsaw? All Might lost her serious look and chuckled slightly. I don't know if I should be creeped out or impressed that you know enough about me to even guess that. The smile melted away. But no. It was from an undisclosed attack. Izuku's knees started to feel weak as she continued her speech. The symbol of peace should never bow to evil, so this information stays between us. She let her shirt down, covering her wound again. And, kid, I am sorry but you can't be a hero. Izuku had a hard time breathing as All Might went on. You've seen what happened to . She sighed. Even me. He could tell she didn't want to add that. I can't condone someone quirkless going after villains and endangering themselves. She rose to her feet and patted his shoulder before turning and walking away. But don't worry, my Doria, there are many other ways to become someone's hero. Firefighting, police work, charity, she sighed again. I'm sure you will find a way, but don't obscure the facts. For your own safety. Izuku managed to whimper out an "I see" as she opened the roof access and left. He desperately grasped at his collar, trying to unbutton it and allow air into his empty lungs. I see. What the F are you doing? Katsumi snarled, glaring at one of her lackeys and grabbing the cigarette out of her elongated fingers before proceeding to stomp on it. Hey, see, calm down, Kaka, she yelped as an explosion went off in the ash blonde's hands. You don't get to call me that. Oh, the explosive teen turned around to see the source of the sound and got a mouthful of slime for her effort. Quite the quirk you got there, camouflage. Katsumi felt her body being invaded by the slime. Her cowardly lackeys already running away. Her hands started to go off with explosions against her will in panic. It was a blur for her, battling with her own body to stay conscious took its toll, so she didn't even notice the time passing. In the blink of an eye, the alleyway she was in was covered in flames and the entrance was surrounded by heroes. Yet none took a step forward to actually come and help her. Why? She was feeling herself fade. Why is no one helping me? She could imagine why. Karma. She couldn't help but think of the greenish-black mop of hair that she had been friends with way back when Kaken. God, I really am dying if I'm already hearing voices. She saw the familiar black mop dashing towards her. Deku. Izuku had managed to break through the wall of civilians and heroes and was running towards her at speeds she couldn't even imagine him reaching. No. Go away. You'll get hurt. You lost your chance, boy, the villain mocked him as she lashed out with a tendril. The next few seconds were replayed in the news for a week straight. Izuku, now seemingly powered by a goddamn god, did a combat flip under the tendril, not even slowing down a little as his hand grabbed onto a decently-sized rock which he pitched hard at the villain as he got back up. There was a soft "what the F" from one of the heroes as the stone flew from his hand and stuck true in the eye of the villain. As the villain screeched in pain, the tendrils lost their grip on Katsumi, allowing her to get a well-needed gulp of air. But before she could ask what the hell he was doing here, he was in front of her. Red boots ground against the asphalt as Izuku pivoted his body and speared the mass of slime with his arm, grabbing hold of her waist. Katsumi hadn't felt him initiate contact in ages, but as his hand wrapped around her tightly, she felt safe. Throwing his other leg to the side, the green-eyed hero wannabe twisted his whole body fluidly and managed to pull Katsumi out of the villain's grasp. Blow her the fup, he screamed as he pulled her to an embrace, his body between the villain and her defensively. Katsumi complied and rose her arms up to the face of her tormentor, taking some pleasure in the outright horror that was found in the villain's one good eye. And let loose an explosion. The whole street shook. Katsumi's arms dropped down over Izuku's back. It must have looked NTMT to everyone around her. But she didn't care. Why? Her eyes almost betrayed her tone. Why did you come? I didn't need your help. He flinched but didn't pull back. I couldn't just let you die, Kaken, he breathed out. I couldn't get off me. She cut him off and he complied. As the NTMT moment was broken, the rest of the world came rushing back. The crowd was cheering at the scene while the heroes were walking towards them. Apparently, the shockwave of the explosion was violent enough to blow the fires out. Izuku wasn't sure if he was having the best or the worst day of his life. His idol had rejected him, yet here he was getting cheered on by a crow. Came a sickly sweet screech from the side. How was she still one piece? The slime bubbled and reformed, towering above both Katsumi and him. He knew she was out of juice and he didn't like his chances. Regardless, his slouch disappeared as he took a defensive stance. Have no fear, for I am here. The bellow was like a song to his ears as, in the next moment, the slime was punched sky high, splattering into a million droplets and finally defeated. Katsumi almost fell down from the sheer wind pressure from the force of her punch, as did some of the other pros. The crowd cheered yet again as All Might's muscular form came into their view. Her eyes locked onto Izuku's, icy blues stuck somewhere between apologetic and thankful. The following moments were a blur. 1 second, he was standing with Katsumi, the next he was getting both praised and scolded by Kamu Woods while Katsumi was getting praised for her powerful quirk. Then, he was on his way back home. Deku. His mind whirred back to life as he spun around and came face to face with Katsumi. I won't thank you, she growled, yet her eyes were missing the usual glint of rage. At least he thought it was rage that they normally had. I didn't need your help, alright. Next time you pull something like this, I'll put you down myself. She huffed and started walking back towards her own home. He smiled softly. She said, next time. She knows I would do this again in a heartbeat. He turned back to walk home, but was suddenly cut off by the massive figure of All Might appearing in his path. I am here. Gah! He couldn't help the yelp escaping his lips. All Might. Weren't you with the reporters? He looked up at her muscular form posturing proudly before him. Haha, getting away from them was easy, for 𝐼𝐺 she suddenly coughed and her posture broke down, her muscles rapidly losing their girth and her skin tightening around her skeleton. All Might. She breathed out. Did you continue through your transfer dash? He was cut off again. He was used to it, but today was breaking records. Young Midoriya, she said simply, her tone having enough seriousness to shut him up. I have to apologize yet again. He was stunned at the amount of regret in her voice. For not reacting to your friend's time of need as I should have. And for what I said on the roof. His breath caught in his throat. Moom, could I be a hero? He asked his mother, big eyes glowing with hope and childhood innocence. Inko didn't know what to say to her 4-year-old son. He didn't know that he wouldn't get powers. No one had told him or Katsumi yet. Can I be a hero like All Might? Tears started to stream through her eyes at the pure hope he had in his voice. She couldn't respond. She didn't have the heart to crush his dreams. He dropped the subject that day. A month later was much, much worse. Her son was crying. Kaken said only girls could be heroes. She's wrong, alright, Mom. Tears started streaming from her eyes too. Just say yes, he needed to hear a yes. I'm sorry, Izuku. Her voice broke as she bent down to hug him. I'm so sorry. Mom, no, that's not it. That's not what you should have said. It was after 14 long years, he finally heard it. You can be a hero. Izuku's knees buckled as he dropped to the ground. He couldn't stop the tears from flowing. He grabbed his mouth before his whimpers could escape through his trembling lips. Today, you saved your friend. You, a man, took it upon yourself to dash in to save her, no matter if it lead to certain doom. She breathed out, looking down on the prone form of the young man. I would ask what were you thinking, but I know. She smiled. You weren't, were you? He hiccuped and looked up to her, tears still streaming profusely through his eyes. All true heroes have the same anecdote. She raised her hand with finger pointed up. My body moved before I knew it. That's what happened to you, wasn't it? He couldn't even nod properly as his sobs became more powerful. Your actions, even if some would think as reckless, she laughed, maybe even suicidal, saved your friend. Which inspired me to swing into action. You reminded me what being a true hero really means. He gave up holding back his sobs and wailed softly. And for that, I must thank you, young man. Her smile was wider than it should have been on her gaunt face. You were a true hero today. His head hit the pavement as relief flooded his system. Those words, the words that he wanted to hear for so long. Now chin up. She wasn't going to lie, he was almost choking her up too. The next symbol of peace shouldn't be crying in the streets. What? He choked out between sobs, looking back at her sunken eyes in confusion. I choose you. His heart was beating out of his chest to be my successor. His eyes widened as more tears fell. She held out her hand towards him. My quirk is yours to inherit. His sobs started to die out. Is that even possible? All Might chuckled. Don't believe your ears. Kid, a man was a hero today. Is anything impossible? He hugged his teary-eyed mother. I was so worried when I saw you run into that. She wailed as he patted her back. Don't worry, Mom, it turned out fine, didn't it? She sniffled and looked at him. And what if it didn't hear? She snapped, Her eyes quickly shifted into a deeply apologetic one. Sorry, Izuku-I-. He pulled her into a hug. I know, Mom, you were worried, but I'm fine, and will be for a long time. She looked back up to him again. Her pale green onto his emerald. For the first time in 14 years and 2 months, his eyes looked complete again. The fire he had as a kid was back. The embers of his hope were relit. The green inferno that was his determination raged inside him again. I don't like to ask you this, but could you get used to this? He mumbled. Her eyes were drying out in confusion. When I become a hero, I'll always be in trouble like that. Her eyes teared up again. She had grown used to hearing him say that, but there was always that small imperfection, his broken spirit only she could detect. That wound on his soul was gone. The underlying crack she had given him so long ago was healed over, his pure determination was back. And she couldn't be happier. I'll try my best, she sobbed out. That next morning he felt better, better than he remembered ever feeling. Anxiety bubbled up as he ruffled his hair, trying to ignore the tightness of his sleepwear. Probably just nerves. He opened the door to their bathroom, looking into the mirror and expecting to see the same short, lanky teen with iridescent green hair and freckles as he had for the previous 18 years. But that wasn't what was staring back at him in the mirror. His body was different. Nothing too major, but his shoulders were now farther apart, which was enough for the t-shirt he wore to be uncomfortable, and he was tall enough for it to ride up ever so slightly, revealing some of his stomach. What? Izu, hurry up, breakfast is red. His mom came to the doorway to call him for something to eat before he went out. Izuku, her voice trembled, looking up at him. She had been shorter than him for a while now. Usually his neck was level with her eyes, but now his shoulders were. Mom, is it me, or am I taller? He asked, dumbfounded. She nodded dumbly. Both of them walked to breakfast without saying anything else. All Might huffed. Izuku was running 2 minutes late. After the waterworks the day before, she was sure he would be here before she even woke up. Sorry I'm late, came a deep voice, deeper than she remembered. She looked up to the owner of the voice expecting Izuku. She wasn't expecting him to be so much different than last afternoon. Did you have a growth spurt or something, young Midoriya? She asked, her mouth feeling like it was trying to open and stay that way. It looks like it, he said back dumbly. He sounded more perplexed than she was. I had trouble finding a sweatshirt. He tugged at its shoulders, clearly a little uncomfortable in the garment. All Might couldn't blame him, the shoulders looked a little too tight on his frame. Sorry for being late, he repeated. It's fine, she said as she shook her head a bit. Come on, Toshiko, a kid growing up isn't that surprising. Her stupor now shaken off, she looked him over. He doesn't need to look up to me that much now. Midoriya, look around you and tell me what you see, she said, ignoring the changes for now. That seemed to shake him out of his own stupor. A scrapyard from the looks of it, but that doesn't make sense. The map and the sign said this was supposed to be public beach. Does that mean there is illegal dumping going on? He was still the mumbling boy she had met yesterday. Young Midoriya, she said simply, which brought him back to reality. Oh sorry, mumbling again. He nervously rubbed the back of his neck. No, it's fine, you are right. There is illegal dumping going on here, and as your second act as a hero, you are gonna clean this place up. She was expecting him to be surprised, not the resolute and immediate nod he gave in confirmation. When can I start? She couldn't help the smile that formed on her face. He huffed and fell down, the ropes he was trying to tug falling onto the sand next to him with a resounding smack. He breathed as he tried to regain his breath. Giving up already? All Might asked in her hero form, from her perch on top of the fridge he was pulling. He had only managed to drag it for a couple of steps. He looked up to her, body ragged, but eyes determined, as he started to get back up. Wouldn't dream of it. She took a few pictures with her phone as he rose to his feet. That's the spirit. Inko looked worriedly at her son. Izuku, hun, you okay? He swallowed his latest bite and breathed softly. He had been eating faster than he ever did before. Yeah mom, is there any more? I am feeling very hungry today. Remembering what All Might gave him, he got up from his seat and grabbed his backpack, shuffling around and placing his hero analysis notebooks to the side. He found what he was looking for and passed it to her. I found an exercise regiment online and started following it. It had a meal plan too. Could we follow this after today? She looked down on the schedule. Aim to pass. American Dream Plan. Izuku, are you sure about this? His guidance counselor looked at him wearily. When did he get so tall? I know your grades are good, and UA accepts males into the hero test, but it's going to be dangerous. And even then I don't think you can pass the practical when she stopped herself. When you're a man. He simply nodded. It's what I always dreamed of doing. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try. Something in his voice struck something inside her and, against her better judgment, she nodded and added UA to his applications. He knew he was the focal point of the class at times, what with being the only guy at school, but that was starting to change. The mean girls that used to point at him and whisper stuff at each other had stopped laughing. He was starting to see people stare at him and blush slightly. What is going on? He failed to notice that it could have been because his now uncomfortably tight uniform was showing off his rapidly growing muscles. Katsumi was one of the many that were sneaking glances at him when he ducked down to take notes. Since when the hell did he start looking like that? She huffed. It was becoming harder for her to hide her blushes in class. Okay kid, I gave you leeway the first 2 days, but All Might looked at Izuku. They were now eye to eye in her true form. Are you taking steroids or something? Izuku was flustered, to say the least. No, I would never. I don't. He looked down. I have no idea what's going on. He started twiddling his fingers. I am kinda overeating though, sorry, but the portions you gave me weren't enough. She huffed in thought. That's to be expected, that plan wasn't designed with your sudden growth in mind. She looked at the beach. They were way ahead of schedule. He had cleaned up a week's worth of garbage in 2 days. This really doesn't feel natural. She looked at Izuku. He had to remove his shirt. It was too constricting to work out in. If this is gonna drive me insane. She gulped. But she might kill me if I. All Might was racking her brain trying to decide. Who? Asked Izuku meekly. His tone and mannerisms didn't really fit his new body. Recovery girl, All Might stated, apparently coming to a decision. Young Midoriya, training is over for today. I want you to come with me to meet a friend. All Might rubbed her forehead. She knew he was a hero fanboy, but this was pushing it. Izuku hadn't stopped mumbling and flipping through his notebook since she dropped Recovery Girl's name and got into her truck. Although, she had to admit his sketches of the heroes were spot on. She saw his wonder-filled eyes. Maybe I should sign under my pages and sketches sometime. Just that thought alone made her smile softly, the headache that was building slowly ebbing away. Kid sure knows how to get under someone's skin, I guess. All Might couldn't help but laugh at the awestruck expression plastered on Izuku's face when they finally arrived at UA. Her skeletal shoulders shaking as a hearty laugh escaped her body. It had been a while since she laughed like that. It felt good. He quickly started blushing when he heard her laugh, but a maternal pat on the back made him stop. Don't worry, young Midoriya, I had the same expression my first time too. He nodded with a small smile on his face and walked in, examining the lanyard hanging from his neck that she had given him. They needed to take the long way around to the infirmary. It was after hours, so there weren't any students to worry about, but the moment All Might heard a sadistic and sultry voice, she grabbed Izuku by the arm and pulled him away with some fear in her eyes for whatever the reason. When they arrived at the infirmary and knocked on the door, Izuku was greeted by the small form of Recovery Girl. He immediately started shaking with excitement, and All Might knew he was about to gush, so she pushed him into the infirmary and shut the door behind them. Toshi, what the hell am I looking at? Came the gruff and old voice from the youthful heroine. Oh, Toshiko Yagi muttered, all the while Izuku was blustering about Recovery Girl and how awesome she was in some past events, some of which he wasn't even alive for. They weren't even more than footnotes on the newspapers when it had happened. His name is Izuku Midoriya and I chose him to be my successor. Recovery Girl's eyebrow rose, but a smile was slowly growing on her face. Izuku was reminding her of some good memories while he was listing off her achievements. Can you even pass it on to a man? She asked while looking him up and down. I mean, his physique is getting there. He needs, I'd say, 7 more months before his body could handle the bare minimum. All Might got out of her stupor. You see, that's why I'm here. She fished out her phone and showed her Izuku's picture from Saturday. That was him 2 days ago. Recovery Girl looked at the picture and then at the still blustering Izuku, who was trying to find her page in his notebook. Young lady, it's not funny to make fun of someone my age, that's dash. She looked between the real thing and the picture again. That's too much progress in just 2 days. Even with supplements and steroids, he couldn't reach that in that little time. So, Toshiko pulled the phone down and showed her the timestamp of the picture. You see why I brought him here. Recovery Girl was somewhere between shocked, impressed and intrigued. Wait, I have a quirk. Izuku yelled, earning a knock on the head from Recovery Girl's cane. Young man, I understand how excited you are, but please don't yell. Her voice was level, but All Might's fearful eyes gave Izuku a feeling that the nurse was to be respected. Flipping through some pages of the many tests she did, she pulled out an MRI scan of his head and his BLD results. You see how active this part is? She pointed at his pituitary gland. It was bright red. He nodded. Yeah. That level of activity is only present in newborns. Yours is even slightly higher than them. Here. And your BLD work shows extreme amounts of ℏ, the hormone that regulates growth and metabolism. EA. And your bone density seems to be higher than anything recorded that wasn't quirk-related. All of this originated roughly 2 days ago. All Might's jaw dropped. Your body seems to have reacted to your longing to become stronger. If what All Might told me about you is true, she huffed. I know this is unprecedented, but you might actually have a quirk. And if these tests are correct, they had to be. She did them more than 5 times each. Your brain has the ability to fully control its hormonal system, maybe even more. Izuku looked like a fish out of water as he babbled dumbly. I can't be certain if this is limited to subconscious decisions or all thoughts, or if this even is a quirk. She looked back at the tests, almost not believing them herself. The current leading theory is that a second X chromosome is required to activate your alpha plus genes, and since you don't have one, none of the tests we normally do would work on you. You're on your own to figure out if this is an actual quirk or just something entirely different. She looked back up to him, surprised to see him looking teary-eyed down on his hands. My own quirk. Both she and All Might broke out in smiles. In the days after that, a lot changed. Izuku learned that he, in fact, could control most, if not all, of his bodily functions at will. His sudden burst in height stalled and his musculature started to condense at rates only seen when All Might dropped out of her hero form. The minimal baby fat on him melted away, his now denser musculature showing through fully. He stopped crashing during training as his body's stamina increasing tenfold. All Might couldn't really place how he was gaining that much in so little time, both in terms of his physical training and control of his quirk. Simple, he said shyly, yet proudly. After hearing what Recovery Girl told me, I started to notice the small things that just happened when I needed them to. He rubbed his now healed throat. Like the time when I forced that villain out of my throat, that was me taking control of my throat muscles and working them the other way around. He rubbed the back of his head. Turns out, I always had subconscious control of my whole body, so turning it conscious was easy. He poked his chest. For the stamina increase, I forced my body to produce more hemoglobin. I heard that in the past, athletes ran on mountains to force their bodies into producing more so they could carry more oxygen throughout the body. All Might just looked dumbly at him. In the past few days he had gained significant control over his quirk, where most people would have needed a month to even activate it properly. Plus it can regulate my heartbeat, so when I think about it, my heart shifts to its optimum rate instantly. He rubbed the back of his neck. It's easier than I thought, kinda feels like I'm cheating excuse me, but holy young Midoriya. All Might yelled bluntly. His optimal heartbeat. His body knows when it's at full efficiency. You are sorry. I should stop using my quirk, right? Makes this training too easy to be with He cut his sentence off as he saw All Might swiftly shaking her head. No, if anything, you need to use it more. Young Midoriya, get your practice in. Everyone else has used their quirks for around 14 years more than you have. This is your time to catch up. He nodded and went back to work. He had cleaned 1/8 the beach in a week and was now lifting fridges he barely could drag a week ago over his head with ease. I feel like I've created a monster. What? The actual F. Katsumi fumed. And blushed. After 17 years of being a lanky, scrawny boy, in 2 weeks he had changed and 𝐷𝐿𝐴 was now looking like a Greek god. She shook her head and slapped her cheeks. No, it's just his growth spurt, nothing unnatural. Doesn't matter that he suddenly had a strong jaw. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐿, she barked, forgetting that she was in class. Katsumi, are you okay? Asked her teacher, actual worry in her eyes. I hate that look. Nothing, it's nothing, sorry, she huffed and sat back down. Stupid Seki Deku. Wait, what you? Izuku dropped the fridge he was hauling in panic and looked at the source of the sound. A woman with pink hair started dashing towards him, causing him to almost lose his nerve and run away, but instead he just hunched and looked around meekly. So you're the one stealing from my salvage, she hissed when he was in earshot. He could see her full figure now. Her legs were covered by a grey baggy jumpsuit, which she had opted to wear open around her torso, tying its arms around her waist to keep it in place. Her copious chest was covered by a black tank top. His eyes caught hers as she looked up at him, amber gems staring back at his emerald. On closer inspection he could see that they were crosshairs that were focusing to his own. I didn't know this place was taken, he mumbled, his voice not matching his body. Wait a minute, she scanned him up and down. Oh my god, you're a guy. He looked at her dumbly for a second. Yes. And you were lifting a fridge with one hand, she screamed, before immediately starting to feel him up. What? He blustered, BLD rushing to his face as her hands started to fondle his upper body. You feel so much harder than expected. This is giving me so many ideas. Having had enough of this, he grabbed her hands and stilled her. What are you doing? Oh sorry, didn't introduce myself. Hatsumai, inventor extraordinaire. He sweat dropped. And this explains, what, exactly? She didn't hesitate in her answer. My profession. His eyebrow twitched. But that's not what I asked. She looked lost. The feeling was mutual. Then what did you ask? I asked why you were feeling me up. The gears finally clicked for her. Oh, that. She pulled her hands away, well tried to, before Izuku let her hands go after she struggled for a second. It's not every day you see someone lifting a fridge without a strength quirk, and since you're a man, the dots connected for him too. So you were curious on how it was possible for a human body to lift that much without any enhancements. Yeah, that's it, she whooped. It had been a while since someone kept up with her, let alone finish her thoughts for her. It felt nice. So I explained myself. It's your turn, Mai said, sitting on the fridge that had toppled over when Izuku dropped it. Oh, didn't I guess not, he mumbled, then sat down on the sand. I was cleaning the beach as training for when I applied to UA, now that got her full attention. UA? You applying to general studies there? She asked, almost jumping up and down. Maybe she could use him as a mannequin, now that would bring some attention to her products. Nah, the hero program. Her mouth fell open. He stared back with a somewhat hurt expression, but even with the limited interaction he had with her, he could tell that she wasn't doing that to insult him. You are telling me that you, a man, are gonna apply to the hero course? He nodded. That's it, we are teaming up. Now that wasn't the reaction he was expecting. You are planning on going to UA too, he muttered, eyes wide. Yeah, support course, and you my kind sir she poked his chest, are gonna hog the spotlight if you get in. He nodded dumbly. Yeah, I suppose it would be unprecedented, I might make the news again. She ignored the again part. And when you do, if you use my gear, I'll be in the spotlight too. So are you telling me, he pointed to himself then at her. You got yourself an inventor. She gave a thumbs up. You don't even know my name, he deadpanned. Does it really matter? What do you mean I can't clean up as fast, young Midoriya? All Might asked, looking at her successor, who was sheepishly scratching the back of his head. I kinda got a friend. And she needs the materials there, I can't just dump it all in the truck. Her eyes squinted down at the boy. It's no time to be fooling around, young Midoriya, that can wait till UA. He got flustered at that. No, no, God no, that's not why it dash, he huffed, calming himself down. She's an inventor, says she wants to get into the support course in there and she was using the materials at the beach to create stuff. I can't just take that away when the tests are so soon, that's not heroic at all. All Might huffed, there was some merit to that. Plus, she can't really build out here, so I'll be carrying stuff to her workshop, that should be a good enough substitute, right? All Might nodded against her better judgment. I still want that beach. Cleared. Izuku. His mother's words brought him out of another session of deep thought. Yeah, Mom, he asked, looking at his distressed mother. Honey, are you taking something? She asked with horror in her voice. The accusation shocked Izuku enough to knock the breath out of him. It's just you have been eating so much more, are constantly zoning out, and in the past few weeks, you've grown at an incredibly rapid rate. Are you like taking steroids? He started chuckling. So that's where I got my muttering. No, Mom, it's just the new exercise regimen and the growth spurt hitting at the right time. She still looked unsure, but decided to drop it for today. If you say so, honey. Midoriya, my boy, this is pushing it. All Might hissed into her phone, I know you're a fanboy, but inviting me to dinner. That's a little too dash, I know it's just. He paused, trying to put his thoughts into the right words. My mom, she's been worried about me, and I can't get her to understand. He let out a sad breath. It might be because of all the times I said I'm okay when I wasn't, so now she isn't believing me. Could you come over and tell her it's just my training? She could feel the puppy dog eyes from over the phone. Please. This kid. She huffed, it's not like she had anything else to do after her 3 hours were done for that day. But you match my time frame, capiche? Thankfully. The villain activity surged during lunch hour and died down after 3 hours of constant defeat. Hearing about All Might being active in town made criminals wary and they had retreated into the underbelly of the town for the day, fearing the wrath of the symbol of peace. With her daily limit reached and villains disheartened, she could freely meet up with the Midoriyas for dinner. Izuku answered the door, looking at All Might, who was wearing simple black briefs with a white shirt, holding flowers in her hand. Sunflowers. How did she know my mom liked those? Did I mumble that out? Yeah, and you are doing it again, she chuckled. Wait, you didn't mumble out anything about me, have I? Hello. Are you Izuku's guest? Asked a rather plump and short woman from behind him. He took a step back to let her see Toshiko. Her breath hitched for a second. Those eyes and that hair. She shook her head, dismissing the thoughts. Ah yes, Toshiko Yagi, I'm his personal trainer. Inko was a wary person, and she would tear into anyone that would do her boy harm, but looking Toshiko up and down she relented. Looks could be deceiving, but in all her years she had learned that there was no faking that maternal look she held in her blue eyes. Ah, I see, oh come in, come in. She gestured, unknowingly inviting All Might into their small, humble abode. Toshiko enjoyed the homey feel of the Midoriya household, and tried not to chuckle at the All Might-themed nameplate on what she assumed was Izuku's bedroom door. When they got to the living room, she gently raised the flowers towards Inko. Oh sorry, I forgot, she blustered and picked up the flowers from Tosh's hands. Izuku, hon, could you please grab a vase? He nodded and obeyed. Yagi-san, she started, her voice becoming intense and ominous. Do you know what mother bears do if their cubs are threatened? Toshiko gulped. I do. Do that to whoever tries to hurt him. Ay. Toshiko wasn't expecting that response. A mother knows, Yagi-san, you care for Izuku too. I would say paternally, but that might be overstepping. Toshiko couldn't stop the blush forming on her face. I suppose. She mumbled. In the light of that, she sighed, I guess I can worry a little bit less now. A soft smile crept on Inko's face. Toshiko ignored the butterflies in her non-existent stomach. When he was a kid, I did something unforgivable. Her voice became strained. I denied his dream. He never talked about it afterwards, but I saw that after that night, a disconnect formed between us. I could see it in his eyes. But regardless, he was a good child and did his best to try and not worry me. She gave an empty laugh. But that only served to make me even more worried. But Ever since he met you and you started training him, the fire in his eyes returned. I can't thank you enough for that. Now, please take good care of my son. Well, that was easier than expected. Hatsum, where do you want this? Izuku huffed, holding up an engine block in one hand and dragging the rest of the car on the other. Strp away everything that's not the main casing and drop it near the pile, that's gonna go into the endoskeleton build, she said over her shoulder, still messing with something on her workstation. Oh, and rip the plating off the car, gonna use that for armor plating. What are you even building this time? He asked, looking over her shoulder, only for him to immediately recoil in pain when Hatsum turned on her blowtorch. Jesus Christ, Hatsum. Warn me before you do something like that next time. He rubbed his eyes, willing the retina to heal a little bit faster. She blew a raspberry at him. He didn't get to see the signature V-shaped antenna. I thought you were gonna slow down. All Might asked, looking at the now half-cleared beach. It had only been barely more than a month since they stopped meeting there. As Mai was pestering Izuku on the premises constantly, it would have been easy for her to connect the dots and reveal All Might's secret. I did, he muttered, leaning on one leg then the other anxiously. Mai hadn't been popping up recently, so he thought it would be a good time to call All Might for a checkup of the area. Hatsum started building something big recently, so most of the salvageable material that went to her came from there. He pointed at the gaps in the trash where he had pulled the cars out. And then she told me to clear out the rest, so I started speeding up again. I should be done in a week or two. Most of the heavy lifting is done now that the cars are gone. All Might nodded. It's all right, kid, she said as she started walking away. Or should I say, it's all might. Izuku groaned. Well, this is heavy as hell, Izuku hissed as he carried what amounted to 5 cars worth of steel mold by Mai. At least that's what it felt like. Considering it was still covered by tarps, he had no idea what it actually was. He guessed it was important since Mai scrapped the beach materials after it was mostly complete. When they arrived on the beach, he gently laid the giant mass of tarp on the soft sands and Mai swiftly climbed up the structure and unveiled it without any bravado. I don't know what to say, he breathed, looking up at the metal body. It looked like a mix of him and All Might, masculine and big, with polished car shells chopped and welded together forming its armor, making it look kinda like All Might's Silver Age suit with its colors inverted. It was large enough for Mai to be sitting on its shoulder as she sodded away at some final circuitry. You really outdid yourself, he whispered. She nodded along, not really paying attention. Her baby still needed her for now. Ahan done, she puffed, holstering the soldering iron on her utility belt and jumping on Izuku, who was now used to her eccentricities. He caught her and let her down. Done, he asked, looking at her inquisitively, noticing the large bags under her eyes. Wait, when was the last time you slept? He asked with a horrified expression. Saturday, she replied, briskly pressing the red button on the remote in her hand. Today is Friday, he exclaimed, shocked. Really? The machine started to churn and hiss as it booted up. 𝐒𝐩𝐿𝐹𝐹𝐿𝐼AMEVYW, the voice fluctuated and distorted in a way that made it seem like it wasn't designed for human ears. It made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Hatsum, turn it off. He shuddered as the glowing eye of the machine locked down on him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, it hissed, making him flinch. 𝐒𝐻 has face recognition, he asked, taking a step closer to her and away from the machine. Honestly don't know, I don't even remember installing a speaker in it. It's been a blur. She chuckled, seemingly unaffected by the ungodly machine staring her down. 𝐿𝐼. The machine nodded, Mai responding with a small smile. Oh, my baby knows me, she cooed. Izuku would have found this adorable if it wasn't so goddamn terrifying. Hatsum, why the hell did you even build this? He whispered in her ear, trying to pull her away from the machine that could, and probably would, kill them both given the opportunity. She only shrugged at that. I think it was for you to spar against. Dunno, my brain is getting kinda fuzzy. She was probably crashing now that her baby was finally complete, her sleep deprivation finally catching up to her. Night, Zuku, she said, promptly laying on the soft sand and falling unconscious almost instantly. Don't just leave me here with it, he whispered to deaf ears. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐴, it repeated. Its voice modulation was different now, but still off, still inhuman. Still. Goddamn. Terrifying. Previously, on Total Command, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 hissed the metal parody of All Might. Oh god no. 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐺 sparring. He didn't know what was creepier, the voice it used, or the harsh contrast it had when it announced the subtitle. In any case, he panicked. Abort operation, he commanded, hoping Mai had at least added voice recognition to the beast. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 𝐀𝐠𝐈𝐺 Izuku Midoriya, the machine hummed. He let out a sigh of relief and picked up the top, wrapping Mai in it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐴𝐷 Piripe 𝐂𝐬𝐴𝐷 𝐔𝐬𝐴𝐷 grumbled the machine while dropping into a combat stance. Oh f me sideways. He never said he didn't learn anything from Katsumi. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐴𝐷. Inko's maternal senses tingled. I wonder what's that about, she hummed, hoping her son was safe. Elsewhere, All Might ignored the same sensation. Hope he isn't doing anything stupid. He jumped back, dodging a punch. Thankfully the machine was chasing him, away from the slumbering Mai. He used his forearm to redirect another punch away from him and onto the ground, wincing at the power behind the punch. Ignoring My commands, he managed to scream out as the machine struggled to pull its hand out of the ground. The robot rose back up, locking onto his again as it started speaking. Subiarigani, sparring sinhy bdctivated intiyof my inoperability or by motihares youdindigi youngmi duatu. That's it. I'm gonna kill Mai when she gets up. He ducked under another punch so. He kicked the ground, jumping over another punch. The only way to stop this is to break you, he yelled, rolling up to a martial arts stance. Time to learn if just watching heroes fight movies actually taught him anything. The machine roared in what he assumed was supposed to be laughter. The roar of weird tones was making him dizzy. The sound itself was triggering Izuku's fight or flight instinct enough to give him high BLD pressure. His eyebrow twitched. Mai gave this thing enough AI to be able to taunt people. This time he knew the training wheels were off. The machine hissed as the hydraulics kicked in, bounding in front of him in a simple step, arm pulled back ready to punch. Izuku barely managed to limbo under the punch, anchoring himself with an arm and kick Mechamite in what would be the ribs. He hissed and winced as Newton's three-road law reared its ugly head, the machine not budging. Go the machine taunted, grabbing his leg and slamming him to the ground, knocking the breath out of him. He kicked the hand on his ankle, managing to knock it off, standing back up instantly and taking a few steps back while gasping, catching his breath. He couldn't just break through its armor, that much was now apparent. NOW din TBD is Koujed, YOUANST Esiratsichidam YPINT. The robot laughed and ran to him again. This time when it punched, he blocked it with his own, grunting as the force pushed him back. Gotta watch its movements, the armor plating needs to have gaps in it while it moves, can't do that while dodging. He blocked another punch, then another. It wasn't a standstill, Mechamite was pushing him back one punch at a time and soon his back would be against the wall on the beach. Gummit, Mai built this thing too well, every gap is covered, the joints are even layered, he hissed as he punched again, his elbow ached loudly, wait its joints. He ducked under the next punch and punched its elbow with his other hand. He smiled as it rattled slightly. Progress. But that smile was short-lived as the machine kicked his legs under him, punching his chest as he fell down. His vision went dark. Zuku, are you there, Zuku? He grunted softly. His eyes burst open. I have died and gone to hell, he muttered, rolling to his side and trying to rub the sand out of his hair. Youngmiiya, stated the machine while Mai nodded in agreement. This baby has the 3 laws of robotics hardwired in it. It can't kill you, she said, patting the kneeling Mechamite. UNF or 2NATLY. Mai laughed. Don't say such ominous stuff when I'm still groggy, he hissed, sitting up and holding his chest. He hoped it wouldn't be bruised by next morning. Wait, he looked to the 2. What time is it? ITS 5:30 p.m. Thank you, giant toaster. My mom must be worried. He stood up and dusted himself off. I'm heading home, and you should too. I do need to be 𝐂𝐳𝐳. Of course you do. Izuku muttered out. Oh. And Hatsune, get some proper sleep, please. I can't handle another one of. He gestured to the Mechamite with his eyes. 𝐼𝐻𝐾EOFNZ, the machine hissed. Please, he begged. Mai huffed but nodded in agreement. Fin. He looked down at his body in the mirror next morning and, just as he hoped, there was no bruising. He probably force-healed the capillaries that were damaged before the bruises could form when he was unconscious. Thank you, subconscious, and thank you, unnamed quirk. I should name it. After a few minutes of thinking about the logistics of his quirk, something came to him. Total command, he whispered to himself. I like the ring of that. 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐾. Mechamite nodded at him as he got to the beach. Hey Zuku, Mai chimed from its side. He could feel a headache coming already. Please tell me we aren't sparring again. 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐾 SPR. Stand down, Mai ordered, stopping the mech from getting up. I mean, I still want you two to fight so I can actually see my baby in action. But there's no need to blindside him, right Zuku? He shivered at the way she said his name. You would spar with all my babies for me, right? He took a step back. Absolutely not. She entered a giggle fit at his response. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. She waved her hand while holding her stomach, before looking him in the eye with a devilish grin. You don't have a choice, Hatsune. She laughed even harder and doubled over, punching the ground as she struggled to catch her breath. Oh God, your face. He didn't like well-rested Mai. She caught her breath and stood up, leaning on Mechamite. All right. Izuku pouted, the cute expression looked misplaced on his muscular body. But you do need to fight it again. You can't be a hero if you can't even beat my baby over here. She patted the mech. Right. He knew that she was manipulating him. But she was right. Fine, I'll talk to my trainer about it, he huffed, crossing his arms. Should be good exercise anyways. Love why, Zuku, she teased. The next thing he knew, he was having dinner with his mother and All Might. He tried to hide his pleased smile behind the bowl of food he was eating. He noticed that both of them were more relaxed in each other's presence and decided that the more they were together the better it would be for both of them. Now his mother had someone other than Mitsuki to talk to and befriend. I wonder how she and Katsumi are doing. After trying for hours to keep herself hovering with consecutive blasts and falling on her, but every time, Katsumi was fed up. God damn it. Stop screaming. Mitsuki berated from inside the house, shut up, old itty. Another day, another defeat. Izuku huffed, picking himself up from the sand and watching Mechamite strike one of All Might's signature poses. Yo go T4% CSR TO DMADNG TODY, go OD Joby. He should have been mad at that patronizing statement, but he honestly didn't have the power to do so. Just take the compliment, way to go, Zuku Mai cheered from the side as she messed with. Is that a jetpack? Yeah, thanks, guys. He rolled his shoulders, popping them back into place. This had been going on for 2 weeks now. Initially, Mai couldn't take her eyes off the battles, but now she was bored of it. And he was sick of losing to the DMN machine. F it. He has some more fight in him. Hey, let's spar again, he huffed, dropping into a fighting stance. Mechamite looked over him to conduct a scan. It brought its fists up, BNGIT. They clashed fists back and forth for a time. Every once a while the mech would throw a UN telegraphed attack similar to the one that knocked him out the first time they fought, but he had grown accustomed to dodging those. His legs automatically jumped over the kicks, body twisting harshly on its own when his brain didn't have time to process the incoming attack. It had finally clicked. His body had taught itself to dodge on its own. Thank you, total command. Now that he wasn't paying that much attention to dodging, he noticed something. Every time he blocked the punch from the machine, its shoulders shuddered a bit. Weak point. He punched back harder, his own arm shuddering with the force when it clashed with metal. The shoulder shuddered a bit more. Weak point. He roared as he started hitting back harder, speeding up to a flurry of strikes. The machine's one eye widened in recognition. It pulled its arm back. 𝐂𝐸𝐺 perked up at that. I didn't remove the inhibitors, what are you doing? Izuku flinched. Not backing down now. He pulled a punch back himself and let it loose. SMASH. The two fists clashed. A large shockwave crashed through the beach. Izuku's fist started to bleed, but he held steady, fighting against the torque of the hulking machine. He smiled through the pain. Their fists were at a stalemate, neither budging an inch. �MechaMight, for an emotionless robot, looked impressed. But then its eye pulsed. 𝐆𝐴𝐺𝐿 𝐼𝐴𝐺 80%, it stated. Izuku cheered in his head as its arm started to lose power. The mechanical arm groaned while failing hydraulics and grinding metal echoed through �MechaMight's armored frame. Izuku felt his own tendons almost tearing under the immense pressure. He just needed to hold it together for a little longer. He roared, flooding his body with adrenaline to keep it steady under the mechanical assault. �MechaMight swung its other fist. Izuku matched it with his own. The sound of creaking metal filled the beach. 𝐿𝐶𝐼 8064%, the machine spat out as it pulled back its damaged arm. Izuku retracted his arm too. Not backing down now, are you? He taunted. GOBYOND, it replied, pulling its arm into position. Bring it, he growled as he pulled back his own. Their fists clashed again. The sound of shearing metal overtook the sounds of the waves. �MechaMight fell to its knees, holding its shoulder socket. Its arm was gone. Good job, UNG. MIDORIY, it rumbled as its systems failed. Izuku huffed and puffed, holding his own arm. It felt like it was on fire. He probably tore most of the muscle tissue with that last punch. Izuku started to laugh maniacally, falling to his back out of exhaustion. Mai was on her feet instantly, a radiant smile plastered on her face. Another failure, another opportunity to learn. Plus, watching Zuku succeed is always great. You did it, she cheered as she ran up to the exhausted teen, dropping the jetpack she was working on. I did it, he whined softly from the ground, raising his left arm up as his bloody, destroyed mess of a right arm refused to move. But the BLD was already clotting and soon enough he would be able to move it. He's fine. Time to check out how my baby failed. Whoa. She looked at the machine. The shoulder joint was destroyed completely, the steel of the endoskeleton was sheared at the corner. Metal fatigue, she asked aloud, eyes zooming into the surface to check it. Sure enough, she saw the beach marks, proof of metal fatigue. You over-endured it. She concluded. What? He asked, getting up. A good sign. He dragged the dismembered arm over to the main body and looked over her shoulder to see the damage. You beat it in a battle of attrition, she elaborated. Izuku matched her smile. Guess that's the way to beat opponents. I need to fix it and make it better for next time, she said, getting up and taking a step back, hitting against Izuku's chest in the process. No, he hissed. Mai paled a bit at the utter force under his tone. But no, he repeated, his hands grasping her shoulders and anchoring her in place. But Zook no. He breathed for a second, calming down. Just I dunno, teach me basic robotics. You'd have an extra pair of hands to help out when you need it and you won't kill yourself anymore when you focus on these projects, he suggested, slumping. Hopefully, she would take it. She paused for a second. An extra pair of hands that were strong enough to beat a machine into SBMSN. Alright, try to keep up, she said in a sing-songy tone. He let out a sigh of relief. So, like this? Izuku questioned. He raised his goggles and looked down at his solder work. Mai glanced over his shoulder and nodded as he tried to ignore her chest pushing against his back and to keep himself from blushing madly. Why does she lack the concept of personal space? Yeah, good job. Now help me force this plating into place, she ordered as she walked towards some power armor. Yeah, he mumbled, holstering his soldering iron and running to catch up to her. I can't believe we got this sidetracked. All Might huffed, looking at the beach, then at Izuku. How long has this been cleared for? 2 months now. Izuku nodded simply, looking at the now densely populated beach. People had heard the ruckus when he and 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 were sparring and avoided the space, but now with their battles over, the beach rapidly repopulated. Yeah, I kinda forgot to tell you with the sparring and learning robotics with 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻. Sorry about that, 𝐼𝐻𝐻. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 huffed. No need to be apologetic, young man. I saw the pictures you sent of the beast. Taking something like that down was a good exercise before you got this power. Speaking of which, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 paused for dramatic effect. I think it's time for you to get one for all. Hey, Mom, would you mind making some katsudon tonight? Oh, and do you mind if Miss Yagi joins us? Izuku asked his mother through his phone. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 sat on the steps of the newly pristine beach, watching the sunset and its reflection on the ocean. Sure thing, hon, having a cheat day. His mother's chipper voice emanated from the device. Yeah. It's to celebrate how far I've come. Thanks, Mom. See you soon, love you. With a quick goodbye from his mom, the phone call was over. You worked hard for this, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 mumbled looking at the beach. It had been years since she saw its true glory. The kid really went above and beyond. It still feels like cheating to me, he chuckled, looking at the scenery. Toshi laughed. You seriously have self-worth issues, don't you, young Midoriya? She got up and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. In this world where people are celebrated for what they are born with, for the luck of the draw, it's really no wonder. She pulled him into a half hug. But this. She gestured to the beach. This is a result of your hard work. You earned this, and you earned my power. Never forget that. She shifted into her hero form and plucked a strand of her signature hair. Now, eat this. Ay. Why can't I just have normal things happen to me? He gulped the hair down. I think I'm going to be sick, he breathed as 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 gave him a hearty slap on the back. He didn't even budge. Sorry, young Midoriya, you had to take in some of my DNA to get one for all, he shook his head. No need to apologize, I think it's kicking in, he huffed, taking a step forward. Already? But you shouldn't have digested it, she smacked her forehead. Oh right, you can speed that up, she chuckled softly. Here goes nothing. He tried to access the new power he felt, and after a moment, it burst to life, green lightning sparking around him. What is this, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻? She had taken a few steps back and was shaking like a leaf. Scary. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻. Suddenly he doubled down, bruises forming rapidly as he breathed deeply, the lightning stopping as he fell to his knees. Midoriya. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 barked, instantly next to him but not knowing what to do or what had happened. I'm fine, he gurgled, coughing up some BLD. The bruises starting to fade as he forced his body to kickstart the healing process. He gasped and rose to his feet. I think I should avoid going 100% for now. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 nodded, still shocked. What even happened, she asked, her voice low. I think one for all overclocks all the muscles I can access. His breathing leveled out. Normally, that should be fine, but since I have total command. He gulped. It overclocked my heart, too. My BLD vessels couldn't take the strain. Oh, 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 said dumbly. We're going to recovery, girl. I don't think she can do anything about this whole mess, he muttered. Every time I'm here I'm more impressed, he gasped in awe. I hope that lasts throughout your academic career. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 huffed with a soft smile, not really paying attention to whose territory they were walking through. You can't just sleep under the teacher's podium, Aizawa, pestered a sultry voice. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 froze. SHT. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻, questioned Izuku from her side. What is wrong with her, Effie? That voice. What do we have here? Asked the same sweet voice. Izuku turned to see the source. A woman with pure black hair, freely flowing onto her back, entered his vision. She was clad in what he could assume to be S&M gear over a thin, extremely thin, skin-tight bodysuit that left little to imagination on her deliciously curvy body. His eyes grew with a mix of recognition and embarrassment. Midnight. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 feared for her sanity and, more importantly, her students' chastity. Toshi. You shouldn't have. Seriously, my birthday isn't here for another 6 months. Midnight liked her lips. Where did you even find such a... She took a step closer to Izuku. He took a step back, flushing a bit. fine specimen. He is downright adorable, too, Izuku gulped. Haha, well, you know the thing is, All Might started, but then the words faded away in her throat. Midnight ped an eyebrow waiting for the explanation. Or the punchline. I got nothing, she muttered, then swayed to muscle form, picking Izuku up. Run back home, she commanded before tossing him through the window. Hey! I was gonna eat that. Midnight screeched as Izuku hit the ground and booked it. Hours later, All Might arrived at the Midoriya household, more frazzled than usual. Long day, Toshi, chirped Inko from her side. You don't know the half of it, she grimly chuckled as Inko muffled her giggles. All Might and Midoriya shared a knowing, fearful look. UA was gonna be challenging in ways they hadn't imagined. Okay, this is great. It'll be like training, infiltrate the building before Midnight sniffs me out, Izuku reasoned, looking at the colossal grounds of the school. Or we could just ask Recovery Girl to come to us. Knowing Nemirai, she's probably staking out the front security office, All Might countered from his side. Plus, there's no urgency for this. You already slept and I see no negative effects on your body. You feel fine, right? He nodded. Yeah, for the most part, I don't sense any internal bleeding, but you never can be too sure, right? Why do you want to go back there so much? All Might sighed, giving in. There was no stopping Midoriya now. I gotta be able to go through the school without fear if I want to graduate from here, All Might, he answered. And Ima get an autograph from Midnight, damn it. There was no denying that he was a fanboy through and through. They were instantly caught by Midnight. Failed step 1, hissed All Might under her breath. Hey there, handsome. Gonna run away again? Asked Midnight, a predatory gleam in her eye. I hate that you left, but I loved watching you go. To Izuku's credit, he was holding his ground. Barely. His contact with Mai probably helped with that. I was wondering if you could sign this, he said finally, blush becoming neon. All Might facepalmed. Where does he even hide that DMN notebook? What's this? Midnight lost her flirty attitude, genuinely interested in the worn pages of the notebook and marveling at the drawings of her. These are good. Really good. Wow. She flipped through some more pages with interest. He diffused the situation. I can't believe it, All Might thought, flabbergasted. Sure, where should I sign? Asked Midnight, apparently dropping the whole seductress shtick for now. Realizing her slip up, she picked it back up. And you know. She looked at him with the predatory glint again. We could have a private session after this. I'm sure I can be a good model for a fan like you. However, her blush pretty much ruined the whole persona. Oh, under a picture of you is fine, Izuku muttered. All Might nodded. He seems to be getting used to her already. Then she did a double take. He was holding his arms around his face protectively, blushing madly. What is this, a bad rom-com? I can't believe you did that, young Midoriya, All Might scolded after Midnight had left. You did all of this for an autograph. You could have just asked her when you enrolled. He rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, was kinda impatient. I couldn't help myself, he reasoned, waiting at her side as they made it to the infirmary without any other incidents. It's fine. I guess it's just who you are, isn't it? All Might huffed as she knocked on the door of the infirmary, waiting for an answer. Come in, came the recognizable voice of Recovery Girl, the duo heeding her words as they let themselves in. Hello Midoriya, it's been a while hasn't it, smiled the grandmotherly woman. Why, sorry I didn't visit sooner. I was kinda preoccupied with training, he explained, feeling guilty not visiting the old doctor. It's fine, young Yuen, I've heard all about it from Toshi. Here, have some gummy bears. She passed him some candies. So, I'm guessing this is something important, is it your quirk? He shook his head. No, it's one for all. It's reacting weirdly with my body, he said simply. All Might took a seat on an empty bed. He says one for all overclocked his heart and the higher BLD pressure burst some of the thinner capillaries. He seems fine now, but we wanted to check. You two are gonna really kill me one day, I swear, she huffed as she tugged at Izuku's shirt. Come with me, Sonny. Let's check if your body managed to clean up the mess it made. Toshi, what do you feed this boy? My word, muttered Recovery Girl, looking through all the tests she went through. I beg your pardon. His skeleton is 5 times as dense as last time and he has some undifferentiated cells in his minimal fat stores, listed Recovery Girl. In layman's terms, please. All Might asked, clearly lost. I have stem cells in storage. I can regenerate. Izuku muttered, pulling his lower lip in deep thought. It's not to the level of a regeneration quirk, but yes, I'd say you could regrow a finger if it came down to it, which probably won't even happen because your skeleton is pushing biological limits as is. Any denser and bone sores would just bounce off you, Recovery Girl said calmly. I'm pretty sure you'd need to get run over by a steamroller to break a bone at this point. And no, that's not a challenge, she added quickly. Please don't break any bones. Mai had known Izuku for 5 months now and they had become fast friends over that time. Initially, she was only interested in him as a way to get her babies into the spotlight, but he had managed to worm his way deeper into her life. It didn't hurt that the boy was so earnest about his dreams, similar to her in that fashion, nor did his ability to keep up with her during conversations. She knew very well how hard that could be, considering how many friends she lost over that during elementary school, not that she minded that. Friends are overrated, my babies are enough company. Then again. She looked over to the desk Izuku had begun to occupy after his victory over Mechamite. That's right, I couldn't have built that one without his help, she thought. It wasn't just his help getting the materials to the workshop, either. Without his body as her muse, she wouldn't even have imagined Mechamite. Its and LIQ to 𝐂𝐿𝐽 elostian though a t, motiha. Speak of the devil. Mechamite hummed to life, undocking from its charging station and rolling the shoulder Izuku had punched off. Even though she had upgraded and replaced both arms, it still liked to do that. Eyes are weird. Guess not, here. She looked over to the mess of machinery. Why had she made it look like All Might? Was it because she was the strongest hero? Or was it because she was Izuku's favorite hero? She shook her head. No time to dwell on those thoughts. Only 5 months until the UA entrance exams. 5 months before Izuku made his big splash and her support materials got into the spotlight with him. Her eyes locked onto the door as it opened. Hey, Hatsune, announced Izuku as he walked into the workshop. Hey, Zuku. It's been a while, Mai chimed, watching him enter her workshop. He smiled at her. Yeah, I'm back now though. Sorry, my trainer kept me for a y-I, for ONE, ℔ Oh no. His smile soured when he saw the hulking machine behind her, holding something in place as Mai welded away. Ha Hatsune, I thought I told you not to rebuild him, he hissed, crying internally. Zuku, when have I ever listened to you about not building something, she asked, her voice deadpan. He rubbed his chin and then pointed at her. You got me there. How to do this, he hummed, looking at the empty beach. It was an early Sunday morning, so the area was empty of all except him and All Might. They had a good 2 hours before anyone would arrive. So last time, I just tried accessing it full on, like flipping a SWSH, he mused, more to himself than to All Might. What if I focus on a body part instead and only overclock the muscles there? Don't you think you should wait a little bit more and reinforce your capillaries first, she asked, basking in the morning sun. It was good for her overexerted body. No, that would take too long, and I don't think I could reinforce them all, even with total command. He hummed a bit more. I probably could reinforce them a bit, enough to sustain one for all longer than, how long was it last time? 5 seconds. Yeah, I probably could extend it longer than that, but for now I need a way to access it. He nodded. Okay, gonna try to focus on just one limb, in 3, 2, 1. Green lightning cracked to life over the limb and red veins burst to life as his muscles bulged ever so slightly. Okay, that's promising, he swallowed as All Might watched in worry over her pupil. Now. Time to move it. He closed his eyes as he moved his arm a bit, cracking them open again when he didn't feel any pain. It was stable. He clenched and unclenched his hand, shaking his fingers around a bit. I can work with this, he hummed. All Might smiled from the side. He made a fist. Here goes nothing. He pulled his fist back and let loose a punch. One for all fizzled out before he could finish the motion, but the output was definitely larger than he could have produced naturally. The wind pressure kicked up sand and parted some of the waves in front of him. He smiled. I can definitely work with this. I just realized, my mumbled, going through a catalogue of tools while she sat on 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼's shoulders. 156, realized what? Came Izuku's voice from under 𝐒𝐿𝐼, breathing slightly as he did another one-handed push-up, the machine lifting off the ground as he did so. I just assumed you had no quirk, she hummed, still not looking away from the catalogue. 167, well yeah, men don't have quirks, he said, worried where the conversation was going. Exactly, she exclaimed softly. 170, wait, are you asking if I'm a woman? Hatsune, really? He asked back, deadpan. 171, you saw me shirtless. And felt me up. Oh right, I forgot, she replied, not really paying attention. 176, 177, he stalled. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, get off. The machine complied as he rolled over to his side. I do trust her. Hatsune, he began. She looked up from the catalogue, wondering why his words were so heavy so suddenly. I do have a quirk. She dropped the catalogue. I knew it. You just have a very flat chest. She screamed, pointing at him accusingly. No, I'm a guy. I don't know how to explain it, I just have a quirk, he said, sitting up and waving his arms around trying to dispel the accusation. Prove it, she huffed, crossing her arms. The quirk or my gender? He hoped it wasn't the latter. How would I even prove that? He blushed at an image that came up in his head. Gender. Quirk is apparent, you have super strength. No, she said, not backing down. No, it's like total command of my bodily funk, it's not important, he huffed. Prove I, she hissed again. I don't know how to do that. Prove I. Just trust me on this, why would I lie? Her eyes told him that she wasn't going to back down. How would I even prove it? He asked, finally making her think about it, too. She started to blush herself. Oh, right. 𝐼𝐴𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻, chuckled the machine from under my, holding the dropped catalogue. Shut up, they both huffed, eyes darting away from each other. 𝐒𝐭 looked down on the family finances, frowning slightly. We're getting close to the red, she hummed to herself. With Izuku's recent eating habits, it was bound to happen. They were lucky UA had a scholarship system, all education would be paid for by the Hero Association. Perks of being so selective and being the #1 school. But for now, she had to deal with her son eating enough for 3 people. I should start paying attention to sales and maybe look for a better job. She looked at the day's newspaper. There is one right now. I should hurry, she muttered, leaving the house and locking the door behind her. She hadn't noticed Izuku's cracked open door. Oh, you need a job? All Might asked over the phone. Why even call me about this? You're 18, haven't you had a part-time job before? He shook his head, then realizing that he was talking on the phone. And no, there weren't ever any jobs that would accept someone that didn't have a quirk that would help out, not in a part-time level anyway. All Might pinched the bridge of her nose. It was true, there was a recent law that let companies reject applicants based on their quirks. Not many did, but small-time gigs preferred applicants with quirks that matched the job, which meant men usually just got pushed out of the system. There should have been an outcry over it, but then again, even if there was one, it probably got swept away from the public eye when a flashier villain attack happened. You know I could just pay you, right? She huffed, hoping he would take the offer. Being the #1 hero has its perks. Just take the offer. I can't do that, he muttered back, guess not. Fine. I'll ask around and see if anyone knows of places that would hire men. He needs a job. Recovery girl asked over her tea. Why come to me with this? All Might shifted uncomfortably. Why, you probably know better than me. True. She smiled, taking a sip. But you should probably ask Nozomi about it. I can't do that, she doesn't need to know about Izuku yet. What if she tells the words died in her decaying throat. Oh, right. She knows the pains of being a lab experiment, Toshi, she wouldn't just out him like that, she hummed. I also have enough leverage with the government and the Hero Association to keep him out of those places, said a squeaky voice from the PA system of the infirmary. All Might's eyes went wide. Bold of you to assume I wouldn't know about him already, Toshiko. All Might slowly looked around to see the camera that overlooked Recovery Girl's desk. Sorry, Principal. It's fine, I approve of your secrecy, but it won't hold out in the entrance exam. He needs all the strength he has for that one. Can't you just accept him with the other recommendations? Chio huffed, already knowing the answer. Now, where's the fun in that? Retorted the small rodent running one of the most influential and renowned universities in Japan. Not that he would accept that offer anyway, All Might thought to herself. Now about that job, Nozomi said, her voice lower than usual. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? So, came the meek voice of Izuku, looking up to the rodent that ran the place, you want to hire me as a janitor? No, Midoriya, you're going to do much more than that, such as carrying around shipments, helping with cooking, you're going to be an everyman, and in turn, UA will pay for all of your food needs, no questions asked, said Nozomi, something in her eyes making him wary. Does this mean I'm accepted into UA already? Cause I can't, that's cheating, I can't accept that, he said, still not believing his current predicament. Oh, on the contrary, young one. Her eyes sharpened. There was definitely an apex predator mixed into her genetics, he was certain of that. I would much prefer to have you remain as a full-time working employee, so if anything, you will be scored harsher during the entrance exam. Good luck. She might not be human, but she seemed to have the concept of SDSM down pat. Oh boy. Izuku, hun, what is this? Inko asked, worriedly looking at her son carrying what seemed to be a month's worth of food into the house. He gulped. I got a job, Mom, and decided to buy groceries for the house. Hope you don't mind. She was surprised, but couldn't help the motherly sense of pride bubbling in her chest. Not at all. Here, let me help you with that. You gonna get a job, brat? Mitsuki asked, no real bite in her voice. Maybe at UA, hag. Why? Answered Katsumi. Just curious. IWS PRSNG&D Mechamite hum to life. WHYDIDCJUST Shro YOUHSID. It should have HSGendia on IT. Izuku slapped his forehead and my dropped her spot welder. It took you 3 weeks to come up with that, he hissed, still blushing at the memory of that day. ITWSA BACKJUND Pirokes Mechamite said simply. It doesn't matter, I know he isn't lying about it, Mai said, picking up her dropped tool and checking for damage. Why were you even processing that? I was BO-read, NDYNGMIEIS Xiaoming over lesson D leses. The machine looked down, his sculpted-on smile somehow looking sorrowful. His heart clenched a bit at that, even through the warbled voice modulator, the pure emotion was palpable in Mechamite's words. How did you program so much emotion in him, Hatsune? Don't know, I was running on concentrated coffee and less than 5 hours of sleep while building him, remember, she huffed, looking over at the mopey robot. Pretty sure was seeing sounds too, but he is right. Why are you coming over so little? She asked, one eyebrow raising as she walked up to him, still holding the welder. It was usual for him to be sporadic with his visits, but nowadays the gaps were too big to ignore. Plus, she might be missing him a little. Oh, that's cause. Well, she knows almost everything else. I got a job at UA. She pulled the trigger of the spot welder in shock. It sparked for a second, then overheated, and she dropped it before her hand got burned, but the moment it hit the floor and clattered, the lights went out. She yelped and hugged Izuku tight. Hatsune, he asked, his blush growing darker by the second. Sorry, it's just, she pushed her head against his chest. I'm afraid of the dark, she admitted, still holding on to him for dear life. Oh. He strained his eyes trying to see in the pitch black, barely managed to get the silhouettes of objects to appear. He could only force his rods and cones to detect so much in pitch black. Mechamite, can you light the place up, he asked, one arm tenderly holding Mai's back. She seemed to relax at the contact. A single red light started to illuminate the room, the single eye of the robot. 𝐂𝐤𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐻𝐻𝐿 It is gone 𝐂𝐤𝐚𝐲 to replaki. Of course it is. 𝐒𝐩𝐤𝐽𝐝, relax, it's fine, I am here. She flinched a little. Quoting All Might at me, a small smile tugged at her lips. That's so him. He relaxed a little, feeling her smile against him, hugging her more comfortably, one head petting her pink locks. Sorry, it was my go-to. It's fine. It's just who you are, isn't it? A sheepish smile formed on his face. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐝, exclaimed Mechamite as the lights flickered back on. They decoupled slowly after that, with small blushes on both of their faces. He opened the door to the teacher's lounge. It was his first day on the job. So, you're the new help. Izuku was face to face with a woman with long, unkempt black hair, tired eyes, a grey scarf around her shoulders and neck, and black, baggy clothing covering what he assumed was a lean and toned body underneath. You didn't get to be a hero with anything less, yeah, and you are. Aizawa-sensei, right? He asked, kind of intimidated by the woman. I don't know what kind of irrational decision Nozomi made when she hired you, but I can't be bothered to question it. She looked to the side, then started walking away towards a yellow sleeping bag. Bring me some jelly drinks, I'm running low on those. Shiko Aizawa huffed and got into the bag, falling asleep on the floor of the teacher's lounge. Any preferences? He asked to deaf ears. She doesn't have any. Izuku turned to see someone with blonde hair in a faux hawk, voluminous at the base and slicked back on the top. She wore a leather jacket over her slim form with tinted aviator sunglasses perched on her nose. This was present MIC, otherwise known as Hikaru Yamada. She'll drink anything as long as it has some nutritional value, she muttered quieter than usual, apparently not wanting to wake the sleeping teacher. Oh, and could you get some green tea for me? She asked, a sly grin forming on her lips. He nodded. And some berry matcha for me, hot stuff. Midnight called out from her seat. Nemurai, stop that. He's employed now, he could sue for SXL harassment, Aizawa hissed, eyes snapping open, then promptly closing again as she apparently fell back asleep. Or, you're no fun, Midnight huffed, pouting cutely. Izuku shook his head, blushing lightly. Not that I really mind the attention. All right, anything else? He asked, taking notes on his phone for the other teachers. Some sweet tea for me, partner, chimed someone with a weird accent, sounded slightly American, but his eyes searched for the source, and landed on someone wearing a cowboy hat, her visible black hair styled into dreadlocks, with the rest of her body hidden under a red cape. He could only see one arm as it crept out of the cape, messing with the lounge's TV remote. It was strong and muscular, clad in bicep-high gloves, with another pair of heavier-duty gloves on top of those. Snipe, according to the documentation given to him. I wonder what her real name is. Snipe, where is he going to find sweet tea like you want in Japan? Questioned someone with a nasally voice. His eyes drifted to the source, someone wearing a helmet that looked to be salvaged from an excavator, with frazzled orange hair spilling out from the bottom of it and wearing a bright yellow vest, akin to those worn by heavy machine operators, covering her upper torso. Simple blue breathes covered her legs and her metal-tipped fingers were drumming against the coffee table. Power loader, real name, Hitomu Maijima. Oh, some burning black coffee for me, she added. You're drinking stuff endorsed by her? Asked Midnight, squinting at the support course teacher. Hey, it's good coffee. Power loader shrugged. Snipe-sensei, is it all right if your order's a little late? I think I need to make that myself, Izuku muttered, poking his chin with his phone. Take your time, she said, relaxing onto the couch. All right, I got a pager from Nozomi, if any of you need anything just message me there, he said, getting out of the lounge and starting to walk to the nearest convenience store. Good kid. I wonder where Nozomi found him. Power loader hummed. Midnight kept her mouth shut about seeing him with All Might before. I dunno, but color me content. We can laze around more now. I wonder how his tea is gonna taste, muttered Snipe, cupping her hands behind her head. Also Midnight, don't go cradle snatching now. Why here? He isn't that young. Neither are you. Aren't you gonna be 26 this year? Her eyebrow twitched and a killing aura flared around her. I take it back, she mumbled, tensing slightly and pulling her hat down over her face. He got back and passed the drinks to everyone, ignoring a flirty wink from Midnight. He left a carton full of Jello drinks for 𝐒𝐭𝐲 to dig into when she woke up and proceeded to make and pass Snipe her American sweet tea. His pager blinked. Nozomi was calling him to her office. He bid everyone farewell and made his way to her office. "You requested me, Principal." The rodent nodded. "Good work integrating into the faculty, Midoriya." He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "Thanks. Be aware that none of them know that you are going to be enrolling soon. Keep it that way." Something mischievous glinted in her eyes. "She really likes to play around with people, doesn't she?" "No, it's more of a test of their professional integrity," she added, seemingly reading his mind. "They will be grading your scores in the exam, you know. This is a great opportunity to see if they would grade you higher due to their relationship with you. No favoritism allowed." You know, he sweat dropped. Why was she having so much fun with this? "You can go and help out Lunch Rush with preparing the food now," she said, shooing him away with her paw. With another boring day at high school over, Izuku huffed and walked outside. The weather was cold, and he looked down on his phone. 4°C degree. He wasn't wearing a coat. He hadn't thought the weather was that cold while he was leaving the house that morning. "Maybe my body is increasing its internal temperature on its own." Well, that was plausible, given how his subconsciousness tended to work in the background, keeping his body at optimal functions. "Maybe my metabolic efficiency went down to produce more heat. I wonder how far I could push that." "What are you on about, Deku?" Katsumi seethed. He hadn't noticed her walking behind him, nor that he had started mumbling again. Her words didn't have the bite they had 5 months ago. She was wearing a heavy coat, making her flush a little. Probably to keep her sweating and ready if something happened again. Oh, it's nothing, Kaken." He backed off, raising his hands and trying not to look like a target. "Bullshit. You're up to something," she hissed, some of the bite returning. "Are you hiding something from me?" He babbled. "Well, I have been training to be a hero more lately," he admitted. "I noticed that, nerd. It's hard not to notice with how much muscle you got. What do you think I am, an idiot?" She shivered a bit when a gust of wind swept by them. "Aren't you cold dressed like that?" Not really." As she huffed and stomped away, he noticed that she had been growing her hair out. "Her long hair looks good on her," he mumbled unintentionally. "Stop muttering, you idiot." "So, Zuku." He turned around to look at Mai, who was fiddling with something in her hands. "You said your quirk was called Total Command, right?" He nodded. "Yeah, why?" "I'm building your hero suit, remember?" He flinched. "Why you are? But I didn't even get accepted we both know you're gonna make it in." She vibrated with excitement, cutting him off. "I can't wait to make new babies at you." Okay, he accepted, still kind of shocked by her utmost trust in his abilities. He knew she had believed in him somewhat, but this was the next level. "Plus, with your quirk being so versatile, the possibilities are endless for the design," she said, vibrating slightly more. She tossed the thing she was messing with at him. "I was thinking something like this." He grabbed it midair and shifted it around, surprised by the weight. It was a gauntlet, the shell an iridescent green like his hair, and it had some bulk to it towards the elbow like a storage unit. The insides were covered in red polymer and what looked to be a few vital readers. "Hatsune, how long have you been working on this?" "A few weeks." "Try it on," she commanded. He complied, unlatching the undersides of the metal tube and pushing his right hand inside the metal glove, the device locking itself automatically. "It's still in the heavy prototyping stage, but..." She walked up to him and held his arm up, a screen coming to life over his wrist. "It follows your vitals, but also clench your fist, and then tense each finger separately from right to left." "Like this?" he questioned as he tensed his pinky to his forefinger. Text appeared on the screen. "User input accepted. Izuku Midoriya, tense your forefinger to continue." He complied. "Welcome to Limb Extension 1.0, prototype," continued the text on the screen. "Well, that's a good enough example for now," Mai said, taking him out of his wonder-filled trance. I'm planning on coding it so it only accepts input after a certain sequence of muscle contractions, something only you can do, she said, crossing her arms. It's going to be your utility belt of sorts. By the way, how much can you carry on your arms before it becomes too hindering? He looked at her like she was a goddess. No clue. Maybe like 50 kilograms on each arm. He mumbled. Oh. That's great, I can fit even more stuff in, then. She said happily, smiling broadly. He squinted at 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐺. Do you WANTOSPR or SOMFing 𝐂𝐸𝐚𝐺 the machine asked, looking down at him. No. I want to try something, would you mind? He raised his hand and brought it closer to the machine. No, 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐫, it responded. He pushed his hand against the metal frame and forced his tactile neurons into overdrive. He hissed as the sensations grew a little too much for his brain to handle, eyebrow twitching. He refined the sensitivity to only his palm and let out a calming breath. There we go. He waited for a second and increased the force of his heartbeat, feeling the vibration travel through his hand into the frame of the machine. Slowly, an image of the internals started to appear in his mind, with all the turning gears, wires and hydraulics and steel endoskeleton. Thanks to his knowledge of fabrication and robotics gained from 𝐼, he could find the weak points in the armor and the internals. Whoa, he mumbled, taking his hand away and shaking it, letting the nerves calm down. I knew I could amplify senses, but this is new. WHATDIDUDO. I think I just taught myself how to use a sort of biosonar. I gotta tell Hatsum about it. Thanks, 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐺. 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐚𝐲. Working on the support gear for UA and on his schoolwork filled his daily schedule, and the next 3 months passed before he knew it. Midnight's birthday is coming up, isn't it? He hummed to himself while cooking in the UA kitchen. He was wearing an apron with his hair pulled back in a small ponytail, hands gloved as he cut vegetables for curry. Someone wearing a chef's uniform with a metal mask covering her face, lunch rush, nodded. Yeah, March 9th. Wait, how do you know that? She asked, looking away from the rice she was cooking. Haha, well, I'm kind of a hero fanboy, he admitted, tugging at his gloves shyly. Your 𝐶𝐻. June 17th, he hummed aloud. Impressive. She nodded. In any case, why are you asking? Going to give her a gift? I hadn't thought about it, but maybe, he hummed back, pouring the vegetables into a pot. You got any ideas? You're the fanboy here, you probably have a good idea what to give her already, right? He pinched his chin. I might. Izuku remembered how pleasantly shocked Midnight was when she saw his notebook. Her facial expression was burned into his brain. He grabbed his drawing utensils and a sketchbook from his desk. He groaned, looking at the page. No, this isn't going to be big enough. He pulled open his cupboard, grabbing some bigger, better paper and some charcoal. Oh God, this is gonna be hell to clean up afterwards. He looked at the empty white of the paper, and the abyss looked back. Let's just get this started, he huffed, cracking his neck and dumping some charcoal dust onto the page, spreading it evenly with a rolled-up wad of tissue paper. I hope she likes it, he muttered, grabbing the vine charcoal and starting to sketch. Okay, where did this come from? He asked himself, looking at the now finished artwork. It was Midnight in her hero costume, stepping on a large, defeated villain with her thorned WHP in her hand. She was striking one of her signature poses, her eyes sharp and resolute, mouth twisted in a lopsided smile, like one would get after overcoming unbeatable odds. He looked at the clock. 6 hours had passed. Almost morning. Whoa, I zoned out. Too late to sleep now, guess I'm gonna match Aizawa today, he hummed to himself, grabbing fixative and heading to the porch to finalize the poster of Midnight. That day was absolute hell. He almost fell asleep during class 4 separate times, but was startled awake by an outburst from Bakugo each time. Later, he actually did fall asleep during his training with All Might. The pro hero was impressed he managed to fall asleep during bench pressing, snoring lightly as his arms continued to move the heavy bar up and down. I am here, Izuku said absent-mindedly, walking into the lounge like he owned the place. The teachers perked up, expecting Aizawa or All Might, not the usually meek Izuku. Oh God, it's spreading, Hikaru whispered, looking at the sleeping Aizawa and Izuku, who was apparently stealing her look for today with his sleepy eyes adorned with heavy-looking bags. He facepalmed, hand dragging down his face. Sorry didn't get any sleep last night. I'm kinda out of it, he huffed, leaning onto the coffee table for support. Any orders? The teachers looked at each other, feeling some sympathy for the 18-year-old. They all knew the pain of pulling an all-nighter, as it came with the job. Yeah, announced Nemurai, causing Izuku to groggily pull out his phone. Another berry Mardash, he began. She scooted over and patted the cushion next to her. Take a seat, you look like you need it. The others nodded, going back to whatever they were doing. He looked at her shocked at first. Are you Su? Her sharpening look was answer enough. All right then, he mumbled, shoving the device back in his pocket and taking a seat on the couch, sinking into the inviting surface. Comfy, he mumbled, falling asleep almost instantly. Clearly the only rational thing to do in this situation, said Shiko, who was apparently awake now. Do you not sleep in there? Do you just keep your eyes closed or something? Asked Hikaru. That would explain why she looks so sleep-deprived even if she naps constantly, added Hitomu. Izuku's head dropped to the side and onto Midnight's shoulder, causing the women to start blushing. Wow, bold move from the kid, quipped Snipe, chuckling softly. You think he's faking it? She asked Hitomu, who promptly shook her head. He's been working here since December. Do you think he can pull that off without blushing like a tomato? She asked, a sly smile gracing her features. Fair point, he really did look out of it today, anyway. How are you faring, Midnight? Absolutely wonderful, she said, voice slightly strained. Heh, cradle snatcher, Snipe chuckled, causing Midnight to glare at her angrily, which in turn caused Izuku's head to fall onto her lap, making her flinch. Is this SXL harassment? Asked Hitomu. The rest shrugged, looking at the R18 hero who started to match her glasses in terms of color. They look kinda cute like that, Snipe muttered. I ship it, Present MIC stated. Can you not? Whisper shouted Midnight, eyes twitching in anger, blushing even harder. Present MIC knew she was only safe because Midnight was anchored by the sleeping man. He woke up groggily 3 hours later, Midnight coming to focus. He started to blush madly and rolled off her and the couch, falling onto the floor with a thud. Sorry, I must have fallen asleep, he stuttered, crawling backwards, back hitting the coffee table. Some of the teachers laughed at that, while others smiled. Told you he wasn't doing it on purpose, chimed Present MC, Snipe nodding along. It's fine, you needed the rest, didn't you? Asked Midnight, smiling softly, ignoring the banter between the sound hero and the sharpshooting hero. We already messaged Nozomi and Lunch Rush, they said it was fine for you to take a break, so don't worry about that either. His eyes widened at that. Esitsu, he mumbled, looking at his phone, seeing the time. Language, Aizawa hissed in her sleep, causing the rest of the faculty to chuckle. He scratched his head sheepishly and got up. I gotta go, my mom might get worried about me, he said, getting ready to leave. Oh. He stopped, snapping his fingers at the realization. It's your birthday today, isn't it, Kiyomi-sensei? He started digging around his backpack as her eye twitched. I swear if he mentions my age. Here, he said, pulling the rolled-up poster he made last night, handing it to her. I hope you like it, happy birthday. With that, he dashed off. Oh. Our boy has some moves, chimed Snipe. You're gonna need to find a stick to beat the girls off of him, Midnight? She didn't answer, her eyes locked firmly onto her picture on the paper as she unrolled the sheet. Hikaru got up and looked over her shoulder. Wow, didn't know he could draw that well, she hummed looking at the poster up and down. He's full of surprises, isn't he? He sure is, Midnight said absent-mindedly, a small smile gracing her features. Wonder if that's why he didn't get any sleep last night, 𝐿𝐿 said, leaning back. The look in Nemurai's eyes turned a little bit guiltier, but even more thankful for the gift. A few weeks later the room shifted back to its usual state, Aizawa sleeping on the floor and the rest just messing around. Vlad, where have you been? Hummed Snipe as the hulking figure clad in red skin-tight spandex walked in. Izuku looked over from the dishes he was doing. Short, spiky silver hair glinted under the fluorescent lighting of the teacher's lounge. She had a slight underbite, letting her lower canines poke out over her upper lip. Her physique was something to behold, a far cry from the other teachers, with large sculpted muscles covering her body. Vlad Queen. Civilian name, Shory-Khan. Well, unlike Caterpillar there she pointed at Aizawa in her sleeping bag. I still have a class, and they have been training their ultimate moves for a while. Why did you think Cementos, Ectoplasm, and me have been missing for so long? The rest of the teachers shrugged. This year's haul didn't have any potential at all, Aizawa said plainly, and if they need this much hand-holding for ultimate moves, that only proves my point. It's illogical to waste time on them. What's illogical is that you have a goddamn sleeping bag, lie in it all day, yet you don't sleep in it, hissed Shiori, not liking Shiko's tone. Her crimson eyes landing on Izuku. Who are you? A new stew. Her eyes widened. A man. The rest of the staff looked baffled, while Izuku stiffened for a second. Did you not read Nozomi's email? Hikaru asked, deadpanning. She told us we were getting someone to help out here and there with chores. Oh, that. Shiori exclaimed, fist hitting her palm in an moment, causing the rest to sweat drop. Midoriya Izuku, at your service, he announced, bowing slightly as his phone and pager pinged. Oh, sorry, not at your service right now. Lunch rush needs me. He pulled out his pager. Principal Nozomi gave me this. If you need anything just ping me here, but I need to be going now. He quickly finished drying the mugs he was washing and dashed out of the room. Here. Polite kid, Shiori huffed, nodding in agreement. You don't know the half of it, Nemurai mumbled. You got a frame for that picture yet, lover girl? Snipe teased. Nemurai got up and hugged the sharpshooter from behind, causing the teacher to fluster under the mask. Mention that again, she hummed, voice heavy and breathy, and I will make sure no one finds your body. She sing-songed, hand walking down her torso in a teasing manner. The rest of the teachers shivered. With Izuku around, acting like a lightning rod, they had started to forget how sadistic and flirty Midnight was towards everyone, not to mention terrifying when she wanted to be. What picture? Shiori mumbled to the closest teacher, who happened to be present. I'll tell you later, whispered Hikaru, trying her best to not land in Midnight's crosshairs. He huffed, looking over the piece he was working on in secret. It was something he cooked up after seeing Mai's apparent deep fear of the dark, some goggles that shifted into night vision automatically based on the light levels of the environment. He was busy making the shifter work faster, so the user wouldn't have to deal with the dark too much, nor would the light suddenly coming on be an issue. Got less than a week to finish this, he hummed, looking over the device. More than enough time. Maybe I could reinforce the lenses and add a weld cover so she can use it more often, he hummed, looking at the simple goggles. His eyes widened, remembering the minimal posters around Mai's workshop. Maybe, I swear if you blast me with that fire extinguisher when I am not on fire one more time, I'll break you worse than Izuku ever did, she hissed at Mechamite. NOPM. Hey Hatsune, Izuku said, walking through the gates of the lab, watching her stand in the middle of the workshop in her hover boots. Testing the goods. She nodded, turning the boots on and smiling in delight as she started to hover a couple centimeters over the ground. She shifted a foot and let the propulsion push her towards him. Test success, she announced proudly, not noticing her apparent lack of brakes. His eyes widened. Hatsune watched as he was cut off by her knocking into him, taking them both down to the ground. Oh right, forgot the brakes, she mumbled as an afterthought, not noticing their rather compromised positions, her chest pushing against his. Shouldn't you wear protection for this, he said, rubbing the back of his head, blushing but trying to ignore the sensation of her on top of him. I trust my babies, she said, pushing her tongue out at him. Fine, fine, he said, surrendering to that logic. But guess what day it is? You came over so Saturday? She asked, not really the best at keeping track of the dates and days. It's April 18th, he said, giving her a hint. And? She got off him and then her eyes widened. Wait, is it our anniversary? Don't phrase it like that, he said blushing as he stood up as well. And no, it hasn't been that long since we met. Here. Feels like I've known you my entire life, she mumbled, not really thinking about it. He could agree with that. Don't get sidetracked, it's April 18th, he repeated, trying to grab her attention again. Still doesn't ring a bell, she huffed, starting to get a little annoyed. It's your birthday. Here. She turned around to look at Mechamite. Oh, it is. Happy birthday, mother, chimed the robot, its voice getting somewhat softer. Oh, thanks, she mumbled, not really knowing what to do. It had been too long since anyone had celebrated her birthday. Some shuffling brought her attention back to Izuku, where she saw him pull out a large gift-wrapped box from his backpack. Thankfully, it wasn't damaged in their collision. He looked back up at her. Happy birthday, Hatsune, he said with a dazzling smile, passing the box to her. For a few seconds, she only looked at the box, her brain not really clicking into gear. She blabbed. Come on, open it, he said, smiling wider at her confused expression, and prompting her to finally move. I thought you might like it. She looked at the goggles with an awestruck expression. How did you dash, she mumbled, looking at the craftsmanship. Izuku had definitely built it, she would recognize his precise welding anywhere. It only added to the overall aesthetic of the structure, large red-barreled goggles housed on a red metal band, riveted into place, with two pieces of tubing coming out of the sides and a valve to the side. Steampunk. Just how she loved it. She was broken out of her trance by Izuku panicking. Hatsune, is everything alright, he blustered. She looked at him in confusion, then noticed the wetness on her cheeks. Oh. She wiped her arm over her eyes. Sorry, I just love it, she nodded, smiling widely. I love it so much, Zuku, thank you. He let out a sigh of relief. Don't thank me yet, try on first. She did as such, the leather lining inside the goggles fitting around her head like a dream. The barrels felt a little heavier than she had expected, but the added heft didn't really bother her. Okay, hit the lights, Mechamite. 𝐻𝐻TNG the 𝐿𝐼GHTS. Wait, no. Why had he forsaken her like this? When the darkness fell, she was expecting to be scared out of her mind, but instead, she was shocked by a click from inside the goggles and her vision going green. Why you added night vision, she asked, looking at Izuku, seeing him like it was daytime, albeit lacking colors other than green. I thought you might need it, he said sheepishly, looking at where he thought Mai was. Blinded by the dark. It also has hardened lenses so you can wear it as protective gear. The lights turned back on, she was surprised that the green night vision went away instantly. Plus, if you twist the barrels, you can engage the welding mode. She stared at him, her emotions unreadable due to the goggles blocking her upper face. I am so glad I met you, she mumbled, hugging him, new goggles digging into his side. His eyes darted away in embarrassment and patted her back awkwardly. The feeling is mutual. I forgot, he hissed, high pencil almost burning up in his hand from how fast he was sketching. I forgot her birthday while focusing on Hatsume's goggles, damn it. Whose? Asked someone at his door. Kaka- his hand stilled as he looked up to see the skeletal form of All Might. The girl you saved all those months ago. The one that screamed at you after you did. She asked, leaning on the doorframe. Oh, and your mother says that the food is almost ready. He dumbly looked at her a little bit more. Can I ask you to sign something? It was her birthday. She had hoped that it would be apparent and people around her would have celebrated. Or have at least just wished her a happy birthday. She didn't get any on that. Damn it, she mumbled when she was out of earshot of everyone and almost at home. I'm back, she announced, kicking the door open and was greeted by her mom screaming back. Stop doing that. She huffed, tossing her bag to the side. No. It had gotten to her that not even Izuku had celebrated her birthday, not that she deserved it. Oh, Izuku came over a while back, out of breath. You chase him here or something? Teased Mitsuki. He's here, she asked, not believing her. How'd he even beat me here? He was still in the classroom when I got out and I never saw him on the road. Nah, he said something about a job and dashed off. Why didn't you tell me he got so jacked? Here. Planning on keeping him all to yourself. Teased Mitsuki again. What the F are you talking about, old hag? Katsumi tried to deadpan, but the effect was lost when she started to blush heavily, her voice cracking a bit. You sound like you know, she teased. Ah, my little girl is growing up so fast, Katsumi's hands crackled. Anything else, she huffed, growing tired of this whole maternal teasing shtick. Oh yeah, here. Her mom tossed a large tube at her, which she recognized as one of those poster packages. You got me a birthday gift, she huffed, looking at the label. Happy birthday, Kaken no Fing Wei. Why do you think he stopped over, just to see me? Her mom teased more. Katsumi ignored her and slowly went upstairs to her room. Hey, don't ignore your mother. She closed her door behind her and opened the poster as gently as she could, not wanting to damage it. She was face to face with one of his pictures of her unleashing a massive explosion with a vicious and victorious smile on her face, her hair pulled into a ponytail as she wore the hero costume they had designed as little kids. When they were still best friends. She noticed the signature on the bottom. Wait, that isn't his handwriting. Holy SHD. It was All Might's signature, with I am sure you'll be one of the best heroes of our time written underneath it. You goddamn nerd. She sniffled a little bit, a small soft smile on her face. Something she could only do inside closed doors. Thank you. Say that to his face, her mom screamed from the other side of the door. Shut the FUP, you cougar. It's time, he breathed, staring at the gates of UA. It was April 24th, the day of the practical exam. They really are cutting it close, he huffed, walking through the gates. The exam is too close for move-in. Then again, the written portion was at the beginning of April. They might just give out the acceptances tomorrow or the day after. He imagined Nozomi cackling evilly, and this might be just to amp up the street. Stop Fing, mumbling nerd, grumbled Katsumi from behind him, taking him out of his trance. Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of other test takers, eyes landing on her then gravitating to the man right next to her. The crowd around them succumbed to whispering at each other, or just looking at Izuku in shock. Kaken, could you please keep your voice down? You're attracting too much. He meekly started, getting cut off. I'll keep my voice down when you stop this suicidal nonsense. Deku, she screeched. He didn't back down. Keeping his ground. She huffed and passed him by, her shoulders slamming against his, hair trailing behind her. That could have gone better, both of them thought. Izuku, now hyper-aware of all the eyes on him, decided to just ignore it and continue walking towards the main hall for the orientation on the exam. Closing his eyes as he did so. This shouldn't get to me. I am ready for this exam. More than enough. He really wasn't. His foot caught on a slightly higher brick on the pavement, causing him to trip. Oh, way to go, Deku, he chided himself, preparing for a martial arts flip to not slam down on his face. Moments before his roll, something touched his shoulder. Inertia flipped him forward as his weight left him, his momentum dying midway though, causing him to float upside down. Hey! Oh, sorry, didn't know you were gonna do that, said a bubbly voice. He looked down. To see her face, a little round with 2 pink blush marks right on her cheekbones. Face framed by brown hair that seemed to disagree with gravity, floating at her sides with supernatural volume. He tried his best to ignore his inner is going crazy with the sudden lack of gravity throwing them off. He also tried to ignore that he could see up her skirt. Thank God she is wearing shorts under there. She grasped him by his ankle and softly rotated him back, right side up. I shouldn't have used my quirk, but it would have been bad luck if you fell down. Right. Her eyes were still closed, her mouth in a soft smile. Sunlight hitting her hair just at the right angle to highlight her hair like a halo. She looked angelic. She clapped her hands. He thought it was her apologizing again, but he realized it was her dispelling her quirk when he felt his weight return. Let's both do our best on the exam. She opened her eyes midway through saying that. His emerald eyes met her brown ones for the first time. She started blushing wildly, the blush marks growing to encompass all of her face. Well, that's a reaction I am not used to. Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you, he said, reaching a hand out, blushing slightly. She was adorable. Yura, she started blush getting even darker. Rararuch, her quirk accidentally activated, causing her to start to float upwards. Rarara, panicking, he grabbed her by the shoulder, hoping that her quirk was hand contact only. That caused her to blush harder. Rarara, his phone pinged. 5 minutes till the start of the orientation. He started sweating. Could you turn off your quirk? The orientation is about to start. It was useless. She was too caught up in her own panic to even hear the outside world. He could relate to that. Sorry about this, he said, more than to himself rather than her, and grabbed her by the wrist, starting to pull her towards the auditorium like a red balloon. No one noticed the bricks sink back onto the pavement. The general banter of the auditorium brought her out of her fluster. She poked his hand, looking away from him. Seeing that she was slightly back to her senses, he pulled her down further, letting her disengage her quirk and land on her feet safely. She muttered a soft thank you and dashed away to her seat. I should do that too, he muttered, looking down to his exam ticket. He searched for the seat in the area right next to Bakugo. Great, he took his seat next to her, causing her to huff in annoyance. He grimaced but held steady, waiting for the orientation to start. The lights went dark and a spotlight shone at the podium. Everybody say hey, announced President Messi. Shifting into her radio persona, she was met with silence, a dignified response, she muttered under her breath, but it was still audible to the crowd. Let's get this show on the road. Yeah, she exclaimed, trying to get someone to react. Izuku looked around. No one was taking the bait, and he wasn't prepared to take the spotlight in here. Tough crowd today, she huffed, her chin scratching against her neck as she pouted. For the listeners just tuning in, today is the day of the practical exam. It's one of the requirements for your application for the hero course. She pulled a remote out of her pocket and clicked it, the screen behind her coming alive, a big box with "You are here" written on it showing up on it. You all have been assigned test areas, which is on your exam ticket. She clicked button again, 7 other boxes showing up connected to the main box, labeled alphabetically. In these areas you will be battling foe villains for 10 minutes, scored. She clicked the button again, a stylized cityscape and 3 silhouettes appearing on the screen. 1 to 3, defeat a villain, and you will get the amount of points it has been labeled as. More information can be found at the pamphlets on your desks. She droned on, slowly getting irritated by the matter-of-fact announcement. It was not her style. Excuse me, came a loud voice, the whole auditorium suddenly shifting focus to someone with short navy hair, which looked to be blow-dried in a wind tunnel, and black rectangular glasses, with her hand raised high in the most mechanical fashion. Yes, number 7111? Asked Hikaru, eyebrow raising over her aviators. A spotlight clicked into life, illuminating the interrupter. This pamphlet states that there are 4 foe villains, and if this is a misprint, UA, as the most prominent university in the country, should be ashamed. She turned around with precision, pointing at Izuku. Also you, male, the general studies exam is not here. Izuku looked baffled. And to his shock a spotlight clicked over him as well. I know. Before she could go on, Present Mic cut in, sweating a little under the aviators. Okay, 7111, it wasn't a misprint, I was just about to get to that dash. She huffed and clicked a button. The 4th type is a 0-pointer dash. A huge silhouette appeared on the screen towering above the first 3. It's more of an arena trap than something you need to defeat, and a pain in the neck to deal with. I'd suggest running from it. Also, UA has opened the doors for male applicants for the hero course 2 years ago. He probably has the right place if he has a seat, she continued, voice growing strained, which only Izuku had picked up on. Why is he here? My apologies, the interrupter huffed and bowed at 90 degrees, sitting back down. Now with that explanation, let's get this party started, she screeched, dropping back to her radio persona. One last thing from me, listeners, remember the school's motto, go beyond, plus ultra, plus ultra. The auditorium cheered. Not that tough of a crowd after all. Next thing he knew, he was standing at the gates of the faux city, flanked by other test takers. He saw a glimpse of Brown and saw the girl from the entrance. Should at least get her an inch. His mouth clamped shut when a hand landed on his shoulder. It was the stiff girl with the glasses from the auditorium. Are you here to unnerve us? Were you perchance hired by UA to see what we would do in an unforeseen situation? She questioned, her eyes hidden by the lens flare of her glasses. No. I am here to take the practical exam just like you, he said, looking down slightly, not used to other people being around his new height of 195 centimeters. She is what, 185? Pretty built though. He focused on her physique to try and dispel the anxiety bubbling up from everyone looking at him. Smirking. One less competitor echoed through their collective minds. She huffed, looking away. An unsightly lie. Why would a man even take this exam? You can't pass it without a dash and start, screamed Mic from the watchtower, taking his chance to escape from their eyes and the girls questioning. Izuku shrugged the hand off and ran. Everybody ended up looking at his trail like he was a madman. That boy can run, I swear, Dancy muttered, looking at him. Go. Well, what are you all waiting for? There are no countdowns in real life. Go. Everyone else started running behind him like a herd. Izuku at the lead was the first to reach a foe villain. A one-pointer. Target sighted. Mu dash. The robot was cut short when Izuku sped up even more, shoulder tackling the machine into his nearby brother. The machine sparked and exploded, taking both out at the same time. That was easier than I thought. He knew he was built, but Din. Hikaru whistled, watching from the tower. 6 minutes remain, echoed Mic's voice. Izuku ripped a rocket launcher from on top of a three-pointer, reaching in the newly opened hole and dislocating the main heatsink. When he jumped off, the machine hissed, overheated, and then promptly exploded. 28 points. There should be a better way to do this, he thought aloud, his eyes slowly gravitating towards the loaded rocket launcher he had liberated from the machine. He smirked. "Wait, is that Midoriya?" asked Power Loader, leaning in on her chair, staring at the main screen. "What are you talking about? Why would Midnight's eyes widened. Why is he there?" "He is taking the test like all the others," hummed Nozomi. Her eyes sparkled when he picked up the rocket launcher, and he seems to have the right idea, she smirked, canines glinting in the dark observation room. Everyone got a small shiver up their spine. Ahahaha, Izuku laughed manically. There was a certain power he got from just watching the robots fall from the explosions he caused. He understood Kaken now. He had managed to hot-wire the exposed cabling of the missile launcher, one hand holding the makeshift trigger while the other arm held the heavy ordnance. He crossed the wires again, and instead of firing it clicked. DMN. Empty. Realization soon kicked in. "Oh hell, I lost track of my points," he hissed. "What is it now? 40 dash." A yelp directed his attention towards a sparkly woman, apparently having trouble with another three-pointer. Not hesitating, he flung the empty rocket launcher towards the robot, catching it in the head. The machine, losing its main control system, crumbled and fell to the ground motionless. "You and I make a good team, UI?" asked the girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, whom he had just saved. Something just felt off about her though. Maybe it's the weird smile. "I suppose that was a good bait. You alright though?" "Oh, I just a stomachache. When I use my quirk too much my stomach might collapse. Or maybe it was just the French. I see." He just didn't know how to respond to this woman. "With that I must bid you adieu." And she ran off. "Guess this is my life now." He turned back to the machine's exposed neck. "Oh. Now what do we have here?" Is that even allowed?" asked Vlad, staring at Izuku perched on a three-pointer rolling through the exam grounds with ease, making the now-tamed machine shoot down its own brethren. "Did he remove the speed limiter on it?" How mumbled Power Loader under her breath. "It's the most logical way to do it." Aizawa hummed, a smile forming on her face. "It's the most fun way to do it," Nozomi added, nodding. The machine petered to a stop, while overclocking the engine really sapped the battery. He huffed, jumping off. "I should have more than enough points to pass now. I should also probably stop talking to myself." He chided himself in embarrassment. "Wonder how the entrance girl is doing." His eyes caught robots floating to the sky slowly, then plummet back down. "That answers that question." He felt the ground rumble. 3 minutes remain. "It's time. Let loose the zero-pointers." Nozomi cheered, pressing the big red button on her control panel. A large hand shot out from the ground, grasping at one of the buildings, then pulling the rest of its massive body up. Steam hissed, and hydraulics churned as the machine rose up from the ground. A zero-pointer had arrived to the scene present. Mic's mouth dropped open. This wasn't in the playlist. She knows what type of robot had been assigned as zero-pointer in these tests. This wasn't that type. She looked to the other test centers as 3 mechanical spider legs tipped with threads slam onto the ground of the test center, causing the whole city to rumble and some buildings to start collapsing. Everywhere else had the supposed zero-pointer, not this. She quickly called the observation deck. "Nozomi, why do we have a 4th-year level zero-pointer here?" she asked, voice wavering. Izuku looked up at the colossal beast of steel and iron. Large shoulders attached to a wide chest, and that attached to a heavy-duty waist, connected to 3 large legs which held it up. It roared to life, all the lights on its angular head blinking into existence. "Isn't that a bit overkill?" screamed the proctors in union. "No, it's fine," Nozomi stated. All Might started sweating next to her. "Nozomi, that Power Loader started holding her helmet in fear. "That thing doesn't have the necessary parameters. I don't see the problem. It won't know when to stop. It's not programmed to stop. It will kill these children." All Might started to sweat even more. "Oh, what do you mean?" "Oh," hissed present Mic to her phone. "Target sighted. Commencing attack," rumbled the Goliath. 2 Gatling cannons rose up from its back, firing a scattershot of lasers that hit buildings nearby the testers. How is this even fair? Screamed Izuku, dodging nearby rubble falling towards him. That wasn't actually close to anywhere vital, thank God. He knew that voice and started dashing towards the source. He could see the brunette from the entrance through a window, her leg pinned under a big piece of rubble. Enemy crippled, going in for finisher, echoed the machine. His eyes widened and picked up his pace. That doesn't mean what I think it does, right? The interrupter saw him starting to dash through a wall towards the 0-pointer. Suddenly the machine blurred over the pinned girl, hand raised ready to punch the ground. Ready to leave red paste where she was. Nozomi, that's gonna kill that girl, turn it off or I'll engage, screamed Present MIC from the intercom. Stand down and... The rodent said simply. Like hell, I didn't sign up to watch hero prospects get killed It's too late now anyway, just watch, Nozomi. Said voice monotone and steady. All other proctors looked ready to just say F it and run to the test area. Oh F that I'm getting in right dash. The punch started to fall, no way she was making it now. They all heard MIC flinch over the intercom. The fist stated to fall, blurring on screen. The teachers gasped. A green mop of hair dashed in the last second before impact. A dust cloud covered the camera as the fist hit the ground. The observation deck fell silent. What in tarnation, muttered Snipe. He grunted under the pressure, his joints creaking in protest. What dash, the girl muttered, cracking her eyes open. This didn't feel like death. Her eyes landed on Izuku. Why? She mumbled, not really believing what she was seeing. He was holding up the giant fist. She could hear the machine groaning in effort to push down harder. I made it, he grunted. Most of the teachers were awestruck at the observation deck. All Might was smiling proudly. That's my boy, the interrupter babbled, watching the machine struggle. What is going on there? He felt his body start to give in, the fist inching forward. He engaged one for all, pushing the fist back up, green lightning sparking across his left arm, back and legs. Any more and I might trigger full body and collapse. But I can't just hold this forever either. Can you move? He called out to the girl. Not looking back. She mumbled a sorry. All Might smile faltered. He can't do that any longer, can he? Mumbled Midnight, worry overcoming her. He got himself into that mess and he needs to get himself out, huffed Aizawa. Trying to hide her own anxiety over the whole mess. Let's see if he can, chimed Nozomi, the only one enjoying this. He felt the gears in the robot start to skip. Maybe I can outlast feel. He forced the neurons in his hands into overdrive again. Normally his biosonar could only detect so far. But the machine, vibrating with effort, was basically mapping it out for him. He started to smile. This thing had nothing on Mai's designs. Did he just accept death, or is he putting a brave face on? Mumbled Snipe, starting to get into denial about all of this. Just one of Nozomi's mind games, right? On the screen Izuku exclaimed there and punched with his right arm, onto what looked like a random spot, then another and another. Or he just went insane, she continued, staring at the screen. Definitely one of Nozomi's mind games. Wait dash, Power Loader's eyes widened. Holy, she mumbled in recognition. The metal groaned under his blooded fist. No time to stop. A few more to go. He could feel the endoskeleton of the machine start to creak from localized attacks he was giving. Only a few more and... He heard a crack. It's over now, He pushed hard with his left, raising the fist in a last hurrah. He poured all of one for all into his right arm. Local environ. His mind echoed for a second, his muscles bulging, ripping his shirt off in the process. And he punched upwards. The stress marks he had beaten into the skeleton of the machine sheared. The massive arm shot up like a missile above the Titan's head, its internal batteries and engines compromised. It sparked. And promptly exploded mid-air, taking the machine's head along with it. The proctors stared at the screen in shock. Some gabbed their heads, trying to comprehend what just happened. Then they all started screaming in celebration of it all. A man had just beaten a 4th-gen 0-pointer. I did it, he huffed as the machine slumped to its side, grinding against buildings and falling to the ground. His arm had popped out of its socket, but that was nothing. He could still stand. He managed to stagger his way to the rubble, pinning the woman's leg down, gripping it with his left and pushing. There goes my internal organs. His vision blurred, and he dropped forward. Panicking, she lifted her hands before he crashed down on her. Her pads connected with his skin, and he started floating right above her. Time's up, came the ever-present voice of Present MIC. She seemed out of it. All the test takers in Area B were. I am gonna skin Nozomi and wear her fur as my winter coat, hissed recovery girl, kissing yet another hurt applicant. Damage from falling debris, minimal. She had finally made it to the middle of the area. All the other testers had scattered to the outcrops, leaving the main clearing, where he had made his stand, empty. Now that wasn't a scene I expected to see, she huffed, looking at the floating form of Midoriya, hovering above a girl that seemed to have a quirk that changed her skin color. Or was it blushing? No matter, she poked at him with her cane, causing him to drift to the side of the girl, closer to the ground. You can drop him, youngin, it is your quirk, right? Right, she mumbled, clapping her hands and re-engaging gravity on him. I open up, she huffed, dropping a few gummies down Midoriya's mouth. Isn't that dangerous? Couldn't he choke on those? She asked, still worried about the health of the guy who had saved her. He'll be fine. Now let me get your leg checked out. Can you lift the boulder off you? She nodded. He woke up groggily. Did anyone get the number of that truck that hit me? He mumbled, eyes slowly focusing on a face of an angel sitting up next to him. Oh god, I actually died, sorry mom. All Might Okiko staring at him with shocked eyes. How did he get back up already? Recovery girl didn't even kiss him yet. Then the rest of his memories came back, along with the pain of his dislocated shoulder. Oh right, test dash. Watch out for overexerting yourself like that, recovery girl huffed. Your body doesn't have unlimited energy to keep up with your will, you know. I know that, he huffed, grimacing at his soreness. Let's see if this works. He gasped and held his right shoulder in his left hand and took over fine control of his right deltoid and right pectoral, causing the muscles to twitch and contract at the right angles to snap the misaligned joint into place with a loud pop. Oh, he hissed, rolling the shoulder in an effort to dispel the ache and pain caused from the whole operation. When the pain started to fade, he noticed it. Where is my shirt? The girl from the entrance blushed harder. The testing was done, and the applicants sent back home. And the teachers reconvened in the observation deck. Present MIC was the last to arrive. Nozomi, I will have your head for this. That was too recall. Present MIC was cut off by the rodent bear thing. No, it wasn't. There was no danger to the students' lives, the rodent started, eyes squinting when the voice hero looked like she was gonna add something to it. Before you start, do you think I, with my quirk, high spec, would overlook something like parameters on a mech? She hissed. I might not be able to create AI like Power Loader, but I sure do know how to adjust parameters to fit it into a beginner level. But why? Came the unanimous question from all the proctors. Sans Aizawa, this was testing us, wasn't it? To see if we could be unbiased while grading. Aizawa accused, yeah, but that's thrown out the window. Midoriya surpassed even my highest expectations. I was thinking he was just going to grab her and get out. Nozomi huffed, miffed that her plans were thrown asunder. And right he did. Power Loader hummed. Did you show him the blueprints of the fourth general? He knew where to punch to compromise the skeleton. He wasn't just punching randomly. Vlad gaped. Midnight messed with a remote, pulling the video of him starting to punch the mech. Look at his eyes. He knew where to punch. Midnight looked. Stop getting lost in his eyes, Snipe teased softly. Midnight glared back. Doesn't change that he went in over his head. Aizawa huffed. That's what heroes do. Aizawa All Might thought so. Snipe bumbled. What grade do we even give him? Cause I am giving him a 10 out of 10 inch. Any less would be lying. I mean, look at the kid. Vlad huffed, gesturing towards the recording. MIC was seeing the whole incident for the first time, and the moment he had punched the arm off, she screamed out a yeah. Yamada, I will use your vocal cords as dental floss, hissed Aizawa. Sorry, couldn't help it. She muttered. Nozomi nodded. Cementos, ectoplasm, what do you two think? They were the control group, as they didn't really have contact with Midoriya up to that point. I mean, Cemento started, voice heavy and full. I cannot give anything other than full points to a spectacle like that. What he did was true heroism, through and through. Ectoplasm nodded. Isn't his drive the reason you hired him to begin with? I mean, she looked at the rest of the teachers. He even managed to get under Eraser's skin. Considering her initial reaction, he has the charisma to be the next number one. And with that attack, she gestured at the moment his fist made contact with the mechanical beast. He shows that he has the power to back it up too, even without a quirk. All Might's eyes widened. Without a quirk. She looked at Nozomi, whose eyes just screamed, do not ruin this for me. She didn't even know how her animalistic eyes managed to convey that. Nozomi nodded. Guess didn't need to test you all after all. Why did you even test them? All Might spoke up, sweating a little. She wasn't part of the jury, so she had kept her mouth shut for all of the discussion up to this. Nozomi looked her dead in the eye. Dunno, I don't believe that. He rolled his right shoulder again. Riding the metro back to his home. He would have gone to Mai's workshop, but she had basically kicked him out last week till they both got their acceptances. Something about bad luck seeing his face before it was said and done. His green eyes caught brown ones. Oh dash, they both muttered looking at each other. Thank you for the save, they both said at the same time. He smiled, and she looked lost. Boo, I didn't save you though, she mumbled softly. Yeah you did, at the entrance remember, he beamed. She had to look away, he was just too bright at the moment. But you already had that covered, she mumbled. It's the thought that counts, he said. More people exited the cabin, it was now just the two of them. What's your stop? He asked, trying to break the awkward silence. The next one, she mumbled. Really? He asked. That's mine too. Where do you live? She gulped. Staying at one of the newer buildings till if I get accepted to you. Oh, you will get accepted, no worries, he said, his voice not even having an ounce of doubt. Wait, he hummed, you said the building was newly built, right? Does it have gas? She shook her head. It was her mom's latest construction project, and since she was basically squatting there for a few days at most, they hadn't set up the natural gas. Oh dash, my mom would kill me if I just let her go back home without a proper home-cooked meal after that test. Wanna swing by my home? Have something to eat? She looked at him like he had grown a second head. I mean, if you are offering. She wasn't one to refuse free meals. Oh my god, muttered 𝐒𝐿 under her breath when she opened the door, looking at Izuku and a young woman the same age as him, looking around shyly. Oh my god, she muttered again, causing the mysterious woman to look distressed. Hey mom, I met her at the exam, her son muttered, looking kinda worried his companion was about to bolt. Sorry for the intrusion, she mumbled in a small voice. 𝐒𝐿's maternal senses flared. Oh, it's none at all. Get in, she said, inviting them in with her hand. Sorry for staring, I'm just not used to Izuku inviting friends over. Well, any his own age, not since her sorry for coming uninvited, she mumbled, following his mom, shocked by the sudden maternal aura filling the small house. She stepped out of her shoes and walked behind 𝐒𝐿 into the main hallway, Izuku hanging behind and giving her some breathing space. Her eyes landed on an All Might themed nameplate. Her muted bubbliness rose throughout her and couldn't help but giggle at the sight. It sounded appealing to both Midoriyas. So your favorite hero is 13? Izuku breathed after swallowing his bite. Yeah, she hummed. Seeing the nameplate on the door had made him somehow more approachable. It reminded her of the one she used to have, one stylized like a widened-out spacesuit helmet. Suddenly he turned from this unapproachable being that was nigh a legend, a man, to just another person. A very attractive person with firm muscle. No bad 𝐒𝐿, she was the one with the spacesuit, right? 𝐒𝐿 hummed from her side. Having her around also somehow helped. Having another woman interact with him and provide a reference calmed her even more. Yeah, it helps her use her quirk, black hole, effectively, she said chippily, then got embarrassed a bit. Sorry, I am gushing, 𝐒𝐿 chuckled. Sweetie, you should see Izuku. He has filled books about other people's quirks. I am used to it. Izuku had dropped his chopsticks and was hiding his head in his arms in embarrassment. Oh no, he is adorable, she blushed a bit. What? They are amazing, hun. Come on, bring one of them out. He was about decline, or at least that's what she thought, seeing his expression. But then his eyes caught his mother's pout and he nodded softly, getting up to grab the book. Remember, he has a weak spot for puppy dog eyes, 𝐒𝐿 whispered when he entered his room, out of their earshot. 𝐒𝐿 mumbled. When you want him to do something he is unsure of, just hit him with the good old puppy eyes, she clarified. Works like a charm. She gave the girl a thumbs up. Oh, 𝐒𝐿 will remember this. I got one. Izuku huffed, bringing out his notebook. Heroics for the future. Hero analysis number 20. He passed the book to his mother. She questioned, flipping through the pages. 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened. Is that 𝐒𝐿 smiled and passed the book to the girl. Izuku on the other side of the table, blushing madly and looking away. She gazed at the pictures of 13, analysis of her powers and how she had used it in different situations. Through analysis was one thing, what Izuku did was something else. Through didn't even get close to describing how much data was written down on the 7 pages he had given the space hero. She is one of my favorites too, he mumbled, looking to the side, scratching his cheek. I always liked rescue heroes. He was walking her back home after the dinner. A quiet engulfed them, but not uncomfortable like in the metro. Still can't believe you managed to eat that much, she mumbled absent-mindedly. He chuckled shyly. My quirk kinda burns through nutrients and calories like kindling. Yeah, what is your quirk? He looked at her in shock, then realized that he had slipped it out. She flinched at that, looking around and making sure no one was around. He let out a sigh of relief. It's supposed to be a secret dash, he huffed. Then again, she was in close quarters when he had let it loose. She looked at him like a confused puppy. So dash. He walked a little closer. This stays between us, okay? He asked. She nodded lightly, trying to ignore her pitter-pattering heart. It's called total command. It lets me control everything about my body, like overclocking my muscles and metabolism. To punch like I did during the test, he whispered. Whoa, that's an amazing quirk, she mumbled back. So what's yours? He asked after a few seconds of silence. Why gonna make a page about me? She teased. Wait, would he actually? She started blushing. Definitely, he said chippily, making her blush even harder. This boy was gonna kill her. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽. She rapid-fired, accent slipping back to her Kansai dialect, running up to the building and through the lobby. Good night, he called out, shocked by the sudden dialect change. But it's cute. 𝐶P. I didn't get her name. His phone ringed 2 days later, Saturday morning. Midoriya came a squeaky voice. Yes, Principal Nozomi. You got accepted. He fell down to his seat in shock. Yes, his mind screamed. Shouldn't this go through more official means? His other rational side asked, overpowering the fanboy side momentarily. Yeah, the letter is on its way with your official grade, but you are still employed, and we need extra hands moving some supplies to the dorms, so bring your stuff and get over here. Okay, Principal, he said and ended the call. Then he slammed his head to his pillow and screamed. This is the dorm? He asked, looking at the building, suitcases behind him. That was definitely not there the last time. It is, someone with a deep voice said, smacking her hands together to get the dust off them. His gaze landed on the geometric head of the source, a being of harsh corners as opposed to the curves he was used to, yet still discerningly feminine with her slimmer waist and larger thighs. Kei Ishiyama, otherwise known as Cementos. Just rebuilt it. You rebuilt it? Was it destroyed? She nodded. Since we didn't have a 1A last year, Nozomi asked it to be knocked down. A little dramatic if you ask me. Missing 1A again. Aizawa expelled all of them, Cementos answered his unwillingly mumbled question. You should probably stop mumbling. God damn it. Working on it. Sorry dash, he breathed. So where is my room? Suddenly, something became very real to him. She had called this 1A's dorm, newly rebuilt. It was one connected building. Oh no, you are on the 3rd floor, room 303, Cementos grunted. The 1st floor is the common area, baths and washing machines, main kitchen. The rest are living quarters. He looked back at the complex. Cementos huffed. Look, it wasn't my decision to not separate you from the rest, but that would have opened a rift between you and the rest of your classmates. No. Dish. Nozomi ordered for this, didn't she? Cementos nodded sheepishly. Thank you for your work, he mumbled out and started walking towards the building absent-mindedly. By the time he entered the main gates, he just accepted his fate, living with 19 girls. After hanging out with Hatsune and Kiyoma, that doesn't sound so bad. Oh god, Kaken is gonna be here. He hoped to god she wouldn't be. Wait, Nozomi oversees selecting the ledgers for the classes. She would see that she went to the same high school and middle school as me. If the elevator doors opened as he was mentally screaming. He was at his floor. He hadn't even registered that he walked through the common room. I'll just focus on it next time, he huffed to himself and walked to the door labeled 303. It was unlocked. Holy 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, muttered, looking at the room. It was almost the size of his old bedroom combined with the living room of his house. A large blank king-size bed against a wall opposite to a large desk and a comfy-looking office chair. A closet the size of the kitchen on the other one, and a decently sized bathroom. I guess when you have a person that can summon buildings you can afford to get this big, he mumbled, pushing his suitcases in and starting to unpack. There, he exclaimed. Having unpacked, the walls of his room were now adorned with pictures of multiple heroes, figurines at the large desk with his drawing utensils and sketchbooks to the side. Maybe shouldn't have gone so HD on the merch, he chuckled meekly to himself. His phone pinged. Nozomi, if you have moved in, relax for a bit. Shipment caught in traffic, might be 4 hours late. for hours, he mumbled. Guess I can take a nap. Setting his alarm up for 2 hours, he let his head hit the soft pillow of the bed, the soft material lulling him into a deep slumber. He woke up to his beeping phone, rolled over and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. It was gonna take a while to get used to. He went down with his toiletries in hand to use the showers in peace before it got hectic. He had 2 more hours before the shipment arrived. He was pleasantly surprised to see that the common room was huge, decked out with couches that looked comfortable to sleep in or just hang out. And he thanked the heavens, or just Cementos, he wasn't sure yet, that the showers were separated into genders. He enjoyed his shower, then got back up and changed. Deciding to hang out in the common room till the shipment arrived, flicking through the giant TV. An hour later a mature and sophisticated voice chimed at the doorway of the dorm, just as he was making tea. "Is this one as dorm?" "Yeah," said Back, putting the kettle back to simmer a bit more. "Oh," the owner of the voice walked in, curious about the more masculine voice. "Who are you?" she asked when her eyes caught him in the kitchen area of the dorm. "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you." He looked slightly away. The owner of the voice was appealing. Only slightly shorter than himself, with long black hair, tied in a spiky ponytail. The way she carried herself was formal, telling of her possibly impressive family background. Her grey eyes had a curious glint to them as she looked at the man in the kitchen. She had a healthy bit of fat on her from what he could tell, and was not having the easiest time looking away from her. Assets. "Oh, my name is Yozumo, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," she said, smiling politely. "I am Fing Dead. I will die if this is the standard at you." Were you the one with the shipment?" he asked, trying to keep himself calm. Oh yeah, that's us. Sorry for the wait. The limo had trouble following the truck." "Are you the She blushed a bit. "They called you the help." She didn't feel comfortable calling him that, but oh well. "That's Dash." He sweat dropped. "That's Miura. Really hadn't thought of a better name to describe my job." "Want some tea while I unload your stuff?" he offered. "I'd love some," she said, walking towards the counter. Momo had panicked. She wasn't expecting to see a man in all of this, but she managed to hide her anxiety. Well, he looked like he didn't notice it anyway. It's not that she hadn't seen a man before. Her father was married to her mom, after all, one of the few complete families in this world. It's just that she didn't know they could get so big. Yue certainly was going to teach her a lot. She took a sip of the tea he had brewed. Nothing like the stuff she usually drank. But not bad at all. She watched him start bringing the boxes from the cargo truck her parents had hired for her move-in. "Which room are you?" he called out, laying the first batch down. "Room 302, she said, taking another sip of the tea. "You brew some good tea," she hummed in thanks. He smiled softly at that, picking up the boxes. "I'll brew more during the semester if you like it." She flinched. "Wait, what do you mean?" she mumbled, placing the cup back to its plate. "That I'll brew more," he said, then cringed. "Oh. Right, I am going to be a student here too." She nodded absent-mindedly. And took another sip. Watching him lift unnatural amounts of boxes with ease and call for the elevator with his elbow. His announcement only sank in. Moments later he entered the elevator and went up. "Okay, calm down, Momo. He's nice, he makes good tea. You lived with your father for years, you can get used to living under the same roof with another man." She rationalized and nodded to herself. No big deal. He came back down, and out the door. She watched him go, biting her thumb the moment he left her eyesight. "No, I can't. He is too much different than father. I can't." She tried calming herself by taking another sip of his tea. She watched him run back in, open the sliding doors to the porch and run back out. What is he doing? Her thoughts were answered when he came back, carrying her large bed frame with ease. She did a spit take. Worry overcame him when he saw her sputtering in the kitchen. He gently laid the bed down and came up to her. "Ooh, you all right? Is it the tea?" he asked, panic in his voice. "And no, it's just didn't know men could do that," she said, coughing a little. He quickly reached the cabinets and pulled out a wad of paper towels and a napkin, cleaning up her mess and passing her the napkin for her face. She mumbled out a small thanks. "I am an outlier," he admitted, cleaning up the tea off the counter. "Trained a lot to get in dash. Then again, you probably did too, right?" She was silent for a second. Did she even deserve to be here? They hadn't even tested her with the rest of the recommended students, just accepted her out of her proficiency with her admittedly versatile quirk. Did she even deserve to stand in the same room as a man that probably put blood, sweat and tears into his training? "Why?" she mumbled. His hand stopped. She flinched. He knew that tone. That was the tone he had to hide for 14 years. "Don't," he softly said, softer than she could imagine his voice. "Don't doubt yourself," he repeated. His emerald eyes locked onto her grey ones and she saw the raging inferno in them, not hot and dangerous, warm and compassionate. It took her breath away. "If you got here, you deserve to be here. Don't let your own doubt say otherwise." The inferno grew larger in him, and she could finally breathe again as he looked away, his grip tightening around the counter. "If you listen to that voice, you'll only go around in circles," he hummed, voice getting quieter. "So let's do our best together this semester, alright Yorozu?" he finally said, turning and smiling at her, knocking her breath out. Once again she nodded softly, her insecurity silenced for now. Apparently, that was enough for him. He nodded back and walked back to the frame, picking it up again and walking to the stairs. It wouldn't fit the elevator. Just like one of my romance books, she thought, replaying the interaction they just had, a blush blossoming on her cheeks. Oh no, he was done faster than she had expected, and Momo had said a small thank you, shutting herself in her room soon after that, still flustered by the connotations of her latest train of thought. She couldn't help imagining all the romantic stories she had read as a kid, ones depicting the older days where romance bloomed between men and women. Something her generation didn't even get to see anymore, let alone experience it. But all of those thoughts were unfit for an academic environment. Not like he would even want that. Right. She is just pushing her old childish dreams onto him and the real world. Stop overthinking, she hissed at herself, leaning on her door, deciding to start to unpack to clear her head. He was back at the common room, waiting. Nozomi had messaged him about a secondary move-in. And he apparently had more work to do than moving a bed upstairs this time. A girl walked in unannounced, two-tone hair flowing behind her as she did so. I was told there was someone to help with the move-in. Her hair was white and red, parted right at the middle. That would be me, he said, getting up and walking towards the girl. Her hair was down to her hips, body rugged but still undeniably attractive. Her eyes were heterochromatic, just like her hair, left an icy blue, right as steely gray. They looked off. And it wasn't due to the damage done to her left side. She looked like she was staring through him rather at him, not even registering his presence in a meaningful way. It was a surprising change to the normal reactions he got, to say the least. Okay, my stuff is outside, I'll be at my room 305, she said, voice icy. She then promptly moved upstairs. He moved out, seeing a pile of tatami. First, a woman that he could relate with self-confidence issues, and now one that looked to have walled herself off from the planet. Both on his floor, both his neighbors. Nozomi, what are you planning? To her credit, by the time he had hauled all of the materials upstairs, the girl had managed to strp the room of its flooring. Singed floorboards littered the hallway in front of her room. Sorry, I'll clean it up after, she mumbled, still no emotion in her voice. She looked out of breath and the look in her eyes was slightly strained. Maybe using her quirk hurts her emotionally. It's fine, I got it, he hummed, dropping the new flooring to the floor and picking up the old floorboards, pushing them to the side. She was about to pull the stuff in and start constructing that he coughed, finally getting some of her attention. I kinda got some experience in building stuff and construction, he mumbled, rubbing the back of his head. I can help you refloor this place, if you want it. She looked at him, really looked at him once. It wasn't pity nor was it patronization that came out of his mouth. Just an offer of help from one person to another. Her mother hadn't ever said something like that to her, nor did she allow anyone else to. Sure, she said, opening the door a little wider for him to get into. Anything Endeavor said, she would do all in her power to do the opposite. Including accepting help. She had to admit, having someone that actually knew a little about tatami installation actually helped, and they were done in an hour. Thank you. She hesitated for a second. I never got his name, didn't even ask it, did I? Midoriya Izuku, he said, seemingly not hurt by the late introduction. Thank you, Midoriya, she said stoically, but the sheer cold of her voice was gone. We students need to help out each other, shouldn't we? She didn't agree with that. She wasn't here to make friends. But that's the way she thinks, she nodded after a little deliberation. He was kinda confused why she kept stopping and staring for a while. But didn't speak up about it. Move-out day is usually hard for people, and she is probably getting lost in thought, he concluded. Well, see you later, he hummed, stepping out of the newly refurbished room. She didn't respond. It was 2 p.m. And he was getting kinda hungry. Time to see how the kitchen works, he hummed to himself, walking out of his room to the kitchen area to find it looking like a war zone. With Momo in the middle of it, whimpering softly. I just tried making rice, so let's clean this up. I'll cook some food for us all, he said, walking through spilled water and rice, trying to calm her down slightly. Raising his hand for her to hold. Still slightly dazed by the mess she had just made, she nodded and grabbed his hand, letting him lead her to the couch and give her a towel to wipe off all the water on her. How did she get it all over her? Can you make soba? Both of them flinched. When did she get here? Sure. What do you want, Yorozu? he asked, getting up and out of her space now that she seemed a little calmer. Anything really dash, she mumbled. I'll have soba too. He nodded and looked to the kitchen. I am no lunch rush, but I'll cook up something good. Somewhere. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 sneezed. Oh, my child is becoming a man. I think we haven't met yet, Momo said, eyes dragging from the cooking form of Izuku to the mystery girl that just kinda appeared. Shoko, she said simply. Shoko? Momo asked, head tilting to the side. Call me Shoko, she repeated. Nice to meet you, Shoko. My name is Yorozumomo. She introduced herself with trained elegance. She nodded, eyes still slightly glazed as she watched Izuku cook soba. Wait. If all women have quirks and All Might was given one for all, shouldn't that mean she has another quirk? Izuku thought suddenly while cooking the soba, head shooting up as the thought passed his head. He had zoned out. He didn't even know how that thought made its way into his head. Questions for another time. He drained the noodles in cold water, ready to serve. Seeing that the kitchen and the counter was still unclean due to Momo's little accident, he brought the noodles to coffee table of the common room. Shoko dug in immediately. He and Momo looked at her for a second. Guess she likes her soba, saying a small thank you to him. Momo followed suit, enjoying the flavor of the noodles. She could get used to this. He tasted the noodles. Not bad after the meal and the cleanup. Thankfully Momo had helped him out with that. He moved back to his room. Don't I have anything else to do? He texted Nozomi. The reply was instantaneous. Nope, the only reason you were here was to help the recommended students move in. The teachers are too busy preparing for the introduction ceremony to relax and need your help. Then why did you reply to me so fast? He placed his phone on his All Might themed charging pad, rolling to his side. The girls he had met today were eccentric but lovable as hell. He blushed. He had too many girls like that in his life. What am I going to do? He woke up with a start, looking at the time 6 p.m. He had slept through another 3 hours. He groggily walked down to the common room. The heterochromatic girl was there, eating some of the soba he had put in the fridge to eat later. Their gazes locked. She continued slurping the noodles without breaking eye contact. I can make more later, he mumbled groggily. She nodded slowly, still slurping. Have you seen Yorozu? He asked. Before she could answer, Momo walked out from behind the fridge. Right here. You alright, my Doria? Worry in her eyes. He rubbed his eyes, trying to get the sleep out of them. Just tired for some reason, he yawned. Well, it's probably the move-in, she said. He nodded. Probably. How are you two? Amazing, Shoko said, swallowing all the noodles she had in her mouth finally away from her. Momo started. I am very excited about all of this. It's so new to me, she admitted, getting a little embarrassed about admitting it. Me too, Izuku mumbled. So what do you want for dinner? Soba, Shoko said immediately. Shoko no, Momo said, sounding slightly maternal. Shoko looked unaffected. He seems to be getting along with them fine. Nozomi said, looking at the common room feed. Why are we watching the new students interact again? Aizawa huffed. Cause they are your class, and he is a variable we had never dealt with. Nozomi answered simply. Okay, we both know that is bullshit. Aizawa deadpanned. Nozomi ate another popcorn kernel. I don't know what you mean, Eraser. This chaotic goodie is getting old, she hissed in her head. The next day was the move-in for the rest of the class. Izuku hadn't been ordered to help them, so he hadn't set up an alarm to wake himself up, meaning that his recent narcolepsy caused him to oversleep. A knock on the door woke him up. He looked at the clock. Midday. What the F is going on with me right now? He questioned, getting up to check the door. Not noticing that he had slept shirtless. Are you sure this is a good idea? Toru asked her new, pink-skinned friend, Mina. They had gotten along fast after learning they were room neighbors. Don't you think everyone should meet in the common room? Mina said with excitement, which was mirrored in her best friend from high school, Kirishima Eiko. Yeah. The door opened. Hey, we were calling everyone to the common room to dash. All three of them stopped. They were face to chest with. Yeah, asked the owner of the chest, still slightly groggy. They all looked up to see his iridescent green hair and emerald eyes. Weedish, Toru babbled. Mina looked frozen and Eiko looked ready to die right there. He looked down at the three. Suddenly realization hit him and looked down to his own body. Blushing a deep red that made him look like a tama. Sorry dash, he barked, slamming the door and running in to change. Eiko shook Mina's shoulder. We just, oh my god, it's a man. The pinkette mumbled, still stunned. The redhead looked like she was having the time of her life. Do you think he is like in those movies? Chivalrous and stuff. Toru looked at her new friends, geeking out over the guy they just met. What are you on about? They both shared a glance. How many old movies have you seen? When Izuku walked back out after finding a shirt and breathes, the trio was still on his doorway. Sorry about that, I hadn't woken up fully yet, he mumbled. It's no problem, both the pink-skinned girl and the redhead announced. Eyes sparkling, he gazed at the duo, one muscular to a fault, chiseled to the point that her shoulders looked angular, with a small chest, with red spiky hair and red eyes. The other pink-skinned and black 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐫, irises a gold color. Her pink hair in a bushy mess similar to his own with yellow horns sticking out from the mop. She was less muscular, with her body having a bit more mass around her chest and thighs. Why does it always have to be appealing women? Nice to meet you, Midoriya Izu, he introduced himself. Kirishima Eiko, said the redhead, absolutely beaming. Ashido Mina, said the pinkette. Hakagyo Toru, said the air. He did a double take, noticing the floating clothes now. And based on them, another curvy, invisible woman was standing next to Ashido. Sorry, he said, looking at where he assumed her face was. Didn't say dash. He noticed the pun that was about to form and coughed in his hand, dispelling it. Did you need me for something? All three nodded. Well, he thinks Toru nodded. It's hard to discern without seeing ahead. Yeah, we were collecting everyone for a dorm meeting. I think you are the last one, Mina said. Dorm meeting? Oh no, his eyes landed on the crowd when the elevator doors opened. 16 people looked at the doors as the elevator beeped, announcing it had arrived. Ono Katsumi seethed and grabbed him by the collar, a hard thing to do when she was so much shorter than him, and pulled him down to her eye level. What are you doing here, Deku? I got in just like you, he mumbled, his brows sweating. The rest of the students started to panic. Release him at once, exclaimed the interrupter from the orientation she had got into. Midoriya, panicked Momo, not knowing what to do. Bakugo please, Eiko mumbled, stuck inside the elevator as the confrontation was blocking the doors. The machine started to beep as the doors were kept open for too long. What a mad banquet of darkness, someone mumbled in the crowd. Hey, is that a guy? Whispered a small and squeaky voice. A guy? How did he get in? Someone else mumbled, wasn't he in our testing center? Asked a tall woman with multiple connected arms. Why, I think so. I remember seeing him dash in first. What are you two talking about? Katsumi hissed, pushing Izuku back into the elevator. It stopped beeping as its doors closed. Well, that was something, Mina mumbled. Not the best first day, Izuku admitted, pressing the open door button. Wait, you are going back out? Toru asked. I need to explain things to her, he mumbled back, determination in his eyes. Manly. Eiko thought, a fist over her heart. So you are telling me that dash, she pointed at Izuku, who had just walked back into the common room, beat up enough villains to make it in? Yes, he did, said the glasses-wearing girl. A brown-haired girl was silent during all of this chaos thing. How? He is just Deku. She seethed. The girl shook her head. I was suspicious at first too, but seeing him in action for a glimpse, he has the body of a hero, even if he doesn't have a quirk. No. Katsumi flinched. She had forgotten how much he had changed. She gritted her teeth. What do you know? Who are you anyway? She hissed. Ida Tomoyo. A pleasure to meet you, said Tomoyo, reaching her hand out mechanically to shake hers. Katsumi didn't clasp her hand. From the Ida family. Like Ingenium, Ida family? He asked with stars in his eyes. Katsumi looked at Izuku. He had gone into hero nerd mode. She huffed and walked off to her room. Yes, that's the one, Tomoyo said, chest bubbling in pride. Also, sorry about my rudeness at the test area. It's really no PR. Wait, they all looked at the source of the voice. Someone short with purple ball forming twin tails on their head. Are we just gonna? She was drooling. Ignore that, such a fine piece of dash. She was cut off as a long tongue smacked the side of her face, shutting her up. A girl with large hands ribbited. I am Asu. Please call me Tsu. She introduced herself. Nice to meet you, Asu. She caught himself. I mean Tsu. She ribbited with happiness. He turned back to Tomoyo, eyes glancing over brown, degravitized hair. Sorry, Ida, can I have a moment? He walked past Tomoyo to his target. Told you you'd make it. She blushed a bit. Sorry for not stepping up. He shook his head. Kaken can get a little intense, I understand, though she isn't that bad when you get to know her. Someone snorted. That I find hard to believe, said someone with dark purple hair and auxiliary cords hanging in the underside of her ears, body slim and petite. Kyoka Jiru, she said, nodding towards him. Hey. Midoriya wouldn't lie like that. Okako defended her friend. Oh, Okako Yuraka. Jiru nodded in greeting. What's her deal with you anyway, Deku? The punk girl asked. He flinched a bit. We were childhood friends. Kinda had a falling out, he mumbled. Tomoyo was behind him. Don't call him that. Didn't you notice that was a derogatory nickname? Okako was the one to be surprised. Didn't she call him Deku? As in Dekiuru. As in you can do it. Tomoyo looked at her stunned. No, not with that tone of voice, she mumbled and rubbed her chin in thought. Maybe. You can call me that if you want, he said smiling. I got used to it, plus when you say it like that it sounds sweet. Tomoyo looked at him stunned, just like that. By that time Momo had managed to walk through the crowd up to them. Midoriya, are you alright? He nodded. It takes a lot more than that to do me in, he chuckled, trying to ease everyone that seemed to worry for him. What do you mean by that, if you don't mind me asking? Tsuyu croaked. When did she get so close to the group? He defeated a 0-pointer. Okiko said. Everyone stopped. He what? They all echoed. He stopped a 0-pointer from crushing me, and punched its arm off. It was, she trailed off. That was him? Asked Jiru, eyes widening. Momo looked around. What's a 0-pointer? You mean to say, Tsuyu riveted, he punched the arm off of one of those building-sized robots. Building-sized? Everyone in test area B looked at Tsu. Well, wasn't it big? She croaked, face still neutral. Yeah, but wasn't it more like a skyscraper? Everyone not in test area B looked confused. Wait, someone with blonde hair, with a black lightning bolt on it, cut in. Are we not talking about the giant machine with 2 tank legs that trudged around slowly and destroyed buildings in the area? 2 legs. Izuku looked at the girl. What are you talking about? The 0-pointer had 3 legs and dashed around the area with ease. Tomoyo mumbled, getting more and more confused. Momo looked up in thought. So they had a different 0-pointer in a test area B, was it? Even if that's the case, why would they dash? Izuku stiffened, realization hitting him. Gurmit Nozomi, he mumbled, facepalming. Midoriya. They all looked at him. It was me. They changed the test because I was in the test area, he mumbled. Why would they dash? Tomoyo questioned. Why would she? I am certain the principal did this. Unsure if it was to force me to show off my quirk or for something else. He stopped everyone. Stopped. You're what? They all asked in unison, all except Uraka. That was fast, Nozomi mumbled, looking at the screen. Which part? Him admitting having a quirk or the girls deciphering? We meddled with the test parameters. Aizawa huffed in her sleeping bag, not paying attention to what was happening. Really? Both really? Nozomi chuckled, eating more popcorn. He took a seat on a couch as all of his new classmates interrogated him. You have a quirk? I thought you were a Eiko mumbled, dejected out of her mind. The rest had similar looks of confusion on their faces, except Okiko, who had seen and talked to his mom and knew nigh everything about him, Shoko, who really didn't care, and Momo, who was certain he couldn't make that speech if he hadn't been truthful about being a guy. I am a guy. It's just apparently I have a quirk, he mumbled, looking down. That doesn't make sense. Males don't get quirks, Tomoyo said, looking somewhere between apologetic and mad as she realized she had assumed her gender in the orientation, yet she was still lying to them all. Well, I did. I don't know why or how, I just did, he huffed, not looking back up. Only one way to prove you aren't lying, said the squeaky voice. Show us your dash. She was cut off by a tongue slapping her and a hand grabbing her over the head. She floated above everyone, knocked out. I would prefer if you didn't pester the guy that saved my life, Okiko said, smiling. Her tone was different than usual, causing everyone to take a step back in fear. Seeing her, he got even more apologetic, landing on his knees and getting into a dejiza. I'm so sorry, Uraka. The mess you got in was all my fault. If I wasn't in the same testing area with you, then you wouldn't have gotten hurt. She finished for him. If you hadn't jumped in, I would have died. You were the only one there that even attempted that, and from what it sounds like, no one else would have done anything. If a normal 0-pointer was the one that attacked me, he still didn't look up. She crouched in front of him. Hey, chin up. What you did doesn't change. You still saved my life. Everyone around felt like they were watching something that was supposed to be private. I was the reason you were caught up in that anyway. Did you ask me to enter the exam? No. Did you ask me to be in the same test area as you? No. Did you ask the principal to change out the 0-pointers? No. Then how was any of this your fault? He didn't respond. She petted his head, causing him to go weightless and float up. Hey, if you won't get up, I'll force you up, she giggled. Momo looked at the scene with a pit in her stomach she couldn't explain. Uraraka and Midoriya looked so close. Eiko was stunned, such manliness, holding up against a 0-pointer, then apologizing for it. Wow. The rest dropped the topic after that, Uraraka releasing Izuku, who landed gracefully on the floor. The grapehead, not so much. The rest of the girls had dispersed to unpack the rest of their stuff, excluding the multi-armed Mai Shoji, who had little to unpack, and Shoko, who already unpacked the day before. Both preferred staying in their rooms instead of staying in the common room. Momo, on the other hand, had told him that she had to study. Izuku, after seeing Juru struggle carrying the multiple amplifiers, had offered to help her, which she took, and thanks to that they were one of the first to finish. Now she was sitting by the counter of the kitchen, watching him cook. So green, he looked at Juru, away from the pan he was cooking in. "You have a quirk, you can cook, like helping people, and you look like this," she said, gesturing to his body. He asked, flipping the steak on the pan. The ball-haired girl, Mineta Minerva, and Tsuyu walked out of the elevator. "Are you still single?" she asked teasingly. He coughed, dropping the spatula. He blushed deeply as he mumbled softly. "How?" she asked, grin still teasing. "Doesn't matter, calling the. Minerva was struck by a tongue again. "Thanks to I was busy training to pass the entrance exam," he mumbled, looking at the sizzling steak. "So now that's over, you are on the prowl?" she asked, leaning in a bit, enjoying how red he was getting. "Why are you asking me these things, Juru?" he asked back, trying to change topics. She might be interested. Tsuyu croaked. It was Kyoka's turn to turn red. "And no, I was just teasing him." "Well, it looks like so many are already that I just assumed it was us all." Izuku looked ready to go. "Supernova, what are you talking about, Tsuyu - he blustered. She looked at him with a blank expression. "Don't tell me you aren't seeing it." He didn't respond. His brain was in full denial, and thanks to total command, he stopped hearing the rest of the conversation as his ears shut down. Is he ignoring you?" Kyoka asked, looking at the now catatonic Izuku, who was barely moving now and then to cook the steak on the pan. "I think so," Tsuyu croaked. "Don't know if his denial is cute or annoying. Why are you so open about this?" Kyoka mumbled, blushing a bit. "It was definitely cute. I just say what comes to mind, can't help it," she rebutted. "Plus it's not like you weren't obvious." She blushed deeper. "I wasn't interested really, Juru," she rebutted. "Shut up," she said, looking away. "Can you stop whipping me with your tongue?" Minerva hissed, coming out of her daze. "Can you stop sexually harassing my Doria?" Tsuyu asked. "Like you two are any better," Minerva huffed. "I mean, my first words weren't show me your jeans." Juru defended herself. "No such thing shall be done in here," Tomoyo said, walking into the room. She had finally placed all her glasses. "Oh, here comes Mrs. Buzzkill," huffed Minerva. "Such words, they do not befit a hero candidate," Tomoyo said, waving her arms in chopping motions. "Hush, prude, the women are talking." Minerva snapped back. "Shut the F up, all of you," announced Katsumi, walking to the room. She was hungry. "How vulgar," Tomoyo muttered as Katsumi shoved past them all onto the fridge. Izuku noticed her and his hearing returned. "Oh, Kaken, here I made food, spicy like you like it." He passed her a plate with a large steak and some hot sauce with a side of rice. She glared at him, then the plate. She clicked her tongue but took the plate, going back up the stairs. "Not gonna lie, I thought that was gonna spiral into a fight," Juru mumbled. Tsuyu nodded along. "My Doria, are you cooking for us all?" Tomoyo asked. He nodded. "Worked under lunch rush for 5 months. I'm not as good as her, but it's better than nothing, right?" All 4 girls looked at him. He asked again, looking back at them. "You know you didn't have to, right?" Tsuyu croaked, her index finger on her chin. Yeah, I know I didn't have to. I just thought it might - yeah, no, I'm definitely interested now," she hummed, nodding. He tried to ignore the connotations. "So, Juru, how do you like your steak?" he said, hoping the conversation would move past this hurdle. Medium well," she said. He nodded, continuing to cook the latest one on the pan. "I like my meat raw," Minerva announced in a pervy tone. "Desist, please," Tomoyo begged. Minerva was thankfully shut down after Izuku gave her something to eat, her mother apparently teaching her proper table manners at least. The other 3 enjoying their own meals with idle chatter as Izuku continued to cook. He looked to the side, catching Uraraka's eye. "You are cooking. But we didn't even set up the chores yet." "Felt like doing it. Plus it helps me clear my mind," he hummed. "You liked yours medium, right?" "My steak?" She looked around, rousing a curious glance from the small assembly downstairs. "I never had that before," she mumbled in a soft tone. He looked surprised, but didn't really change the look in his eyes. "Oh, guess I'll be your first then." Minerva choked on her meal. So did Kyoka. Tsuyu just croaked a bit. Tomoyo looked at them weirdly. Was it something he said without a pervy tone to hint her the implications were lost on her? It wasn't lost to Izuku, however, causing him to blush hard enough for him to look naive. I didn't mean it that way." Okako was sporting a similar blush. "Mean it what way?" Tomoyo asked, lost and confused. Minerva coughed more, slamming on the table to steady herself. I know," Okako mumbled, trying to calm down. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement and went back to cooking, trying his best to calm himself. She joined the small group of meal havers, the group and grown to encompass all the class soon after, except Bakugo, who had come back down to leave her plate and went back up immediately. Shoko was kinda vocal about preferring soba but had come into terms with the meal after Momo insisted on eating a balanced diet, which was echoed by Tomoyo. Sorry for just having steak, girls, it was the fastest to prepare, Izuku said, taking his apron off and sitting down between Momo and Okiko after passing the last steak to Eiko, who was the last to arrive due to her setting up something in her room. Thank you for the meal, they replied in unison, Momo assuring him that it was fine on his side. Okiko still blushing about the earlier implications. Don't worry about it, Midori, Ashido said, digging into her meal. It tastes amazing. He looked down, rubbing his head in embarrassment. Is he trying to woo them all? Aizawa thought, looking at the screen. Nozomi had stepped out to get some tea. Wait a minute, the interrogation before this went through her head, like she had heard something interesting. Would have noticed it if it was important, she rationalized, turning on her sleeping bag and trying to get some more shut-eye. After finishing his own meal, he bid his classmates a quick goodbye and headed out to talk with her. She needed an explanation. I like him, said Tsuyu moments after he left earshot, causing most to look at her with confusion. Asui again with this. Jiru asked, what are you guys talking about? Asked my Shorge's handmouth. The girls were gonna have trouble adjusting to that. She wants to hop him, Minerva said, casually. Why are you so thirsty? Asked Doi Kaminari, being one of the crasser of the group mating season. Tsuyu simply said, eliciting asks from the rest of the class. Wait, does that affect you too, Tokoyami? Doi asked, Fumiko's plumage ruffled in embarrassment. Just because I have an Ave's head doesn't mean I have the instincts of one, she huffed. Dark shadow rose up from within her to say something, only to be silenced by Fumiko grasping the shadow beast speak before any embarrassing stuff could be said. Aves? Asked Mina, trying to decipher the newly resident bird-headed girl. The scientific name for a bird, Tomoyo said, it's their taxonomic class, Momo said at the same time. Their eyes met. They nodded once at each other, exchanging approving looks. The rest looked at the interaction with raised eyebrows, starting to get lost in it all. Is this what smart people talk like? Will you please open the door? He said, waiting outside Katsumi's door. No, F off, I just want to talk. What is there to talk about? Just leave me alone. Do his head sagged, and he huffed. What could I even say to her anyway? It's been too long since we had an actual conversation. Giving up, for now, he headed back to his own room. He needed more sleep. He didn't have the mental clarity to question why. He woke up refreshed. He really wasn't sure why, but he did. Whatever was causing his need for extra sleep seemed to have subsided. He checked his clock. 6 a.m. Well, it's not anything physical, not that I can see or feel the change. He walked into his bathroom to check just to be sure. Yep, no growth spurts. He stared back to his reflection. What are you doing? He mumbled, absent-mindedly dressing up. He left his room. Hungry for breakfast, he found Minerva taped to the ceiling right above his door. All right then, he mumbled softly, trying not to wake up the cocooned pervert. More questions for later. He waited patiently for the elevator, his nose catching the scent of something with vanilla and sugar. Was someone making something? When the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by a small group of early risers. Tomoyo, who was gonna train if her tracksuit was something to go by, Momo, who was drinking tea and lightly nibbling on a piece of pancake, and Riko Soto, was it. He was never properly introduced to the hulking female, whose muscles challenged Vlad's by their sheer volume, less refined than someone like Eiko, but that only exaggerated her strong woman-like qualities. She turned to face him as he got closer to the kitchen, as did the rest of the girls. She has large lips. Good morning, Midoriya. Tomoyo said, good to see you are ready for the day. He nodded in acknowledgement. You got enough rest? Momo asked, worry in her voice intended or not. Yeah, I think my body adjusted to the dorms, or whatever it was having trouble dealing with, he said, walking behind the counter, only to be stopped by Riku. And where do you think you are going? To help you with cooking. Nah. You already made dinner last night. Breakfast is on me. He looked down at her. She was as tall as Momo, yet that was still shorter than him by 5 centimeters. She looked like she was having fun cooking. I'll be here if you need help, he said finally, smiling slightly and sitting next to Momo. Want some tea? She asked as he settled down, and passed him a cup after his nod. "Did you make this?" he asked after taking a sip. It tasted divine. She blushed a bit at his awestruck expression. I can't cook, but I was taught how to make tea," she mumbled, looking away. "A gap in homekeeping skills is not fit for a hero, Naruto," Tomoyo said earnestly. "I know," she huffed, looking down. "I can teach you how to cook," Izuku offered, not liking the expression that Momo had gotten. I would like that," she mumbled, looking back at him, her forlorn expression melting away. The moment was broken when Riku passed a plate full of pancakes to him. He looked down on the portion size. "How did you know you eat that much?" Riku smirked. "Baker's secret." "I can get used to this, Zuko." He almost choked on his last pancake as the voice echoed through the common room. It was just him, Momo, and Riku. "Hatsune." He turned, the excitable ball of inventing slamming against him before he realized what was going on. And considering he was on a stool, he couldn't brace for impact. So he tripped backwards, onto Momo, Mai on his chest. While the three of them fell, something triggered in him. Before he knew it, he twisted with an arm around Mai, grabbed a hold of Momo and continued his spin in the air, landing on his back, letting his body take the brunt of the fall instead of the girls. "That's new," he mumbled, still dazed. "Maybe that was what was off with me so far. My brain installing new reflexes." Momo started blushing madly. Mai didn't even look fazed. "You got in. I told you, you would." He looked down at Mai, his eyes drifted towards Momo, and he started panicking. Sorry Yozu," he muttered. He was used to this with Mai, but this was new. "Thank you for catching me," she mumbled back, and just dashed off. "What's her problem?" Mai asked. "What's with you tackling me constantly?" Izuku asked, hoping he hadn't touched anywhere sensitive on Momo during his maneuver to alter their fall. "Affection," Mai just stated. Riku looked down at the two. "You two know each other?" "Yeah, he is my SLV," he froze. Riku nodded, then did a double take. "Didn't know you were that Kenwai Midoriya." "I am not, she is just a friend," Mai pouted inwardly. She didn't know why, but she did. Momo slid down her door after closing it shut behind her. His hands were so gentle. Mai got off him, looked around and took a seat on the couch, patting it for him to follow. Rolling to his side and sighing, he did so. "Wanna hear how I got in?" she asked, vibrating almost. He couldn't say no to that. "Sure, so yesterday they held the support class interviews, right?" He nodded along. "And there was this one, robot-looking woman, power loader?" He asked, trying to get her to clarify. "I am bad with names. Of course you are." Yellow helmet, looks like an excavator's scoop. Orange hair. "Why, that's the one." She exclaimed and went on with her story. "So she just asked me to get in the room and I did right." He nodded again. "And then she asked me, what can you build?" His brow started sweating. "She didn't, did she?" "And I went, let my baby show you," she giggled, "and then our baby broke down the ceiling carrying my hover boots." "You're what now?" somebody snarled. Both turned to see the source of the voice. "Katsumi." Kak he was cut off by an explosion against his face, the shockwave sending him backwards onto the ground. Mai, for the first time in her life, panicked. "Don't you kaken me," she seethed. Unrivaled rage building up inside her. He got up slowly. "So this is what a concussion feels like." His emerald eyes met her crimson ones. He had thought he had seen Katsumi angry before. He was wrong. "This explains everything. You probably slept with some of the teachers to get in, didn't you, Deku?" Explosions were sparking off in her hands. This was the first time he felt like he was in genuine peril by her hands. He wouldn't. "I'm sorry, I was talking about the robot we built together," Mai mumbled. The explosion stopped. His wobbly eyes landed on Mai. She looked scared for him. The explosion started again. "What the hell are you talking about, you whore?" She didn't get to finish that. "Katsumi." His voice was unsteady due to the concussion, but that only added more weight to it. Katsumi flinched. "Why would any of this concern you?" She didn't have an answer to give to that, but her rage just grew. Then it broke. Grumbling loudly, she walked past him, shoulders slamming him again, towards the training grounds. She needed to blow up something. Several things. Izuku's shoulders slumped as she left. "Hatsune, are you alright?" His voice was back to normal. The concussion had passed. Healing neural damage was apparently part of Total Command's arsenal. She didn't respond. "𝐻𝐿. I'm sorry," she mumbled and ran out of the dorm. "Hey! Wait!" Izuku caught up to her just outside the dorms, grabbing her shoulder. "Why are you apologizing?" he asked, voice strained. "Why got hurt cause I didn't cause how I dash." He looked at her dumbfounded. "You built a robot to beat me up before, how's this any dash?" "Cause I was scared, I wasn't in control," she admitted looking down. "You know how much I love the things I create. How much I trust them, they would never hurt you, not like she could have. And it was all because of me dash." Her shoulders were shaking. "Me and my stupid mouth, I should just build and never speed a shmice." She stopped. He had never used her first name before. "Do you know what you are?" "An inventor," she sniffled, voice small and frail. "No, you are my best friend." "Who is the best inventor?" His other hand landed on her shoulder. She looked up to him, his heart sank at seeing her watery eyes. These tears were nothing like those she shed when he had gifted her the goggles he built, which were still on her head. He pulled her into a hug. The first one he had ever initiated with her. Her hands wrapped around his back softly, none of the usual hyperness in her. Feeling his warmth encompass her calmed her down. "Thank you, Izuku," she mumbled. "Stupid beach," Katsumi huffed, exploding a training dummy. Getting close with him, but they just. She stopped herself. No, he doesn't have the ball to do that. The image was getting in her head now, that pink-haired bimbo pulling him to a corner, and she clenched her teeth, hands sparked, and she released a massive explosion to the heavens. "Why?" She let out another explosion. "Why is this bothering me so much?" "Another." "I already knew this would have happened sooner or later." She sniffled, remembering his voice and eyes when he stood up to her, protecting that woman. Why did his eyes look like that again? Her arms fell to her sides. "Well, that was something," Riku mumbled, looking at the now empty common room. "Hope this isn't the norm here. It was gonna get much worse from here." It was midday by the time she got back. Izuku and the frog girl were making lunch. "We are making curry, making yours a separate batch with ghost peppers added in," he said simply, the usual friendliness in his voice gone. She huffed and walked up to her room. Tsuyu turned to the man next to her. "Did something happen between you and Bakugo?" He turned to her. "Nothing I am willing to talk about, sorry." She nodded. "I am here if you need someone to vent to." "Thanks, Tsu, but this is something personal." "Did she poke holes in the condom or something?" Minerva asked, making him jump. "How the F did she sneak up on me?" "More importantly, Mineta, what are you talking about? Did she like sabotage the contraceptives?" "You sound plenty mad," Minerva continued. "Excuse me, but what?" he asked, knife stilling. "Are you implying that we dash?" "Yes, oh my god, the SXL tension is almost visible." That lucky slew dash, the knife in his hand slamming down on the cutting board with enough force to crack the wood, stopped her. "Mineta, one more thing like this." His voice was strained. He was overcome with, not embarrassment, but rage. Tsuyu shrunk in fear. She was too close to the immense killing aura flooding Izuku. Minerva, who was the focus of it all, almost emptied her bladder. "And I will make sure no one finds the body." "What be body?" "Yours." She ran off after that. "Am Midoriya?" Tsuyu asked, honestly scared from him currently. "Sorry about yesterday." "What are you talking about, Tsuyu?" he asked. His voice was back to normal. "I was very forward dash. It's fine. I'm used to that," he said simply. And it was true with Nemurai, he had grown to get used to it all. "But dash, look, it's fine, okay?" She croaked, I guess," frustrated. He mumbled, her stoic face making him open up. Something about her large eyes and how worried they looked. Bakugo and I always had a rocky relationship, and today just." He looked to the side. "Today was one of the worst days. Don't even know what's wrong with her. She got more violent after hearing Hatsune chat with me," he mumbled, voice low just enough for her to hear. "And who is Hatsune?" "My best friend. She is in the support department." Maybe Bakugo was just jealous. He looked at her dumbstruck. "Are you serious?" I mean, you have nicknames for each other." "I thought those are our childhood nicknames, useless Deku, me, and Kaken for her, 'cause I couldn't pronounce her name at the time," he explained. "Oh, seriously, you thought?" "No, she would never like me. Not after." He trailed off. "You don't have to tell, thanks, but why were you so mad at Mineta for her suggestion then? You sound like you might harbor dash." Her voice died in her throat. "Why do I keep saying everything that comes to my head?" "I might have." He said simply, "I don't think I can anymore." At least not until she apologizes to Mai. They were both silent for the rest of the meal preparation. Cooking had helped him clear his head, but this time, it wasn't enough. Neither was talking about it with Tsuyu apparently. "Tsu, mind if I leave and do some training?" he asked as the curry simmered, basically done. "Sure, how should I reach you when we are having lunch?" He shook his head, "Not hungry." She just nodded in response. He heaved the bar up, holding it there, feeling his muscles ache. He didn't need to do this. With total command, his body would retain his muscle mass no matter what he did. But that didn't mean that he wasn't deriving some pleasure out of it. He let the bar drop back to his chest and lifted it back up again, letting his joints creak under the weight of it all. "I know that sound." The bar on his hand lost all its weight. He turned to see Okiko standing above his head, a plate in her hand. "Uraraka," he mumbled, still holding onto the thing. "Give its weight back, I still want to work out." "After lunch, okay." He grunted and sat up, not looking at her. "Did Tsuyu send you?" "No," she said, simply sitting next to him and passing him a plate of curry and rice. "I got worried when I didn't see you at the table. Is something wrong?" He accepted the plate. He wasn't hungry, but he knew his body needed the nutrients after the morning's ordeal. "You could say that, want to talk about it." He shook his head. "I don't want to." Exercise hadn't helped. He raised his head to look at her. "It didn't help when I talked with Tsuyu. That's cheating." She was giving him puppy eyes. He sighed. "All right. So, she just attacked you?" He nodded slightly while taking another spoonful of food. "I wanna beat her up even worse now." He choked on his meal, brain registering her SWSH back to her Kansai dialect. "Uraraka." "What?" "She's mean." She huffed, puffing her cheeks out with a small pout. He sighed, placing the empty plate to the side. "She wasn't always like that." "Don't defend her, Deku." "I am serious, she just he slumped. "She never wanted me to be a hero. Seeing me here is probably seeing her off. She gave you a concussion over your friend's word choice, said you slept your way in, and we both know that's a lie. Why do you keep trying to give her excuses?" "I'm not mad about any of that," he admitted. "I can take a concussion or two. It's just what she was about to say to Hatsune," she completed. "That's so him. I guess." You're too selfless for your own good," she said, flicking him in the forehead, ignoring the slight pit in her stomach. He needed a friend right now, not someone that would get jealous over this. "I really am not," he smiled. "I can get stubborn and selfish." Her playful nature was helping him move past his slump. "I can see stubborn, Mr. I'll punch a 0-pointer into SBMSN, but selfish. Can't see that." She giggled. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Why you would give your arm up for someone, Deku? Come on." "I mean, if it saved their life." She couldn't help it and started to laugh. He followed suit. Her eyes landed on his laughing form between giggles. Now that his tension was gone, she could relax too, her brain finally registering what they were doing, sitting side by side, him sweaty in his workout clothes, and her breaking into her accent, neither caring as they laughed about what he had admitted. She blushed. "I like seeing him laugh." They walked back to the dorms after that. "I'm telling you, men are terrifying." Minerva's voice echoed out of the common room just as they entered. "I mean, you were pushing it, Mineta." Tsuyu croaked. "Oh, I need to apologize to her." Izuku said absent-mindedly. "You don't need to," Okiko said, voice a strange tone. "She deserves to be scared after what she tried to do last night." What did she try to do?" "Nothing you need to know about." He sweat dropped. "Maybe I should ask for Mechamite to stand guard at my room." Tsuyu sighed a breath of relief when the two entered the dorm. She was sitting next to Minerva, watching Eiko and Mina and two others playing a multiplayer video game on the TV. Let's see, Doi Kaminari is the one with the blonde hair with the lightning bolt, and Hanashiro is the one with the large elbows. Wonder if that's due to her quirk. You're muttering," Okiko whispered. Thankfully his voice was drowned out by the sounds of the game. Thanks for stopping me," he mumbled, blushing. Minerva's eyes landed on him. "I'm sorry." Minerva screamed as took a step back and then dashed off. The commotion got the four players' attention. "Oh, Midori's here," Mina said, smile in her voice. You alright, man? You weren't here for lunch, Doi asked, eyes drifting down to his get-up. Oh, were you working out? Nice. He gave him a thumbs up. Hey, we should work out together sometime. 𝐒𝐭 chimed in. Hey, I wanna join too. Mina huffed, looking at her friend. Wait, weren't you going to teach me how to break dance to help out with my moveset? Hana muttered to the pinkette. We all can work out together, right, Midori? Sure, I don't mind. Izuku mumbled, not used to the friendliness the four were showing him. His eyes landed on Uraraka and he noticed she was a little stiff. Want to join, too? She looked away, but nodded. Never worked out with someone before. I haven't either. Tsuyu looked at them all. I was right. Hey. Nothing. Did we have to get up this early? They all hissed in union in the elevator. Izuku's sweat dropped again. It's better to work out early and then shower to ease the muscles, he explained. Oh. Tomoyo looked to see Izuku, Okiko, Mina, Hana, and 𝐒𝐭 get out of the elevator. Good to see you all up so early, she said from Momo's side, who started to grow flustered the moment Izuku came into view. The shirt he was wearing wasn't leaving much to the imagination, and his shorts clung to his thighs a little tightly. Momo was having trouble not looking at him. Tomoyo noticed his get-up too and the rest of their clothes. Are you all going out for a run? She asked, glad to see the rest of the class were taking keeping their bodies in top shape seriously. Nah, working out, Okiko yawned, still too groggy to even register Izuku's state of dress, right, Deku? He nodded. Well, we might start with a run to warm your bodies up, he hummed, something he didn't need to do since Total Command triggered that without the need of jogging. Alright, I'm all fired UP. 𝐒𝐭 screamed out of nowhere, waking the rest of the group up, possibly some of their classmates too. Let's go, and dashed off. Kirishima, wait. Izuku chased after her, the rest following suit, including Tomoyo, leaving Momo alone. He is going to kill me, she mumbled, fantasies overtaking her mind. Are you joining our workout too, Ida? Izuku asked as they jogged another lap around the gym and training ground. Only the two of them weren't out of breath. I am interested in your regiment, so if you wouldn't mind I would like to join too. Yes, she answered. You monsters, the rest of the girls huffed in their heads. After 5 laps, the group stopped, Tomoyo taking a swig of orange juice, the other 4 girls breathing heavily. Izuku didn't even look fazed. All right, now stretching. The tired ones groaned. Easy for you to say, just let us breathe for a second. Mina huffed. 𝐒𝐭 echoed. You need to stretch before you rest or you might pull a muscle, or worse, be sore tomorrow, he said, clicking into training mode, his voice slightly hollow. Maybe he was trying to ignore that he had 4 breathing and flushed girls around him, or maybe this was just automatic for him. He didn't know, he was too busy not thinking. Whining, they agreed to just do it, and Izuku was surprised to see that. Tomoyo was one of the most flexible ones, along with Mina, 𝐒𝐭, and with Okiko the least. You not stretching? Hana muttered, getting up from the ground, her stretch is complete. Oh, I don't need to, my quirk does it for me, he muttered, rubbing the back of his head. Cheater, Mina huffed. 𝐒𝐭 glared at him. Midoriya, it's not very manly to make girls do something and not do it yourself. Fine, he muttered and got down, bending in ways someone with his musculature shouldn't be able to. You are more flexible than you look, Tomoyo admitted, Okiko and the rest trying not to have a heart attack about it all. How is Ida so calm about this? Yeah, quirk helps out with that, the reason why I don't need to stretch really, he said, head on his knees as he stretched forward, grabbing his shoes with ease. Actually, what is your quirk? Tomoyo asked. They had accepted its presence but never talked about what it actually was. That brought Okiko out of her fluster. Total control was it, she trailed off, trying to remember that day. She only remembered him smiling at her after announcing he was gonna make a page about her. Her face got red again. Total command dash, he corrected, getting up, but it's the same really, allows me to command every organ, tissue, and cell in my body. How is that any different than the rest of us? Mina asked, looking around not getting it. Ida looked disturbed by her question. Going by that description, he could speed up his metabolism for a jump in power as if he has the necessary fuel in his body, start healing early and so much more. If his control includes his hormonal functions, then there are no limits. There are so many natural limits human bodies usually have, in theory none of them would apply to him, she started explaining. The girls looked back at her with awe. Truly a versatile power fit for a hero, Midoriya. He looked at her with shock, and just a little bit of pride. Thanks, Ida. Oh, my apologies, I asked about yours without giving mine first. She hiked up her sweatpants a bit, showing the engines on her calves. I call it engine. My body has internal engines located on my calves which run on citric acid, giving me a speed boost whenever I activate them. Interesting, he hummed, fingers moving as if he was turning pages. Any drawbacks? It can stall if I use it too much, or misfire if I consume the wrong stuff. Man, you two's quirks are awesome, 𝐒𝐭 whined. Mina looked at her with sympathy. Mine is just this. She flexed her arm and the muscles got even more geometric until they sharpened and looked crystalline. I call it hardening, it's what it is. Oh. Izuku was on her immediately, looking at her arm with keen interest. 𝐒𝐭 never got a reaction like this from anyone else, causing her to blush softly. That's amazing, Kirishima, you can save so many people with this. She blushed and looked to the side. Thanks, I told you it was useful, Kiri. Mina cheered, bringing Izuku's attention to her. She almost cooed at his eyes. He looked like a kid in a candy store. Mine is acid. She let her hands drip with some of it, the droplets sizzling on the ground. I can secrete a powerful acid from basically anywhere, dilute or concentrate it as much as I need to, and even change its viscosity. But my skin is only resistant to it, so if I use it too much, he nodded in understanding. Still a powerful quirk. Tape, Hana said, tugging at her elbows, some tape coming out. I can shoot it off when I need it or pull it back. Neat, right? Yeah, he nodded. Akiko stiffened when eyes landed on her. Oh. Mine is zero gravity. She pulled her hands up, showing the pads on the tips. Anything that makes contact with 5 or more of these pads become weightless. If I try to make something that's too heavy weightless, I get very nauseous. Her wonder if it's due to mental limiters or something physical, like the inner ears failing as they too become degravitized, like her hair that might give her car sickness as her body thinks she had ingested neurotoxin. But then again, how does her body produce the effect of removing gravity? Maybe removing the effects of the Higgs field. The girls looked at him, muttering up a storm. Akiko starting to blush and raise off the ground as her quirk activated, which brought him out of his thoughts. Ah! Uraraka. The rest noticed her floating form. I got her! Hana announced, not noticing that Izuku was also preparing to jump. He jumped. She shot out her tape. He grabbed her. The tape wrapped around them both, forcing her against his body. Zero! Whoops! Sorry, Uraraka, he mumbled. His arms were around her, her hands forced to his chest. Thankfully they were made into fists, so they weren't in danger of floating off. Both weren't able to look at each other as the rest tried to remove the tape. What is this stuff even made out of? 𝐒𝐭 grumbled. Her hardened fingers weren't even breaking the tape. It's usually as strong as steel, Hana mumbled. That's it, I'm just melting it. Mina growled, starting to secrete some acid already. Wait, Ashido, no. 𝐒𝐭 held her friend back. Kiri, let me go, it'll be so easy, just a little drop. Ashido, please, Hana said, joining 𝐒𝐭 on holding the pinkette back. You'll hurt them if you try doing that. Tomoyo said, also giving up on the removal on the tape and instead lecturing Mina on when using quirks is acceptable. Akiko looked at him. Deku, can you get us out? She asked shyly. If he can defeat a 0-pointer, then I might be able to. But we are tied together, so if I put pressure on the tape it might hurt you. She shook her head. I'll be fine, try it. He nodded. Tell me if anything hurts. Here goes nothing. He tried to force his arms apart, the tape stretching but not giving. He added more power to it. The tape still didn't break. He gave up, hands pushing against her again. Just like Zero said, tough as steel, I'm going to try something else. She nodded again, getting comfortable in the forced embrace. Is it bad that I'm enjoying feeling his muscles against me? He let one for all flow through his arms, green. Lightning arcing on them both. Just as he was about to put pressure on the tape, an arc hit her shoulder. He knew it wasn't actually electricity, he would have never used in close quarters if that was the case, but he still panicked when an arc hit her shoulder. She 𝐵𝐺. His heart stopped for a beat. The other four looked at the tied-up two. Did you just 𝐵𝐺? Mina asked. Both young adults blushed neon. Sorry, I didn't know it was gonna do that, he muttered. I didn't expect it, I'm so sorry, she muttered back at the same time. That felt so good, she muttered deep within her. The moment the arc contacted her skin, it had felt like he was caressing the location gently, easing all worries. Should I dash? She nodded, and he tried it again, this time snapping the tape before another arc landed on her. She tried to hide the fact that she was disappointed by that. They quickly took a step back from each other. As the air became more and more awkward, 𝐼𝐺 cut in. We should start exercising now, shouldn't we? They all nodded, and went in the gym. After the workout, they were all sore. Izuku had basically commanded them to take a hot shower to ease their muscles after training, in an attempt to mitigate soreness tomorrow, and 𝐼𝐺 supported it. So, how did that feel? Mina asked, leaning on the dividers between the shower cubicles. What? Okiko mumbled back while rubbing some soap on herself. Come on, you 𝐵𝐺, don't hold out on us now, she pestered. You shouldn't push her if she doesn't want to disclose, 𝐼𝐺 said, her glasses foggy. But I am also curious, she added, adjusting them. Why are you wearing those in here? Hana muttered. It didn't feel like anything, I was just shocked, okay? Okiko mumbled, trying to wriggle her way out of this conversation. Yeah right, that was a 𝐵𝐺. Just tell us how it felt, Mina sing-songed. It's not really manly to pester, Ashido, Eiko stated, scrubbing her hair. Don't tell me you aren't curious about it, too. She shot back. She couldn't deny that, lying wasn't manly either. Come on girl, spill that, Okiko huffed. Like a gentle touch of a hero dash, she mumbled under her breath, blushing even more. Or, you made it sound romantic, Mina giggled. Hana swore she could see steam coming out of the brunette's ears. He had walked to the support department after lunch. They still had a day and a half before classes started, so it was supposed to be in lockdown, but Mai had told him that 𝐺𝐺 gave her permission to enter the lab to work on her project, after the brief hug they shared yesterday. And told him to swing by the next day. Well, it was the next day now and he was at the door, knocking on it gently. He didn't want to get caught up in an explosion as they were a staple in her work environment. Were you expecting someone, Hatsune? Came the voice of 𝐺𝐺 from the other side and the giant steel door slid open. Midoriya. She looked up at the young man's face. Hello, Majima-sensei, he greeted, bowing a little. It's been a while. That it has. How was the move-in? She asked, moving out of the way and letting him get in. It was something alright, but my classmates seem nice. 𝐺𝐺 nodded. Izuku, is that you? Mai asked, popping out from the side, hands holding one iridescent green gauntlet. It looked heavier than before, yet she was lugging it around with ease. You know him? Hitomu asked, confusion echoing out along with her voice from under her helmet. Yeah, we are best friends, Izuku answered as Mai made her way to the two. Try it on, she chanted, practically forcing the gauntlet over his right arm. He couldn't help but to smile at her enthusiasm. Okay, start up. Still the same? He asked as the support gear clicked around his right arm. He tensed his fingers in order again, and the device hummed softly. Booting up, the screen above his wrist made itself known as a dot appeared, then drew a circle, the UI blinking to life. User input accepted. Good afternoon, Izuku, it hummed. It keeps track of time. He asked, laughing. He couldn't help it. This was just amazing. Mai nodded her head fast enough to make him worry that she was giving herself a concussion. With your parameters I could add so much more stuff. Tense your pinky 3 times to open up the help menu. 𝐺𝐺 looked at the two. Nemirai, you got some competition. Where is Mechamite, by the way? Oh, still carrying the stuff from my old workshop to here and my room. Meanwhile in Mai's room, WHYAITHRE so MNY pictures of Wyang Midaya. He tensed his index and ring finger in sequence. Biosona, the machine announced, the fingers of the gauntlet splitting in half and folding away, revealing his fingertips. Hatsune, how did you even fit that amount of moving parts there? Were he mumbled, flexing his fingers with ease. The machine was a work of art. He knew Mai was talented, but this was something completely different. Even 𝐺𝐺 looked impressed. Biosona. She kept her questions to herself for now. She is gonna become one of my best students if I can still teach her something that is. My just got more hyper with the praise smiling wider. The announcements are just to guide you for the first few uses. You can turn it off whenever you want. Switching it to icons on the main screen, she muttered in excitement, "Come on, try the grenade launcher, the what?" He looked at her. She is joking, right? Middle finger 3 times, then pinky and pointer. Kmoon. Power loader took a step back. He coughed as he stepped out of the lab, smoke exiting out of the door along with him, a wide smile on his face. Mai's enthusiasm about this all helped him to get in an even better mood. She had told him that the full suit would be complete by the first, no problem. He had told her not to worry about it and take as much time as she needed. He knew of her habit of hyper-focusing on the current project and skipping out on the sleep. Plus, both gauntlets were done. That was more than enough. His smile didn't waver till he got to the dorms. The students were clumped in the common room, missing the 2 recommended students. "Oh, Midoriya, you finally joined us," Tomoyo greeted. "Hey, what's going on?" "They are announcing the rankings of the accepted students," Mai answered from her dupla mouth. "It wasn't released with your grades?" he asked, looking at the full multi-armed woman. "We just got the grade we got, our class, and our temporary ID card," Kyoka answered for her. "Now shush, they are about to show the rankings." She hushed him. His eyes landed on the common room TV. "Do the rankings even matter?" "We all got a..." The screen flashed with the rankings. He saw the top of the list: Midoriya Izuku, 86 villain points, 100 rescue points. What? Nozomi was laughing. Squeaks mixed in with human laughter was admittedly cute. Shiko rolled over to see what the commotion was about. "Wait, you are releasing the rankings now? Didn't we add that to the video acceptance the girls got?" The principal shook her head. "God, no, that would ruin the moment. Look at their faces," she said between cackles. Aizawa smirked. "Too well. Their expressions are worth the logical ruse." Katsumi was still mad about yesterday. Coming in second with 93 villain points didn't help. Neither did the girls flocking around him, praising him for his success. Her hands formed into fists. No explosions formed. She let them relax and walked back up the stairs to her room, shoulders sagging. No one noticed her leave. No one noticed her eyes slightly teary. "He never needed me." He was caught up in the moment, his own eyes tearing up a little. He never expected to be the #1 entrance batch. He didn't even dream of it. But now here he was, accepted into All Might's alma mater with the top score. Ecstatic didn't even cover half of what he was feeling. "Midoriya, are you alright?" someone asked. He didn't register who the voice belonged to. He just hugged them. "Okay. Are you kidding? This is the best day of my life." He cheered. Eiko was having the best day of her life too. In between his arms the girls looked at the scene. Minerva was scared that he was going to just tear Eiko in half and was hiding behind Tsuyu's leg. Mina glomped on his side. "I want a hug too." He didn't even think twice before adding her into it all. Toru soon joined, then Doi, and so forth. He was in the middle of his classmates, holding 5 in a bear hug. Kyoka was pulled in at one point and was internally screaming, mind stuck in a battle between enjoying the contact and not. Okuko knew she was getting jealous in there somewhere, but her inner psyche was silenced by the pure happiness Izuku was projecting at the moment. Soon the hug pile disbanded as Izuku came to his senses, blushing and apologizing profusely for the contact. They all waved him off, saying they enjoyed it too, all except Kyoka, who had Ichimi with a red dusting on her cheeks, and stabbed Doi in the thigh when she tried teasing her about it. "God, it's hot that he can lift us all with ease," Tsuyu croaked softly. Only Minerva and Okuko heard her, as they were the closest. "All the more power to snap us in half." Minerva shuddered, still scared of the man after yesterday's events. "That's even hotter," Tsuyu mumbled, lightly blushing. Okuko looked at the two in part disbelief and part understanding. She wanted to tell them he was too gentle to do that, but keeping Minerva terrified of him was the best plan of action for now. Plus, she was too busy trying not to burst into flames with the amount of blushing she was trying and failing to suppress. Dinner, upon their insistence, wasn't prepared by him. Something about spoiling them. Mai had taken over the cooking, making an octopus dish. He tried to ignore the slight cannibalistic implications, considering her quirk. Can't believe the classes start tomorrow," Mina huffed from his side. He turned to face her. "Really? I am excited for it, aren't you?" he said simply, causing her to sag a little bit more. "I mean, yeah, but all the academics and all, it's going to be such a pain in the butt," she hissed. "Not the most academic." Doi mumbled from the floor. She was gaming while Izuku and Mina watched on from the couch. I know I ain't God yeah, I don't get classes at all, she continued to vent, Izuku listening impatiently. None noticed Kyoka walk into the common room. We don't even need half the stuff they crammed into the course schedule. Modern Lit. Hero Art History. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hero art history is important Ashido. It's to help us come up with hero names and costumes, and Modern Lit is for the speeches we are going to have to give. He started not being able to stop himself. Both Doi and Mina looked at him, causing Doi to get a game over. Kyoka started laughing. Didn't know you were such a nerd. Green. She managed to jab between fits of giggles. He blushed a bit. I guess I am. But he looked back to Mina and Doi. I can help you study if you need it. I'll take you on that offer, Doi said smirking. Mina nodded along. His eyes drifted at the giggling form of Kyoka. She looks cute when she laughs. She grew deathly quiet and walked away with a huge blush. Oh, did I say that out loud? He asked, looking at Mina. She started giggling herself, nodding as an answer. Say you are quite the lady killer, aren't you, my Doria? Doi teased. Got Jiru there all hot and both. She didn't get to finish as one of Kyoka's auxiliary cords sank into her ear, blasting Kyoka's now accelerated heartbeat straight into the sensory organ. She doubled in pain, screaming apologies. Did not know those things could extend that far. It was the next morning, the final day before the classes started. For the first time, the whole class was at the breakfast table, eating omelets Izuku had cooked upon his awakening. Even Katsumi was in the group, looking blankly at the meal. Eiko seemed to be trying to cheer her up with minimal success. My Doria, your cooking is great as always, Tomoko hummed, taking another bite of her omelet, nodding with pleasure as she did so. Didn't we tell you not to cook? Kyoka hissed, taking another bite of hers. God, if I get hooked on this it's over. Sorry, woke up early and had nothing better to do. He answered meekly. Plus it clears my mind. Oh right, talking about that. Tsuyu butted in. I just realized you said didn't you get the rankings with the letter? Did you not get a letter, my Doria? He stopped for a beat. He had never gone back to get the letter, if it even was sent to his home. Oh, Momo turned to him. He never told the rest, did he? Well, I was hired here, I think to keep track of me since, you know, he started, omitting just enough to keep his relationship with All Might hidden, so I already had an ID to go through the gates. They just messaged me about getting accepted and told me to move in. Katsumi's grip on her fork tightened. She huffed under her breath and got up, leaving the plate in the sink and going back upstairs. Thanks for the meal. The rest of the class looked at her leave, Izuku's own mood dropping along. What's up with her? Doi muttered. Neither Izuku, Okiko or Tsuyu made a peep. Minerva would have spilled it all if Izuku wasn't at the table. God knows what he would have done if she did. His phone pinged. All Might had messaged him after weeks of radio silence. Sorry for not replying. Was busy with paperwork. His eyebrow twitched. What paperwork? I'll tell you about it later. I am proud that you got first place in the listings. A warm smile graced his face. He woke up groggily. Total command or not, his anxiety had kept him awake for most of the night. He yawned, tugging at his tie. He hadn't managed to tie it properly, the mane not being disproportionately huge. He couldn't bring himself to care. Morning, my Doria, Momo greeted, getting out of her own room, getting a faint blush at the sight of his form. Are those breathes allowed in class? She asked, looking away from him. It's what they gave me, so I am guessing it's part of the male uniform, he responded, energy slowly filling his body as his brain woke up more. These breathes are really tight now that I think about it. Nozomi had adjusted the male uniform to have slim jeans. The rest of the faculty didn't question it. Now fully aware, he looked at her and actually saw her. The female uniform looked great on her. Wait a minute, his eyes got caught on something shiny on her. Is that a pin-on tie? His intense stare was making her blush even more. She was cut off when another door opened. It was Shoko. She nodded to the both of them in greeting and walked past them. Izuku was broken out of his trance and said a soft good morning to her. We should probably get down to class starts in 20 minutes. He hummed, then as if he forgot something he stopped and knocked on 304's door. 5 more minutes. Someone from the other side of the door groaned. Kirishima, you'll be late to class. Idle chatter covered the class, everyone either sitting in their spots or, in Fumiko's case on the desk, Tomoyo was busy lecturing her from her seat next to the avian-headed student. You know the teachers, right? Who do you think is going to be our homeroom teacher? Okiko said, excitement evident in her voice. Hope she's going to be someone fun. Oh, it's either going to be Vlad Queen or Aizawa Sensei. Aizawa. Who's that? Tsuyu asked from behind him. Oh, eraser he dash, the door to the class slid open suddenly. And everyone stopped the chatter, staring at the giant yellow caterpillar that was inching in. It took you 0.1 seconds to quiet down, the caterpillar spoke, raising up and shedding its cover. The class saw 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 in her full glory for the first time, very rational. Time is limited. That being said, she produced a gym uniform from her sleeping bag. Get into your gym uniforms and go down to the training grounds. She looked at them blankly when none moved. Did you not hear me? She questioned, the edge in her voice making everyone suddenly switch into action. Izuku was thankful that at least the gym uniform was not tight on his body as he walked out of the male changing room. He was also glad that Nozomi had ordered for that room to be built. Then again, what would they have done? Ask me to change with the girls. Well, I can see that happening with Nozomi's track record. He was the first to the field. Shiko nodded. Good to see you are still logical, Midoriya. He rubbed the back of his head. Thanks. The rest of the class soon joined them, the girls bubbling with excitement. Guesses about the activity were being thrown around. Shiko cut in by tossing a ball at Katsumi, who caught it with ease. Step into the circle and toss it as hard as you can when I tell you to. You can use your quirk. She nodded and walked up. Today we are doing a quirk apprehension test. You have all done these exercises in middle school. Yet this is the first time you'll be allowed to use your quirks. She droned on. It's illogical to not have these exercises without using your quirks. Messes with the baseline in your head. It's a flaw in the education system that we keep on ignoring. Today we mitigate this flaw. She is oddly passionate about this, isn't she? Starting with Bakugo, with the highest villain points. She nodded at her. Katsumi reeled her arm back, hand slightly twitching. This was going to be her outlet. Die, she screamed, tossing the ball and adding a massive explosion behind it. She never changes, does she? Shiko looked down on the small tablet in her hands. The numbers kept on going. 1 kilometer, she announced, letting the students see the tablet. Katsumi smiled with pride. Hatsune Hitomu hummed, looking at the young inventor building up a storm. I was meaning to ask. She looked up from the green suit in her hands. Yeah. What was that biosonar thing about? 1 kilometer. Eiko screamed. Mina, having a similar expression. Well, she was the second place in the practical. Tomoyo mumbled as if it was a precedent for the second place to be this powerful. Katsumi didn't pay any mind to that comment. She hadn't even registered it, gloating on a job well done. This looks so fun, Toru cheered. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, no, aho. Shiko's hair borrowed a page from Okuko's book and started floating. Yet unlike hers, it didn't frame her face. It kept on going, the ruffled and unkempt hair raising up with the sheer pressure was a sight that made everyone's blood run cold. Fun, you say? Her eyes began to shine dimly, to the point that they looked like they were glowing. Then let's add a new rule, shall we? Izuku gulped. This was the plan all along, wasn't it? Eraserhead. The one that's at the bottom of the rankings will be labeled hopeless and expelled promptly. Her tone of voice left no room to argue. She can't really do that, can she? Okuko asked him during the first test. 50-meter dash. Tsuyu and Tomoyo were competing. They are really free in this university. Remember the 0-pointer? He asked, eyes focused on the test takers. Ida said something about being stuck on third gear in this shorter distance. Okuko started to sweat. He let his heart rate increase. It was his turn for the 50-meter dash. Katsumi was stretching next to him. Time to show him how futile this all is. Once and for all, they both crouched at the starting line. The starting gun clicked. She shot out with successive explosions. Expecting for him to fall behind, he burst through the smokescreen her explosions caused and powered ahead. 2 seconds, the robot at the end announced as he passed the line, crouched down and gasped, taking stabilizing breaths as his heart rate plummeted back. Katsumi barely made it in 4. He raised his head and looked at the class and Shiko. They were looking at him awestruck. What? Mina understood how much difference total command made now. She had thought true speed would have looked like what Tomoyo had. Balanced, measured strides with power behind each swing, calculated and precise. Engineered for speed. Izuku had proved her false with 1 second of exposure. His stride wasn't calculated or precise. Chaotic fit better as a description. His whole body was lurching forward, each muscle adding to his momentum, not just his legs. Her mind was still convinced that she didn't see Izuku for the 1 second it had glimpsed him, but a force of nature, ready to knock down anything on its path. That revelation about total command went over the head of anyone that wasn't in the little workout group. I knew he was strong, but while Momo mumbled I'll say, Jiru mumbled along as the two test takers rejoined the group. Katsumi was busy scowling at the ground. This doesn't make sense. He was supposed to be. Tomoyo had proved herself the fastest during the long-distance run. Even with total command he couldn't keep up with her fifth gear. Finishing second, he was the only one that wasn't breathing by the end of it. Aizawa's eyebrow twitched. Is he not pushing himself to the limits? Seated toe touch, tie between him, Mai and Fumiko, Dark Shadow had pushed the avian-headed student over her limits, and the measuring plate. For Mai, it was easy to just use her dupli arms to reach past the plate. He was the only one that was flexible enough to reach past it, seemingly. Without the use of a quirk, Eiko felt like her face was on fire, something that was reflected in most of the class. She wasn't sure why Katsumi was so mad at this, considering the small fireworks at her hands. Wait, is that a blush? Infinity, Aizawa said plainly as Okuko's ball disappeared in a twinkle. She cheered in relief. That should put her somewhere safe in the rankings. It was his turn now. He took a step towards the ring and picked up a new ball. Aizawa's eyes glanced up at him. He was ranking quite well, and his conditioning is letting him overtake people with quirks, but that wouldn't be enough for the world. He would be the first male hero. And no villain would pass up the chance to be the one that killed the first. He needed to be stronger than his peers. She needed to end this right now if he couldn't rise to the challenge. Midoriya, she said as he wound up, making him stop. If you don't take the first place on this one, you'll be leaving along with the lowest ranker. Everyone froze. But that's not fair, Okuko blustered from the crowd. He can't beat mine. My quirk was practically built for this. The rest nodded. Katsumi smirked. Finally, before he hurts himself in the field, the world is unfair, he said simply, looking down slightly. He knew that. He had lived that for so long, ostracized for something beyond his control. He might have power now, but that couldn't make him forget the years he had lived. Every day someone innocent gets hurt in the crossfire, every day someone loses their life to an accident. He droned on, then looked straight at Aizawa. Hero's duty is to overcome that unfairness and mandate it, isn't it? She didn't respond, her poker face not cracking even under his determined glare. I take you up on your challenge, Eraser. This kid. He grabbed the zipper of his tracksuit and hesitated. It'll get ripped off like last time if I don't. He unzipped it and shrugged it off, blushing slightly as he did, revealing his toned torso for all to see. Some of his classmates like Shoko and Mai didn't react. Some turned away to give him privacy, others blushed and stared, unable to tear their eyes off of his sculpted from. What are you doing? Aizawa questioned, one of the few unaffected by the action. Winding up, he said simply, pulling his arm back and tensing every muscle fiber he had on the limb, causing it to bulge and its joints to crack. His bicep and latissimus muscles had locked his arm in place, and his triceps and pectoral were tensing harder and harder, just like pulling on a slingshot. I suggest you all take a step back, he added, as his arm pulsed once, then started getting redder. He had opened all the capillaries and flooding the limb with all the blood it needed. This might cause some kickback. Lightning started cracking as he engaged. One for all. Two. Local environ, his mind echoed again. Upper body bulging asymmetrically like last time. Katsumi's eyes widened, so did Aizawa's. Is that a 𝐒𝐬𝐽? The explosive-tempered woman's words were cut off by a sonic boom, followed by another. Izuku had let the ball loose. The class had heeded his warnings, except Katsumi, and took a few steps back, but they couldn't be prepared for that. A few screamed in shock and Kyoka in pain as the ball reached Mach 2. The shockwave kicked up a dust cloud that covered up the epicenter of the blast, hiding Izuku away. Katsumi was the first to recover. Her quirk had made her nigh immune to shockwaves. Deku, she screamed, anger and betrayal in her voice. Explain yourself. She dispersed the dust cloud between he and her using a few explosions. You had a quirk all this time. She stopped dead in her tracks when she saw the state he was in, right arm hanging loosely by his side, shoulder slumped unnaturally. His arm had dislocated. Her expression went from anger to horror, to uncontrolled rage. He hadn't even registered her. The shockwave from the ball had hit him straight on and his senses were still coming back to him. He shook his head and turned to look at her. What? She wasn't sure if she was terrified or even angrier that he seemed to be okay about having dislocated his shoulder. She took a few more steps, hands exploding with each step. You've heard me, you sack of s. She was silenced. The dust cloud had settled, and as soon as she was visible, capture tape encompassed her face and pulled her away from him, her hands failing her as her quirk was shut down. Bakugu, Behave, Aizawa hissed, eyes glowing red. She fought against the bindings for a while as Izuku took a few steps back, raising his one functional arm in an effort to show that he was a non-threat. Midoriya, explain, the teacher commanded, and Katsumi stopped resisting. Explain what? He asked, honestly confused. How you did that, you moron? Katsumi screamed through the bindings, coming through muffled and warped. He got even more confused. I used my quirk to push my body further beyond. Plus Ultra. Toru and Mina mumbled, not being able to help themselves, causing some of the girls to giggle. Well, it's what I did. I pushed my arm and shoulder muscles to their limits using total command, my quirk, he said as he grabbed his right shoulder and plugged it back in like it was second nature. I was using it this whole time. Wait, did Nozomi not tell you? I'm going to kill that mouse, Shiko screamed in her head. That explains why he wasn't out of breath. His heart rate can drop suddenly, not to mention that lightning was from him and not the 4th gen in the test. How was I so blind? In her moment of realization, she had blinked, letting Katsumi regain her powers. She took the chance to blow up again, releasing her from the capture tape, and dashed onto Izuku. She would have grabbed him by the collar, but considering he was shirtless she couldn't do that. Instead, she opted for kicking him behind the knees and grabbing his face as he fell, staring down at him like she used to when they were kids. Like when he got his quirk and lied to her about it. Lied to her face. Why didn't you tell me yourself? She screamed in his face, and he panicked. I didn't know I had one till very recently. He defended himself. She wasn't buying that bullshit. How did you not? Tomoyo was by her side, a hand on her shoulder, Momo pointing a steel staff at her other, Okako in front, hand outstretched to touch her if she moved. When did they get there? Bakugo, your actions do not fit a class environment. Please cease your contact with Midoriya. Tomoyo spoke, voice monotone. It's fine. Izuku said, I should have told her the moment I knew she deserved to know. He took a breath, her grip on his face loosened. That's enough out of all of you, Aizawa cut in. Bakugo, if you don't let go now you'll be the one expelled, and you three settle down or you'll be joining her. The three didn't budge until Katsumi dropped her hands, yes sensei, and walked back to the rest of the class. Momo dropped her staff, and Tomoyo's hand that was on Katsumi reached out to help Izuku up. He took it. The tablet pinged as the three departed from the area. Izuku rolled his right shoulder and turned to Aizawa. I still have 2 more tosses left, right? She looked up at him, puzzled. What are you talking about? That toss wasn't infinity, was it? I want to try again to not get expelled, he explained. Oh right, that. She looked down to the tablet and flinched. 36.7 kilometers, she mumbled under her breath. The highest one in the class barring Okako. Kyoka grabbed onto Momo. Please give me ear protection. She was about to comply as Aizawa just shrugged. No need, you have proven yourself, you aren't getting expelled. He looked at her, UN impressed, but more relaxed. It was just a logical ruse to push you to your limits. My arm got dislocated, Eraser, but you pushed yourself past your limits, she smirked. You rational dash, he grumbled and picked up his tracksuit, zipping it back up. The rest of the class looked shell-shocked by Izuku's outburst and the teacher's lazy reply to it all. Oh right, the expelling the lowest ranked one part was just another logical ruse. I mean yeah, she wouldn't expel anyone in the first day, right? Momo tried to explain it all away for herself. Today was a mentally taxing day. Oh my god, you are worse than Nozomi, why are you lying to them? Everyone stared at Izuku. Please no, we can handle only so much. She didn't answer and walked away with a creepy smile on her face. Your syllabuses are on your desks. Class dismissed, see you tomorrow. Midoriya, what are you talking about? Momo mumbled, fearing his answer slightly. She expelled the last class, every single member, because they didn't hold any potential. If no one got expelled, that means she sees enough potential in us to teach us. They all took a sigh of relief, some jumping in celebration. Why did you give her that much sass? Tsuyu asked, it being the first thing that came to her mind after relief hit her. He rubbed the back of his head. She seemed to enjoy that type of banter on the teacher's lounge. Kinda stuck with me. They all stared at him. It's the first day of classes and you managed to become the teacher's pet. Kyoka mumbled, deadpan. I mean, with the stress of the test gone, and the sheer absurdness of the meek boy giving the homeroom teacher lip broke them, and the class started to chuckle that grew to an outburst of laughter. You seem to be in a better mood. Eiko hummed in the changing room. Next to Katsumi, she just grunted a, shut up shitty hair. He was going to call me that again. But he still lied to me. She shook her head, getting a scowl. Not going to forgive him that easily. Please do not assault any other classmates, 𝐒𝐿 lectured from her other side. Yeah, whatever glasses, we never got our rankings, did we? Tsuyu asked to 𝐒𝐿 at the side. She'll probably give them out tomorrow or something. You know how they like to make us anticipate, Momo answered for the gravity-nullifying woman. Hey guys, everyone turned to Minerva. Midoriya is on the other side of this wall, right? Momo had a bad feeling about this. There is a hole on here, she was drooling. No, that's a gross invasion of his privacy and shut the F up, prude she said, wiping away the drool and moving down to stare through. If you don't want to see, then don't look. I was just sharing cause I know some want to, she explained. She's not wrong, Hannah, and Tsu thought before she could actually look at it. Killing aura filled the room. From both 𝐒𝐿 and Katsumi. Don't you dish. 𝐒𝐿's threat died midway through as Katsumi was on the small woman in an instant, hand blowing up to her side towards the wall in a threatening manner. Try it, Grape E, and I will leave just a stain where you stand. Minerva was a coward, that was true. But her cowardice paled next to her perverseness. Oh, shut up, you only talk big cause you saw it already, haven't you? You childhood friend types always have that subplot. Katsumi blew up, both figuratively and literally, in anger, or embarrassment, even she didn't know. It didn't even matter anyway, the end result was the same. Minerva was knocked out cold by the shockwave and fear. And the wall between the changing rooms crumbled away. Izuku had just removed his tracksuit briefs and was in his boxers, picking up his school-issued briefs when he heard the sound and looked at the source. Only to see his classmates in stages of undress staring back at him. He blinked, they blinked. Holy, I want him to crush me with his thighs, Tsuyu said aloud. Then the screaming started. Nozomi was having the best fing day of her life, didn't even have to lower the wall with the controls, she gasped between fits of laughter. God, humans are fun to mess with. Izuku's hands twitched in panic and the breathes shred between his grip. He sputtered out several apologies in rapid fire and promptly dashed out of the room. Forgetting that he was just wearing boxers. God, his butt is shapely too. Asui, while I understand it is your mating season and you can't really control it, but please, Tomoyo begged. Nemurai rubbed her face. The introduction ceremony had taken ages and she wanted to just lay out on the couch in the teacher's lounge. She didn't even notice the green blur dashing down the hall. Something fast and hard crashed onto her and they tumbled down, the object twisting her midair to make sure she wasn't the one to hit the floor. She looked down to see a shirtless Izuku under her, the only thing separating them, the flimsy fabric of his boxers, and her leather corset. He looked up at her, blushing violently, her face heated up too, and she liked her lips. Must have fallen asleep in the lounge already, must be having another good dream, she mumbled, leaning down, hand ghosting over the firm body under her, scraping against every valley his toned muscles created. She had wet dreams every once in a while, where she could act out everything she wouldn't dare to in real life, the only time she could be with him. So, what do you want to do first? She purred, voice heavy and eyes glazed with lust. He blushed even harder, tongue-tied and mumbling in speeds humans were not equipped to understand. In Midoriya, do I need to give you detention? Came a tired voice from the side. He cheered in his head. He was saved. Oh, it's a 𝐭𝐻𝐻1. I should enjoy it while I can. Nemurai reached down and groped his PP. He eeped, not getting paid enough for this. Aizawa's capture tape wrapped around midnight and pulled her off of the panicking man. Get these on, it's cold out, she mumbled, walking away, tossing him the gym clothes she had in her sleeping bag. With Nemurai struggling against the cloth binding her ears. Stop cock-blocking me in my dreams, she screamed as both the teachers entered the lounge, its door slamming shut. He looked down on the tracksuit and put it on and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that was a wild first day. The moment the door slid shut, Shiko let go of the tape and Nemurai pouted at the floor. Why did you stop me? Isn't this my DW? Shiko had just pinched her. She rubbed her cheek. Why do this? Her face paled. It's not a dream, Shiko grunted and went to her sleeping bag. Oh God, it's not a dream, she grabbed her face, blushing madly. Oh God, it's not a dream. Tomorrow's hero art history class just got a hell of lot awkwarder. Izuku, not comfortable going back to the dorms and facing his classmates, opted to go to Mai's workshop and stay there till he could forget everything he saw. The trouble was, even with total command he couldn't erase memories. Some part of his mind refused to let the images be purged. He did not know what to feel about that. His mind flashed with the scene he had just seen. Katsumi in her sports bra staring at him, eyes widened in shock, 𝐒𝐿 with her cute top and flushed face, 𝐒𝐿 with her bandage-bound chest, Momo changing out of her sports bra to her keisu. He slammed his head against the steel of the support course workshop door. Mai is mecha. Might in there. I need him to punch me in the head till I get a concussion. Little did he know the girls were having the same dilemma, failing to forget his state when the wall crumbled. The silence that occurred after Tomoyo's plea hadn't faded, and it was getting to all of them. He was a guy after all here. Mina mumbled, trying to get the group to lighten up. Well, some mumbled back. Katsumi was silent. Well, he seems to have grown down there. She slammed her head against the lockers. Well, boo, you alright? Eiko asked. Peachy, she hissed. I can't believe he saw us. Kyoka mumbled, a heavy blush on her face. It's not like he had a choice, Momo mumbled back, sporting a similar look. Tsuyu was right about him, Doi mumbled, getting a nod from the frog girl. I know, right? Wonder if he'd go out with me. Doi wondered aloud, causing some of the girls to lock onto her with a ping of rivalry. He seems like the type that couldn't say no, Tsuyu admitted, finger on her chin. Then again, he might just tune you out if you tried doing it. God, I need that power, Juru whispered to herself, causing Okiko to start giggling. Minerva woke up groggily. What happened? Oh right, she was knocked out, Okiko mumbled, smiling inwardly. Where's the wall? The small woman screamed, looking at the debris. And where is Midoriya's st? Finish that sentence and the wall won't be the only thing broken, the rest of the class hissed, the unanimous mixture of voices causing the resident grapehead to shrink in fear with an undignified whimper. Come on Hatsune, let me in. Does she whined at the support course door? No peeks before the suit's done, she responded from the other side of the door. Fine, he huffed, sliding down the metal plate. Now what? In the end, he decided to go back to the dorms. Not like he could go to the teacher's lounge with Midnight there. That situation needed more time to even think about, let alone talk to her about. He quickly looked around the common room when he got into the dorms, hoping he could just sneak by to his room. Luck wasn't on his side. Green, he gulped. Sorry Juru. Sorry for what? Kyoka asked, trying to act cool through it. The image didn't even start to work as her stutter and flaming blush made themselves apparent. He just stood there trying to figure out the best plan of action. Play along. Or just apologize. He shook his head. I'm sorry, he repeated. Kyoka looked ready to explode right there and now. Okay, we're doing this dash, she mumbled under her breath, her jacks fiddling with each other anxiously. It's really no problem, I saw you two, right? It's only fair. Okiko had rounded the corner and saw Izuku in his constant apology mode. He took a sharp inhale, something between relief and even more guilt settling over him. Oh, I'm sorry, I saw something I showed. Don't apologize. She cut in, blushing even more than the two others combined, fingers touching against each other with anxiety. It's not like you knocked the wall down, it was not your fault. Well, what she said. Kyoka added in, even so I saw something I shouldn't. Doi walked in. What the F is my luck? Oh hey Midoriya, wanna go out? He shut down right then and there. I must go, and again I am sorry, he said, bowing down, not hearing any of their reactions as he climbed up the stairs to his room. Sue was right, Doi mumbled, watching him go. Good going, Morin. Kyoka huffed, turning away. It's like you have no common sense. Hey, I'm not the one. Not accepting his apology and making it even more awkward, she argued back, only to get stabbed in the ear as a retort. Okiko looked at where Izuku had disappeared from their sight. Tsuyu is right about a lot of things, including his boo. Her quirk activated. He huffed and slid down his door. God, I am a failure as a human being, aren't you exaggerating? Came a stoic voice. He flinched. Shoko? He asked, looking at the intruder in his room. She stared back. Hello, W, what are you doing in here? He muttered, face flushing. His brain was completing what was under her casual wear, and that is not appreciated. You useless sack of grey matter, stop it. I came to apologize, sorry to intrude, she mumbled. His eyes averted from her by sheer power of will and gravitated towards what was in her hand, his sketchbook. Oh God, no. Seeing his apparent alarm, she shrugged. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Your stuff is good. He wasn't sure if that was a genuine compliment or just her way of trying to damage control or lure him into a false sense of security. But you really made me look prettier than I am, she mumbled, closing the book. Okay, that's definitely a trick question. What to say? I just drew what I saw. He winced. God. Thing. Damn it. Deku. Oh, does she, actually, blushed slightly, looking at the sketchbook's cover. She what now? He blinked, trying to dispel this sorcery caused by his panicking brain. I got to go. Again, sorry for seeing you in your underwear. With that, she pushed past him and out of the door. He actually felt the heat radiate from her left side as she did so. What just happened? He was laying in bed trying to comprehend the day's events. Okay, so Kaken actually behaved somewhat civilly during the ending of the test. I accidentally saw everyone almost naked, got groped by Midnight, and just saw Shoko of all people blushing. He recounted. Yeah, no, I definitely killed myself with the thing I attempted at the ball throw, probably my clavicle dislocated and stabbed me in the trachea. And this is the last stuff my mind processed. A knock on the door made him stop. Midoriya, could I come in? That was Mo. He couldn't handle seeing her. Not right now. Sure, if everything I stand for. He groaned inside his mind. I brought you something to eat. She mumbled, getting in. He sat up in his bed in greeting. Sorry. They both mumbled simultaneously. Oh, again in sync. He shrugged. Getting used to the awkwardness of this all. Wasn't really in our control, was it? He asked, getting up. It really wasn't, she mumbled in reply, averting her eyes. Her mind was playing pin the naked image with his body, making her unable to look at him. Here, she announced, passing him some soup, and katsudon. How did you Baku? She said quickly, still not looking at him, his eyebrows furrowed. She told you guys. She made it to apologize. She was the one that knocked down the wall after all. He stood there in shock. I'm definitely dead. She remained in his room as he ate his meal on his desk, looking at all the posters of the heroes. He is really a huge hero fan, isn't he? She mumbled. He choked on his pork. Oh God, it's spreading. She panicked. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? He waved his hand, the other punching his chest. No, it's fine. I do that all the time too. He took a steadying breath and looked down to the half-full bowl. And yeah, I kinda am, always was. Got really lucky manifesting a quirk, getting to my dream school, meeting you all. He smiled softly, along with a slight blush. Momo could feel herself start actually falling for him. It was terrifying, yet she couldn't move. I see. She looked around more. A comfortable silence formed, and he continued eating his meal. Midoriya, may I ask you something? She finally said, just as he finished his rice. Sure, how does your quirk work? That wasn't what she wanted to ask, but it would do. It's basic really, just controlling my bodily processes. Yours is more impressive. What do you call it? And what's the process behind it? She flinched. She wasn't expecting the conversation to lead to there. I call it creation. It lets me create anything from my lipid stores. It has to be non-living however, and I can only create something if I know its molecular makeup. She made the mistake of looking back at him, her heart clenched at his awestruck expression. That needs to be illegal. Anything? He asked, almost vibrating, the awkwardness of the changing room forgotten for now. Wait, he stalled. Then why do you keep using the materials you do in your creations? Okay, that got her attention, and she too forgot the awkwardness. What do you mean? Like, I saw you create a cannon during the softball toss, right? Why did you use steel for the barrel instead of like a carbon structure, like a diamond? Can't you generate crystal structures in specific shapes? She looked at him blankly. Wait, what? I need a minute. She stood there just thinking what he said was true. She could use rarer materials in her constructs. She just had never thought about using unconventional materials until now. Why haven't I? She slumped a bit. Wait, can I even? She tried doing it, and to her surprise, a diamond staff started to form out of her arm, faster than the steel one, as the lattice structure almost built itself without much thought from her. He watched the creation process with keen interest, eyes wide and full of awe. She had a shocked expression herself. Suddenly a lot of new doors had opened. The staff dropped off of her with a crystalline ting on the floor. He reached down and picked it up. Passing it to her, she held the staff with unsteady hands. It was lighter than the steel one, however more durable. Now she could add more weight to the tips to add more power to her swing. Oh God, she had used less mass to create this. Less lipids, meaning she could create more stuff if she started changing out the materials to less conventional ones, that were lighter and stronger. Ones that were not the standard due to how hard they were to machine or obtain. She didn't have those limitations. She was building matter from its molecules up. She could theoretically, now proven practically, create materials that had been theorized for years but never had the technology to fabricate. For 14 years of having this quirk, she had never thought of this. In a minute of knowing about it, Izuku had improved its effectiveness nearly tenfold. She didn't know if she was about to smack herself in the head for her idiocy or hug the daylights out of him cause of his ingenuity. I don't know what to say, she mumbled, looking down at the staff. He looked at her, then the staff, eyes smiling. You really are amazing. I just suggested it, and you did something you never even attempted before in a single try. She looked to him. Told you deserve to be here, he said, voice full of certainty, smile wide and from the heart. Oh God, it happened. She looked away, blushing. You are the amazing one here, she mumbled, grip tightening around the staff. I fell for him. She had basically ran out of the room after that, not letting him reply, nor looking back, dropping the staff on her way out with the plates. He stared at the door she slammed shut on her way out. Was it something I said? He mumbled, then looked down to the dropped weapon. Picking it up gently, it really was appealing, the symmetrical crystal acting like a prism, casting a rainbow down on the floor as it refracted the light of the fluorescent lighting of his room. He sighed looking down at it. Creation like creator. He started blushing, remembering her determined face during the creation process of the staff he was holding in his hands now. It was an ethereal sight, her forging something into existence, bending the molecules to her will. He shook his head, trying to dispel the thought. No, stop that. He placed the staff on his desk, leaning back and enjoying its beauty. He ruffled his own hair. Someone knocked on his door as he was sketching out a bust of Momo, creating a pole with the same ethereal expression she had, along with a blushing Shoko. Who is it? He asked, not paying attention. He was in the zone. It's Mina. Well, that took him out of it as he slammed his sketchbook shut and went to answer the door. Ashido, how can I help you? He asked politely, trying to suppress the blush already forming, his mind immediately recalling the events at the changing rooms. Do not think about her leopard print br and pantif. Hey Midori, mind if I come in? She asked as hyper as ever, seemingly unaffected by the events of today, keeping her hands behind her. He took a step to his right. She practically burst in after that, running up and down his room, checking every poster she could. Which was a lot. Whoa, you really decked it out, Midori, she teased. It was hard to tell with how happy she sounded. Thanks Ashido, he mumbled looking away. Geez, you already saw me almost naked, just call me Mina and I'll call you Izuku, she said, spinning on her heel and staring at him with half-lidded eyes and a happy smile. Oh okay, he mumbled, looking to the side and blushing. Apparently, she shared Mai's passion of disrespecting personal space. Then what she said registered. Wait, what? She didn't let him continue and started laughing. Oh, you took the bait, your face dash, she continued laughing. Doubling over, dropping something on the floor. Izuku, you are the best, she managed to add between fits of laughter. His blush was nearing neon, and he should have been mad, but she looked too happy, so he just huffed and looked to the side, causing her to laugh more. Then his attention turned to the dropped object, his school uniform, what he had left in the lockers when he was fleeing. You brought it back? He asked, crouching down and picking up the garment. Well yeah, she mumbled. Now she was blushing. Oh, she blushes slightly purple. That's adorable. Someone had to, but most were either too flustered or too. That's his personal locker, I can't go there about it, she mumbled looking away. Ida was gonna, but she had to go and tell a teacher about it, she finished, still looking away. Sorry for going through your stuff. She was guilty about this. Ashido, seriously, thank you, I had forgotten all about this. Cause you were too busy thinking about our hot bodies, weren't you? She shot back, a sly smile erupting from her previous forlorn expression. His face flushed hard enough that he started hearing his heart in his ears. I mean, I can't blame you, but it's not that gentlemanly, is it? She started walking towards him, adding a sway to her hips and liking her lips. And it's not like she reached up and hugged his neck. I wouldn't have shown you if you just asked. Her gold irises met his emerald. He was suddenly very grateful. Total command had eliminated the possibility of getting Erktons without his will. Ashido, he mumbled and looked away. She started laughing. Oh God, you fell for it again, your face dash. Oh, that is it. He picked her up easily and she struggled against him, still laughing like crazy. No, wait, I want to tease you, Mo dash. He placed her outside of his room and smiled an empty smile at her. Thanks for bringing my stuff back. She pouted at him. You're no fun. Oh, I think you had your fun, he replied, waiting for her to start walking away. You know, I know something else that's very foolish. He slammed his door shut. Meanie, he huffed after the door closed. It had been a long day. I hope tomorrow isn't as bad.